Primordial God-King. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 401 Legend of the Demon Sword. Qin Wentian was depressed at the moment. He had known Zongjin for a short time, but in the eyes of the other party, he had become a person invited by the Zong family, and he wanted to deal with him, which was simply inexplicable. Glancing at Zongjin in front of him, Qin Wentian saw Zongjin clapping his hands, and suddenly a dazzling sword light shone, and a terrifying sword floated in front of him. He said to Qin Wentian, "Brother Qin, this matter has nothing to do with you. You should leave first. They dare not do anything to me. Want to leave? Can you leave?" The woman in the middle snorted coldly, and a sharp sword also appeared in her hand. The three major forces in Jiutian city all focus on sword cultivation, and their admiration for swords can be seen. Qin Wentian was pointed at by the long sword, and a sharp intention descended on him. He snorted in his heart. The cultivation of these three people is the 9th level of Yuanfu, which is not bad. It can be seen that the three major forces in Jiutian city are all very powerful. However, the three people of the 9th level of Yuanfu are not good enough in front of him. You'd better put away your sword. Qin Wentian glanced at the woman and said coldly, "Qin is new to Jiutian city and doesn't want to fight with others." Humph. The woman didn't appreciate it. She snorted coldly, and there was murderous intent between her eyebrows. She said coldly, "Since you were invited by the Zong family to Jiutian city, you should know the rules. Disguised as a beginner swordsman, deceiving others, do you think it's useful? Since you are involved in this, be prepared to die. Lineage, you are so arrogant." The sword star soul on Zongjin's body burst out, and his body slowly rose into the air, and the fighting spirit filled the air. "I would rather kill someone by mistake than let him go." There was a cold meaning in Lineage's voice. "Are you bullying my Zong family because there is no one?" A cold snort came from a distance. In the distance, the sword energy was like a rainbow, and sword beams whistled in. Several people actually descended here and came to Zongjin, staring at the three people from the Li family coldly. Niner. At this time, another voice came. Everyone looked up, their expressions changed slightly, and they saw a ray of light flashing in the distance. A man who looked to be more than 30 years old, with a look as fast as lightning, handsome and extraordinary, with a somewhat unrestrained aura, stood with his hands behind his back, standing on the sword, making people look up. Li ran. When the people of the Zong family saw this person appear, their expressions suddenly became ugly. This Li Ran has an extraordinary status in the Li family. Now that he is only 30 years old, he has condensed the starry sky and entered the realm of the sky. His strength is terrible. He is a leader of the younger generation of the sword worship city. His sword is like lightning and kills without blood. Soon, the three major forces in the sword worship city will compete for the 10-year mining rights of a sword vein. It is extremely important. The three major forces are on the verge of a war, especially for those young people who may become the ones who compete for the sword vein and step onto the battlefield. Therefore, after seeing Zongjin and Qin Wentian together, the people of the Li family want to deal with Qin Wentian. Li Ran's sharp eyes swept through everyone and then fell on Qin Wentian. The sharp light seemed to be able to penetrate Qin Wentian's body, but he just glanced at him lightly, not paying too much attention, and said to Lineage, "Niner, what's going on?" This person is a sword cultivator who practices at the sword worship cliff. It turns out that he is just a name for nothing and deceives everyone. He is good at swordsmanship and was invited by the clan to help. Lineage said calmly. Li Ran glanced at Qin Wentian and said indifferently, "I won't deceive you. You fight with Lineage. If you win, I will let you go. What if I lose?" Qin Wentian looked indifferent and looked at the other party. He had just entered the Xiangang realm and was at the same level as him. When you represent a clan in the battle arena in the future, you will die if you lose. If you lose today, you should know the consequences. Li Ran spoke casually, as if he was talking about something insignificant, very casually. Qin Wentian sneered again and again, "Win, leave, lose, die?" Waving his sleeves, Qin Wentian took a step forward and prepared to attack. Li Ran, you've gone too far. At this moment, Zongjin's voice came out, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. His mind moved slightly, and in an instant, a dazzling small sword floated in front of him. The small sword hummed, and in an instant, the whole void seemed to have a strong sword intent. This sword was given by the elders of my clan. You are aggressive. If you want to attack, I will kill Li Nian. Zhuangjin's face was cold, and a cold light flashed from his eyes. Li Nian's expression changed slightly, and she felt that the sword locked her, and her expression suddenly became ugly. Her body retreated backwards, but she saw the small sword burst out in an instant, floating in front of Li Nian, and the small sword hummed endlessly. If I kill you, you can't escape. Zhuangjin's voice was full of strong threats. If you kill her, you will all die. Li Ran took a step forward. In an instant, the whole world seemed to be wrapped in a monstrous sword power. Their bodies seemed to be shredded. This was the terrible breath of the second level of the sword whale. In a breath, I can kill her. Zhuangjin said indifferently, then looked at Qin Wentian and said, Brother Qin, let's go. Qin Wentian wanted to take action himself, but seeing Zhuangjin's sincerity at this moment, he didn't want Zhuangjin to get into trouble, so he held back and didn't take action. Now his mentality is different from before. In his eyes, Li Ran and others are not worth mentioning. It's just a matter of a thought whether to kill them or not. The other party is not qualified to make him angry. Nodding slightly, Qin Wentian retreated with Zhuangjin. The small sword was still humming, tightly locking Li Nian, making Li Nian pale and ugly. After a long time, the figures of Zhuangjin and others disappeared, and the small sword burst back and whistled away into the distance. If I meet these people again, I will kill them. Li Nian was threatened by this, his face was cold. There will be a chance soon, why rush now? Li Ran said calmly, and then the group left. At this time, Qin Wentian followed Zhuangjin to the Zhuang family, only to see Zhuangjin shook his head and smiled bitterly. It was a close call today. This Li Ran is very strong, one of the best of the younger generation, and has entered the Xiangang realm. If I didn't have the life-seeking sword, I'm afraid it would be very dangerous today. This matter has implicated Brother Qin. I hope you can forgive me. It's a small matter. Qin Wentian said indifferently. Brother Qin is open-minded, Zhuangjin said with a smile. The cause and effect of this matter was caused by the sword vein. Deep in the Beijian cliff, there is an ancient demon sword. It is rumored that this sword fell from the sky. There is also a saying that in the ancient times, there was a great battle between people, and the Beijian cliff was split by this sword. To this day, the sword is still at the bottom of the cliff, and it can absorb the star demon light above the 9 heavens galaxy. Next to this sword, a sword vein has formed, and powerful stone demon swords are often unearthed. Is there such a strange thing? A sharp light flashed across Qin Wentian's eyes. He had seen with his own eyes how terrifying the Beijian cliff was. A sword split the earth. If it was formed by the sword that Zhuangjin mentioned, how terrifying would it be? Well, this sword vein has been fought over by the 3 major forces in Beijian city because many famous swords have been unearthed there. Every 10 years, the 3 major forces will each choose 3 people to fight to decide the 10-year mining rights of the sword vein. They mistakenly thought that Brother Qin was the person I invited to help, so they wanted to deal with Brother Qin. Zhuangjin spoke slowly, causing Qin Wentian to nod slightly. So that's how it is. The 3 major forces can use the power of outsiders to fight. No wonder they are so sensitive. I'm afraid they will want to kill outsiders as soon as they meet them. There are so many powerful people in the 3 major forces, why hasn't anyone taken the magic sword? Qin Wentian asked in confusion. Zhuangjin shook his head and smiled bitterly when he heard this. This sword is too magical. It can suck people's blood. In ancient times, someone wanted to take it away. Once touched, his blood was sucked dry and he died. It was too terrible. Over time, no one dared to touch it. So, it is really a magical sword. Qin Wentian's heart was chilled. There is something more magical. This sword wails once a year, as if it is lamenting that it has no master. Every time it wails, there are magical stars flashing in the 9 heavens, like dragons and phoenixes. There are dragons roaring and phoenixes singing, shaking the world. It is extremely wonderful. The swords unearthed from the sword veins are also magical swords. They are shaped like monsters and can absorb the star energy of monsters. The swords can grow independently. Zhuangjin shook his head slightly when he said this. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would not believe that there is such a magical sword. He will never forget the strange scene that happens every year. He often wondered what kind of person could take the magical sword away. Maybe that day, the magical sword would stop waving. At this moment, Qin Wentian and others have arrived at the Zhuang family. They saw 9 giant swords outside the Zhuang family, which were inserted upside down on the ground. They were 20 meters high. A terrifying sword intent was everywhere, which was suffocating. It is worthy of being a sword force. Qin Wentian looked at the 9 swords and smiled faintly. Excuse me, Brother Qin. Zhuangjin said with a smile, but only heard Qin Wentian ask again. The Zhuang family has a profound foundation. How strong is it? Zhuangjin was a little surprised, looked at Qin Wentian, and then smiled. To be honest, I don't know how strong the Zhuang family is, but I have heard the head of the family say that the children of the Zhuang family practice swordsmanship. Swordsmen have a righteous heart and restrain their inner strength. Therefore, the Zhuang family does not cause trouble. However, when swordsmen use their swordsmanship outwardly, they will shine brightly. With a sword in hand, heaven and earth cannot stop it. Therefore, if anyone offends the Zhuang family, they must fight back. Qin Wentian's expression froze, and then he nodded lightly. The head of the Zhuang family has his own style, which also contains confidence. The Zhuang family is not afraid of the other 2 major forces. The head of the Zhuang family is so bold. Can you introduce him to me? Qin Wentian said with a smile, which made Zhuangjin look at Qin Wentian curiously and said, you actually want to meet the head of the family? Yes. Qin Wentian nodded slightly. You will know about this matter later, and I can't say much. A bright light flashed in Zhuangjin's eyes, and then he smiled. It seems that even if I don't invite Brother Qin to come here, Brother Qin will come to my Zhuang family on his own. That's good. Since Brother Qin has something to do, I will help Brother Qin so that Brother Qin can meet the head of the family. In this case, thank you very much. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with deep meaning. I hope that the Zhuang family will not disappoint him. There are many places to practice swordsmanship in the Great Xia dynasty. The land of Yansahao is the strongest place for swordsmanship, which is obviously stronger than the sword worship city. However, he came to the sword worship city. In addition to practicing swordsmanship, there is another purpose. But before this, Brother Qin has to accompany me to drink a few glasses. Zhuangjin said cheerfully, and Qin Wentian nodded. How can I refuse if there is good wine? Chapter 402 Jianzi's Identity. In the Zhuang family, in a study room, a middle-aged man was sitting quietly, looking down at the files. Not far in front of him, a young man stood quietly, looking very patient. This young man was Qin Wentian. Zhuangjin did not break his promise and personally arranged a meeting for him with the head of the Zhuang family. After a long time, the middle-aged man slowly raised his head. He had a reserved temperament and even had a few strands of white hair on his temples. But even in this reserved temperament, Qin Wentian felt a sense of sharpness. That gaze seemed to penetrate his eyes and see through him. Zhuangjin said that you have become a little famous in Beijing city recently. In 3 months, you have achieved the great perfection of sword enlightenment. The head of the Zhuang family is named Zhang Yi. He looked at Qin Wentian casually and asked calmly. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded gently, causing the other party to flash a strange color, and said, you can comprehend the sword in 3 months. Unless the sword is your 4th star soul, you need to cultivate the sword. The realm is there, and you just need to improve your understanding of the sword. Senior is amazing. Qin Wentian smiled and admitted it frankly. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yi's eyes flashed with a sharp intent and fell on Qin Wentian. Xiangang realm, what is your name? Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian spoke calmly, and in an instant, Zhang Yi's eyes became more sharp, and a terrible light shot down on Qin Wentian's body, like a sword beam. A year ago, in the Battle of the Destiny List in the Great Xia dynasty, the first person was named Qin Wentian. He was trapped in the ancient palace of the Great Xia dynasty. Zhang Yi stared at Qin Wentian. I came to the sword worship city 3 months ago. At that time, I had already left the Great Xia ancient palace. Qin Wentian did not deny his identity and spoke calmly. Zhang Yi suddenly stood up and stared at Qin Wentian with a solemn look. Why did Qin Wentian, the first person on the destiny list, come to a Zhuang family? In this case, do you know that there are many people who want your life? If you come here, you don't have to worry about me capturing you. Zhang Yi looked at Qin Wentian with interest. A terrifying sword power enveloped the study. Swordsmen should soar to the sky and laugh proudly in the sky. The head of the family asked the Zhuang family to hide here for generations. Is the passion still there? Qin Wentian did not respond, but asked calmly. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows and asked, why did you come to the Zhuang family? Hold the Zhuang family sword. Qin Wentian stared at the other party, and a terrible sharpness shot out of his eyes. He saw his palm facing forward. In the depths of his palm, an ancient order appeared. At this moment, Zhong Yi's body trembled violently, and he felt as if his head was struck by lightning. A vast sword power pressed Qin Wentian so hard that he couldn't breathe, but Qin Wentian still stared at him tightly, his eyes firm. Buzz! The sword's violent wind swept past, and the door closed. Zhong Yi took a step forward and stared at the ancient order in Qin Wentian's hand. What if I kill you? Zhong Yi's aura was terrible. At this moment, as long as he had evil thoughts, Qin Wentian would definitely die. Does the head of the family know why I participated in the destiny list? Qin Wentian asked. I don't know. Zhong Yi responded. You are not the first force I came to. Before the Zhong family, I had found another lineage of inheritance. They probably had similar ideas to the head of the family. Later, they agreed with me that if I got the top 3 on the destiny list, they would unconditionally obey my orders, and I won the first place on the destiny list. Qin Wentian spoke slowly. Zhong Yi's eyes flickered, and many thoughts flashed through his mind. Although living in Beijing City, the Zhong family always pays attention to the major events of Daxia. After the Battle of the Destiny ranking was over, the files were immediately placed in front of his desk. He knew that this Battle of the Destiny ranking was known as the strongest in many years. It was so powerful that a mysterious force even appeared. They wanted to eliminate the first place in the Destiny ranking. After reading the files, Zhong Yi sighed. If such a person appeared in the Zhong family, even if he died, he should do his best to assist him and let him fight in Daxia with the sword. Now, this person stood in front of him, holding the King order. Are the bold words and blood still there? The bold words are to hold the Zhong family sword. Zhong family, there is no need for you to hold the sword. Zhong Yi's palm contained a terrible ancient sword. He saw his body move, and in an instant, the ancient sword descended in front of Qin Wentian's eyebrows and floated in the air, as if Qin Wentian could be killed in a moment, but he still opened his eyes and stared at Zhong Yi. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Zhong Yi said coldly. Does the head of the family know about the Xianqi palace? Qin Wentian said calmly. Fairy King Mei. Zhong Yi's expression condensed. There were many rumors about Fairy King Mei and King Kang. If I die in the Zhong family, the Zhong family will be destroyed. Qin Wentian did not say much. Zhong Yi stared at him and said, You mean, Fairy King Mei, guard the inheritance for King Kang? Qin Wentian did not speak. The light shone, and 3 Wuming Xiangang rushed out of the Yuan mansion at the same time and bloomed in front of Zhong Yi. What a strong Wuming Xiangang! Zhong Yi stared at the 3 Wuming Xiangang with shock in his eyes. Then, he saw the 4th star soul erupting above Qin Wentian's head. The terrible red gold luster wrapped the purgatory like Black King's sword, making people seem to submit to him. 6th heaven. Zhong Yi's heart was beating. This kind of talent is rare in life. If the master of the family does not want me to hold the sword, there are 2 choices. First, kill me, the consequences are unknown. Second, let me go. If I don't die, I will take charge of the King's lineage in the future and come to the Zhong family to clean up the mess. Qin Wentian spoke slowly. His determination was so strong that Zhong Yi's expression was moved. For the first time, he was actually trembling in his heart when facing a young man. Zhong Yi had never thought that a young man could give him such a strong pressure. Buzz! With a wave of his hand, the ancient sword suspended in front of Qin Wentian's eyebrows flew back, and the monstrous sword power that permeated the study disappeared in an instant. Zhong Yi looked at Qin Wentian, smiled, and said, The King has a successor, but, Wentian, although you are extremely talented, you are still young after all. If you collide with the forces now, it is tantamount to hitting a rock with an egg. Does the master of the family think I am a reckless person? Qin Wentian saw Zhong Yi ease the atmosphere, so he also laughed, not caring about what happened just now. Standing in the other person's position, he could understand anything he did. The head of a family carries the burden of family inheritance. It is not easy for them to entrust their fate to a token. Therefore, at least he, Qin Wentian, must show talent and courage that the other party recognizes. If he, Qin Wentian, does not have confidence in himself, how can others trust him? Zhong Yi waved his hand, and suddenly a small sword floated in front of Qin Wentian. On this sword, there was an ancient word engraved, Zhong. Since King Kang has an heir, our Zhong family will do our best to assist him, but we should not expose it too early. This sword is the symbol of the Zhong family's sword, which can command everyone except the elders of the Zhong family. Wentian, you take it first, okay? Zhong Yi spoke slowly, and Qin Wentian took the sword and nodded slightly. I will obey your command. Qin Wentian smiled, which made Zhang Yi feel a little relieved. He said with a smile, "Wentian, you must not say that. From now on, you can call me Zhongshu in public. If there are no outsiders, you can just call me Zhongyi. Uncle Zhuang, don't joke. After all, I am a junior. How can I call you Zhongshu by your name?" Qin Wentian naturally knew how to behave. Wu Mingdian Gang and Xing'an were restrained, and then he also put away the small sword. "Okay." Zhang Yi walked up and patted Qin Wentian on the shoulder, and said seriously, "Swordsmen should soar into the sky and roar in the sky. The Zhuang family's passion is still there. Come on, I'll walk around with you." Zhang Yi took a step forward. Qin Wentian looked at the figure and smiled. The Zhuang family was different from the White Deer Academy. Zhuang Jin said that in the Zhuang family, the head of the family, Zhang Yi, could completely manage the affairs of the Zhuang family. His words were as good as gold. With his support, Qin Wentian's trip to the Sword City was very smooth, at least much smoother than the White Deer Academy. After the White Deer Academy, he already had two forces under his control. However, although these two forces had a deep foundation, they were still slightly inferior in height. They needed to be cultivated well. Otherwise, it would be impossible to compete with the overlord-level forces of Daxia. After that, the Zhuang family spread the news that the head of the Zhuang family had appointed the identity of the Sword Son. This person was named Qin Wen. The Sword Son of the previous generation of the Zhuang family had become an elder and a candidate for the head of the family. The Sword Son of this generation had never been selected. There were 7 backup Sword Sons, but now, Qin Wentian was appointed as the Sword Son. This matter was a big deal in the Zhuang family, and it caused a great shock. For the first time, a sword master from another family appeared in the Zhuang family. This matter was very serious. Many people wanted to see who Qin Wentian was, and many young people wanted to fight with Qin Wentian to see why he could be a sword master. However, no elders had ever looked for Qin Wentian. It was presumable that after Zhang Yi appointed Qin Wentian as a sword master, he would have told them. After all, the inheritance of King Kang was a very important matter. Even if Zhang Yi had the final say, he still needed the help of the Zhuang family. Zhuang Jin was also shocked and speechless after knowing this. At this moment, he looked at Qin Wentian with a strange look on his face and said, "Brother Qin, you have been enlightened to the sword for 3 months, and your enlightenment is extraordinary, but I didn't expect that you could become the Zhuang family's sword master. I envy you very much." Zhuang Jin was just one of the 7 candidates for the sword master. These 7 people had been competing for the status of the sword master, but no one could get the real recognition of the head of the family. Now, Zhuang Jin was very curious and didn't know what happened when Qin Wentian met the head of the family. "What did you talk about with the patriarch?" Zhuang Jin couldn't help asking. "We talked about the fight for the sword vein," Qin Wentian said with a smile. The matter of the Kangwang order was of great importance and naturally could not be made public. "It seems that the patriarch intends to use you to fight for the sword vein. He values you very much. However, the Xianjian sect and the Li family both have sword sons. They are different from the Zhuang family. They each have 3. You were appointed as a sword son by the patriarch. I believe you can win one, but the other 2, you don't have much chance of winning, especially the battle of the Xiangang realm sword son. You will definitely lose. Our chances are still very small." Zhuang Jin said slowly, obviously not very optimistic about the battle for the sword vein. The 2 of them were walking in the Zhuang family. At this moment, several people walked over not far away, and a sharp intention rushed directly to Qin Wentian. Zhuang Jin's eyes suddenly turned and looked at those people, frowning slightly. "Zhuang Hong, what are you going to do?" This Zhuang Hong is a candidate for the sword son. He is very powerful and wants to become the sword son of the Zhuang family. However, he never thought that the sword son status is given to people with other surnames by the head of the family. "Not long ago, I heard from the people of the Li family that you brought someone back from outside and wanted to invite him to help in the battle." This person even rejected Li Ran and did not dare to accept Li Nian's challenge. Now, he has been appointed as the sword son. I, Zhuang Hong, want to see who this person is and what qualifications he has to become the sword son of my Zhuang family. Zhuang Hong finished speaking, took a step forward, and pointed his sword intent directly at Qin Wentian. "Zhuang Hong, Brother Qin is the sword son appointed by the head of the family." Zhuang Jin scolded. "So what? If you don't dare to fight, how can you be the sword son?" Zhuang Hong's voice was overbearing, staring at Qin Wentian, with arrogance. "Don't worry, Since the head of the family appointed you as the sword son, I will not hurt your life. Chapter 403, The Demon Sword's Wail. Qin Wentian glanced at Zhuang Hong and instantly saw that the other party's cultivation level was the 9th level of Yuan Fu. At this level, if Qin Wentian fought with him, he would undoubtedly be bullying the weak. After all, he looked like the 9th level of Yuan Fu, but in fact he had 3 Wuming Xiangang. Such a fight would be meaningless. Let's go. Qin Wentian shook his head slightly. Sword cultivators are straightforward. If this person is a substitute sword son, he will definitely be dissatisfied with himself as a newcomer, but there is nothing to worry about. Zhuang Jin looked at Qin Wentian in surprise. The longer he was in contact with Qin Wentian, the more he felt that he could not see through Qin Wentian. Whether facing the provocation of Li Ren and Li Nanzi, or facing Zhuang Hong, he was always calm and never angry. Such a mentality is indeed rare, and he can immerse himself in cultivation. However, Zhuang Jin may not know that Qin Wentian never regarded the other party as an opponent, so how could he be angry? Sure enough, just like when facing Li Nian, such a person is worthy of being the sword son of our Zhong family. Zhuang Hong shouted coldly, and the people around him sneered. Obviously, they were not convinced that the head of the family had chosen a person of an outsider as the sword son. Many people found it difficult to accept this. Buzz! Suddenly, a buzzing sword instantly descended in front of Zhuang Hong, causing Zhuang Hong's long hair to blow. A terrible sword intent burst out from the small sword and locked onto Zhuang Hong. Since you know my identity as the sword son, if you are disrespectful again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Qin Wentian said coldly, and then waved his palm, and the small sword flew back. He walked out and ignored Zhuang Hong and others who were stunned. Catcha! Zhuang Hong clenched his fists and stared at Qin Wentian's back. It seemed that there was a terrible sword shooting out of his eyes. He said coldly, I don't believe that you can shrink and not fight forever. Qin Wentian seemed not to hear it and left directly. A few days later, rumors spread. Qin Wen, a sword master from another family, will likely participate in the Battle of Sword Veins. This news spread throughout the Zhuang family, but some people also ridiculed Qin Wentian, saying that he was as timid as a mouse and did not dare to fight even the provocation of the alternate sword master Zhuang Hongzi. Moreover, he once retreated in front of Li Nian. There were many rumors about Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian knew that this was also inevitable after he became a sword master. If he defeated one Zhuang Hong, there would be another one. If he wanted to shut up the young people of the Zhuang family, he had to show his talent and strength that they could not match. In the Zhuang family's library, Qin Wentian sat on the ground and flipped through the ancient scrolls in the library. On the ancient scrolls, there were many sword techniques and some practice notes of sword masters, or records of the practice deeds of their predecessors. Qin Wentian slowly comprehended that the first realm of martial arts was the basic realm, which was the same for everyone, but the second realm needed to be comprehended by one's own opportunities and understanding. Reading more about the words of the ancients would naturally be beneficial to his perception. In ancient times, there were sword masters who sat in meditation for 7 years. The sword and the heart became one. When the sword came out, the heart trembled, and they realized the will of the sword heart. Qin Wentian was looking at the ancient scroll and saw a page with this record. He was secretly shocked. The first level of will is the same, but the second level may be very different. The will of the sword heart is so terrible. The sword and the heart resonate. When the sword comes out, it is like piercing the heart. This is too terrible, even more terrifying than his ancient heart-piercing bell. There are also sword masters who have realized the will of the sword shadow. When the sword is cut out, the sword light is virtual and the sword shadow is real. When others resist the light of the sword, they have entered your sword will and died immediately under the sword shadow. This kind of sword will kills people invisibly. Qin Wentian saw another page of records and felt deeply the breadth of the martial arts will. Different people have different understandings. When fighting at the same level, one sword may decide life and death. The sword is the king of weapons. It only takes a thought to kill. When fighting against a sword master, you must be extremely cautious. It seems that I still need to experience and understand. Sitting and reading ancient books can only guide me, but not let me understand. Unless I can sit for several years like those ancient people with great perseverance, this is too terrible. I don't have so much time. Qin Wentian thought to himself, then put the ancient books back to their original place and walked out of the library. It was already night. Qin Wentian's figure flew into the air, and then he slapped the void with his palm. Suddenly, the sword energy whistled, and an ancient sword condensed in the void. Qin Wentian walked up, and in an instant, the ancient sword rushed towards the distance. In the sword worship city, many people rode swords, but Qin Wentian was not very noticeable. After a long time, Qin Wentian came to the outside of the sword worship city. The moonlight was like a wash, falling down the cliff. The sword under Qin Wentian's feet whistled and went into the cliff. Then it kept rushing towards the distance. A strong sword intent permeated the cliff. He drove the sword under his feet and kept getting closer to this sword intent. Finally, with the moonlight, Qin Wentian saw a terrifying giant sword that was 1,000 meters long in front of him, inserted upside down in the abyss of the earth. A terrifying sword power emanated from the sword, and a sword-shaped mountain range formed around it. There were many people guarding here. When they saw Qin Wentian flying over with a sword, someone immediately stepped forward and shouted, "No one is allowed to approach the land of the sword vein." Qin Wentian heard from Zongjin that in the past 10 years, the sword vein had been controlled by the Xianjian sect, so the people guarding the sword vein were the strong men of the Xianjian sect. This sword is terrible. Qin Wentian was shocked. The sword body was 1,000 meters long, like a mountain peak. Falling from the sky, it could indeed cut the earth and cut out a cliff. In fact, although Qin Wentian could clearly see the figure of the sword at this moment, he was still a long way from the giant sword. It was only because this demon sword was too huge that he had the illusion that it was close to him. If this was not a cliff but a flat land, the demon sword could be seen hundreds of miles away. No wonder no one has been able to pull out this sword for so many years. Qin Wentian thought to himself. The sword was 1,000 meters long and seemed to reach the sky. How heavy was this sword? Even a Xiangang strongman could pull it out, but could he use it normally? It was impossible. It was difficult for ordinary people to hold it. The hilt was like a giant. It was too scary. Starlight fell from the sky, making the demon sword bathed in the starlight, more clear, with a bit of demonic aura. Demon sword, giant sword, this sword can cut through the earth and split the cliff. Qin Wentian turned around and broke a cave in the cliff, and then sat cross-legged. He naturally couldn't think that he had the ability to get the demon sword. He just listened to what Zongjin said, and came here with a strong curiosity to watch and understand the meaning of the demon sword. He closed his eyes in the cave and didn't step into the sword vein. The people of the Xianjian sect would not disturb him. Qin Wentian felt it quietly. In the dead of night, the cliff was in endless silence. Occasionally, a demonic wind blew by, and it seemed as if there were a few faint humming sounds, like crying, or the wailing of death. These wisps of sound were subtle, and if Qin Wentian had not been able to perceive it strongly, it would have been almost inaudible. This wailing seemed to gradually turn into the wailing of a demon. In the wailing, there was a sword whistling intention. It was still so quiet, but in Qin Wentian's perception, it was so clear. His perception was too strong, and he was more sensitive to the intention of the demon. Roar. Suddenly, a terrible demonic humming sound came into his ears. In an instant, Qin Wentian only felt a sword light flashing past him. His body suddenly exploded backwards, as fast as lightning. His neck felt cold. Qin Wentian reached out and touched it, and there was a trace of blood, which was shocking. His heart suddenly trembled, and Qin Wentian stood up. The illusory sword intention just now had disappeared, as if it had never appeared. But his neck was almost cut and he died. Such a strange scene shocked Qin Wentian's heart, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. At this moment, his mind was in a mess, and he couldn't hear the sword's cry. The sword intent never appeared again. Who? Qin Wentian took a deep breath, and he sat cross-legged again. His perception was diffused. In an instant, the demon's cry appeared again, and it was everywhere, howling in the cliff and humming in the wind. Qin Wentian seemed to see the dragon sword shadow, the redbird sword shadow, the white tiger sword shadow, the black tortoise sword shadow, and various demon sword shadows, as if they had turned into substance, appeared in Qin Wentian's perception. These sword shadows drilled into the earth and merged into the sword vein boulders. Those boulders in the sword veins had similar sword intents, as if they had been precipitated for many years. If they broke out of the ground, they would be demon swords. Sword vein demon sword, it turns out that this is how it was formed. Qin Wentian took a deep breath, and suddenly, the sound of a demon dragon sword rang out. Qin Wentian only felt a terrifying force of suppression rushing towards him, a terrifying force that seemed to want to kill him. Qin Wentian closed his perception, and in an instant, the sword will dissipated, as if it had never appeared, as if it had never existed at all. He had never felt its power, let alone been injured. Sure enough, Qin Wentian's heart trembled. What a terrible power! If it could be used to comprehend the second level of the sword will, what kind of sword will would it be? Qin Wentian's heart was pounding, and he immersed himself in it, unable to extricate himself. The sun and the moon alternated, time passed, and Qin Wentian stayed in this place for 7 days and 7 nights, and stayed in the cave without going out, deeply trapped in it. And in this cliff sword vein land, the figures gradually increased, because the battle for the sword vein was about to begin in a few days. In the Zhuang family, these days, Qin Wentian, who was appointed by the head of the family as the sword son, suddenly disappeared, which attracted many people's attention. This is too strange. He was just appointed as the sword son. Could it be that he knew that he would be provoked by many direct descendants of the Zhuang family and hid himself? It seems that on that day, after Zhuang Hong provoked him, he did not appear again the next day. At this time, in the Zhuang family martial arts arena, the Zhuang family disciples were sparring, only to see a group of people confronting each other. It was Zhuang Hong, who faced Zhuang Jin and said sarcastically, "Why do you hide from your invited friends? Brother Qin may have something to do. Do I need to report to you?" Zhuang Jin said lightly, but Zhuang Hong sneered. Many Zhuang family disciples around him showed sarcasm. Obviously they were all people who did not accept the identity of the sword son. Especially the person they are targeting, Zhuang Peng, who is the candidate for the Xiangang realm sword son of the Zhuang family. He will participate in this Xiangang realm sword son battle. He is responsible for the victory or defeat of the sword vein battle. His battle is the most critical battle. As long as they win this battle, unless a certain force can win both battles at the Yuanfu level, otherwise, they will win. The Xiangang realm sword son battle is the most important. Zhuang Peng has always believed that after this battle, the sword son identity should be his, but now, the head of the family has given it to someone else. After the sword vein battle, I will deprive him of his sword son identity. Zhuang Peng looked at Zhuang Jin and said calmly, making the people around him look at Zhuang Jin and sneer. P.S. On Monday, brothers, please vote for recommendation. Chapter 404 Sword Song. Under the cliff, outside the sword vein, Qin Wentian still comprehended with peace of mind, ignoring everything in the outside world. He came to the sword worship city, and his one purpose had been achieved. Next, he needed to concentrate on comprehending the sword, comprehending the second realm of the sword will, condensing the martial destiny Xiangang, and completely stepping into the Xiangang realm, the 4 Yuan Palace Xiangang. The night was as dark as water, the stars were still there, and occasionally there was a demon sword crying. Qin Wentian's perception was diffused. Suddenly, he found a sharp sword light shooting at him. He frowned slightly, and his powerful perception immediately sensed that in the sword vein, within the range covered by the Jiutian sect, there was actually a powerful sword cultivator, about 30 years old, who was also comprehending the sword. The demon sword's will was strong, and everyone could comprehend the sword here, and what they comprehended could be different. The man's perception was like a sword, as if a terrible cold light was shooting towards Qin Wentian, endless. Qin Wentian's expression did not change, and he still sat cross-legged. The sword beams he perceived seemed to be real, piercing into Qin Wentian's mind, causing Qin Wentian's eyes to suddenly open, and they shone brightly. As if, he suddenly became clear. "It seems that I have to thank you," Qin Wentian muttered to himself, and then he walked out of the cave, his body flew into the air, and closed his eyes. He slapped his palm, and the ancient sword on his back suddenly flew into the air, and then fell into Qin Wentian's palm. Qin Wentian's palm swept across, slashing out a sword beam. This sword had no rules to follow, it was chaotic, it was not a sword method at all, and it was not as fast as a sword. However, Qin Wentian swung out his sword one after another, not caring about the moves at all. Although the sword is not a sword technique and has no rules, it seems that the sword itself is the rule. Each sword contains a sword rhythm, which is pleasing to the eye, but it seems that it is just that, without any power. In the distance, in the sword vein space blocked by the Jiutian sect, a figure whistled and came in front of Qin Wentian in an instant. When these people saw Qin Wentian swinging his sword, they couldn't help but laugh. This kind of sword technique is extremely clumsy. I'm afraid any set of magic formulas can defeat it. A tall woman looked at Qin Wentian and whispered with a bit of contempt. It seems that he is an ordinary sword cultivator who wants to comprehend the sword here, but he doesn't know the height of the world, and even disturbs Brother Jian Feng's sword comprehending. A person next to him also sneered, watching Qin Wentian swinging his sword without paying attention. When the woman next to him heard the name of Brother Jianfeng, she suddenly had a hint of admiration on her face and a slight palpitation in her heart. Senior Brother Jianfeng, one of the 3 great sword masters of the Heavenly Sword sect, is extremely outstanding in both talent and strength. Now, Senior Brother Jianfeng is meditating on the sword beside the sword vein, within the range of the demon sword. Because he was disturbed, he sent a message to them to come and have a look. Qin Wentian stopped swinging his sword and opened his eyes, and saw a group of people in front of him, but at this moment, he seemed quite happy, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. His handsome face was even more beautiful under the shining of the stars. The woman looked at Qin Wentian's face, her expression slightly moved, and then sneered, "It's good looking but useless. What's the point of having a skin?" Qin Wentian couldn't help showing a strange look when he heard the woman's whisper, and looked at the other party. The woman seemed to have noticed her own loss of composure, and couldn't help but said with a cold face, "This is not the place for you to stay, leave quickly. I don't seem to be close to the range of the sword vein." Qin Wentian said coldly. "How dare you talk back?" The woman shouted coldly. Their Xianjian sect was in Beijian City, high and mighty. Who dared to disrespect them? The disciples of Xianjian sect were superior to others. Wherever they went, they were admired. Your swordsmanship is poor and unbearable to watch. You are still dancing with swords here, which is insulting to our eyes and ears. The woman looked down at the sky with a proud look on her face. Of course, she had to do the order of Senior Brother Jianfeng. If this person didn't know the meaning again, she didn't mind teaching him a lesson. Poor swordsmanship? Unbearable to watch. Qin Wentian smiled bitterly and said lightly, "It's not that your swordsmanship is poor, but that you don't know the sword." As soon as the voice fell, he turned around and walked away. "You." The woman pointed at Qin Wentian's back and was almost choked. Although she was only guarding the sword vein here, she was also a person with the 8th level of Yuanfu cultivation. Her sword will had entered the realm of transformation and her strength was powerful. She was actually called a person who didn't know the sword by this person. Arrogant. Ignorant. It seems that he is a lunatic who doesn't know his place. Junior sister, don't pay attention to him. The person next to him said lightly. This person's swordsmanship is so bad, but he dares to speak wildly. It's ridiculous. Another person advised, and the woman was relieved. She glared at the figure who was going away, and then they all turned around and returned to the direction of the sword vein. The woman looked up at a cave somewhere, with a strange light in her beautiful eyes, and her heart was beating. She always believed that the Xianjian sect was the first of the 3 major forces in Beijian City. Senior Brother Jianfeng's swordsmanship talent was the strongest in the Xianjian sect. He was the only sword son chosen by the sect master. Although he was not the strongest, no one dared to deny his future achievements, and he might even succeed the position of the sect master. Qin Wentian left this place, but did not leave the cliff. He found another quiet place and practiced for 3 days. Finally, he left the cliff and returned to Beijian City. In the Zhuang family, when Qin Wentian came back, he attracted many people to watch and talk about him. These days, Qin Wentian's reputation in the Zhuang family has been growing. Although the elders never speak, the young people all talk about him. Now, Zhuang Peng and others have even made bold statements that they will deprive Qin Wentian of his status as a sword son after the battle for the sword vein. At this moment, Qin Wentian is back. Qin Wentian felt the gazes of everyone, but he didn't care. At this moment, he wanted to find the head of the family, Zhang Yi, and needed some media rights. When Qin Wentian passed by a martial arts training ground, many people looked at him, and a voice shouted, "Qin Wen." Qin Wentian turned his eyes and swept towards everyone, but his gaze found Zongjin and he said, "Zongjin, take me to see the head of the family." "Okay." Zongjin nodded slightly, and then his body flew into the air. However, the people below all sneered, and they only heard Zhang Hong say coldly, "Qin Wen, how long are you going to hide?" Qin Wentian glanced at Zhang Hong and shook his head secretly in his heart. "Zhang Hong, your goal should not be to provoke me, but to improve your swordsmanship as soon as possible and comprehend the 2nd level of will." Seeing that Qin Wentian actually had a hint of teaching in his tone, Zhang Hong's expression became even colder, and he scolded, "Comprehending the will of the sword is not a matter of overnight. What qualifications do you have to teach me? I asked you to fight several times but you avoided me. Now you have been hiding for a few days. When you return to the Zhuang family, you want to seek protection from the head of the family. Others also looked at Qin Wentian, and many people looked at him with irony and surprise. Seeing this scene, Qin Wentian shook his head slightly and continued to walk forward. Such a coward is not worthy of being the sword master of our Zhong family. How about you hand over the sword master's sword and let me take it? Zhong Hong's tone became more and more arrogant, and he kept provoking. There were several figures standing beside him, all staring at Qin Wentian with a sneer. You, wait for me here. Qin Wentian said lightly, and then he and Zhong Jin rushed away. Zhong Hong and others were stunned, and then stared at Qin Wentian's back and sneered, okay, I'll wait for you here. Everyone showed an interested look. When the news spread, the young men of the Zhong family gathered. Some of them disdained Qin Wentian's identity as the sword master, and some simply wanted to see what was so special about the sword master appointed by the head of the family. Qin Wentian and Zhong Jin found the head of the family, Zhong Yi, and saw Zhong Yi looking at the two of them with a smile on his face. Uncle Zhong. Qin Wentian called out. Zhong Yi nodded slightly, and said, I heard that you are not in the Zhong family these days. How come you have time to come here today? To be honest, Uncle Zhong, I need some meteorites, but I am a little short of money recently, so I need to ask Uncle Zhong to borrow them. Qin Wentian smiled bitterly. Although he was the descendant of King Kang, he had not done anything for the Zhong family, but he asked for meteorites. Qin Wentian felt uncomfortable. He was not the kind of person who liked to ask for things. If you need it, just tell me, why bother borrowing it? Zhong Yi waved his palm, and suddenly many meteorites appeared on the ground. They were all meteorites from the fourth heaven, containing terrifying energy, which made Zhong Jin look shocked. The head of the family was really good to Qin Wentian. Not enough. Qin Wentian smiled bitterly. He condensed Wu Mingdian differently from others, and the amount he needed was very large. Zhong Yi was stunned, and then he understood something when he looked at Qin Wentian, and smiled. Okay, okay. As he said that, he waved his hand again. This time, the meteorites seemed to pile up there, taller than a person, causing Zhong Jin to gasp. Qin Wentian waved his hand and rolled the meteorites into the divine pattern ring. He looked at Zhong Yi and said, Uncle Zhong, I will go to the sword vein dispute. Zhong Yi nodded gently and smiled. If you go, I will be relieved. The 10-year sword vein mining rights should also belong to my Zhong family. I'll go first. Qin Wentian said goodbye, and Zhong Jin naturally followed him. Looking at Qin Wentian, he was speechless. What did this guy talk about with the head of the family that day? The head of the family didn't treat him like a junior at all. Qin Wentian's body returned to the martial arts field, standing in the void, looking at Zhong Hong and others below. His expression suddenly became sharp. At this moment, Qin Wentian made people dare not look directly at him, and his temperament suddenly changed. Anyone who is not convinced by the identity of a sword master can stand up. Qin Wentian said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, several people snorted coldly and stood together with Zhong Hong. They were all sword masters of this generation. Let's draw our swords together. Qin Wentian said indifferently, his long hair flying like a sword, and his tone was extremely arrogant. Zhong Hong and others snorted coldly, and a terrifying sharp aura rushed straight into the sky and killed Qin Wentian. The sword hummed and unsheathed, and the cold light enveloped the world. For a moment, there was silence. Feel it well. Qin Wentian took a step forward, and in an instant, the ancient sword on his back was pulled up half a foot, but it was not fully unsheathed. With a sword hum, the people in the air below only felt that their sharp aura was blocked and cut into the invisible. Buzz! Qin Wentian took another step forward, and the sword was pulled out half a foot again. The sword hummed again, the cold light was like blood, and a cry of surprise was heard. Zhong Hong and others in the air felt a chill on their faces, and blood bloomed from their cheeks. For a moment, they all showed horror, looking at Qin Wentian stepping down from the void. The sharp and cold sword intent enveloped the world, like the king of swords. You are also worthy of practicing swords. Qin Wentian's voice fell, and his footsteps fell again. The world hummed softly, and the sword whistled sharply. A hissing sound was heard, and Zhong Hong and others sat directly on the ground, their clothes torn, and blood seeped out from their necks, as if the epidermis was broken. As long as the sword penetrated a little deeper, they would die. In the martial arts arena, there was silence, and everyone looked at the person who stepped into the void, with a look of horror. Humph! A cold snort trembled in everyone's heart. Qin Wentian waved his sleeves and then walked away. In an instant, the monstrous sword power disappeared without a trace. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, It means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 405 Attitude. Zhuang Jin was also stunned by this scene. He stood there in a daze. Before he could react to what happened, he saw Qin Wentian had already left. So strong. Zhuang Jin was deeply shocked. Not only him, but all the young people in the Zhuang family were shocked. Too strong. From beginning to end, Qin Wentian's sword was not even unsheathed. He just stepped out of the void. After a few steps, Zhuang Hong and others had their clothes torn and blood spurted out. They seemed to stand there woodenly without even the strength to resist. As long as Qin Wentian had a thought, he could kill them. As long as Qin Wentian took another step down and pulled his sword up another foot, they would die. This battle was not on the same level at all. Qin Wentian's sword was too terrible. Did he really only understand the sword for 3 months? Zhuang Jin finally understood why the master valued Qin Wentian so much and directly appointed him as the sword son. Huh? Taking a deep breath, Zhuang Jin looked at Zhuang Hong and said indifferently, "Now, you should understand why Brother Qin has been unwilling to fight. It's not because he is afraid of fighting, but because we are not at the same level." After the voice fell, Zhuang Jin stepped out and left. At this time, he was also smiling bitterly. Thinking of the scene when Li Nian provoked Qin Wentian, he couldn't help but feel funny. He even wondered, if Qin Wentian and the Li family's Xiangang realm swordsmen fought when Li Ran came, what would the result be? Qin Wentian, he should have comprehended the second realm of the sword will, otherwise, it would be impossible to have the sword power just now, but Qin Wentian's realm seems to be still at the Yuanfu level. Star Media Ride. Suddenly, Zhuang Jin remembered that Qin Wentian went to see the Patriarch to ask for the Star Meteorite just now. When he said the word not enough, the Patriarch's eyes were obviously bright. Could it be? Thinking of this, Zhuang Jin's heart was throbbing. It seems that he needs to condense the Wuming Xiangang. In the Zhuang family, the discussion about Qin Wentian has not decreased but increased. Everyone is talking about that battle. It can't even be called a battle. It was purely Qin Wentian teaching Zhuang Hong and others a lesson and telling them what a sword child is. Qin Wentian said that they were not worthy of practicing swordsmanship. In that situation, it really hit the heart of Taoism and might make Zhuang Hong and others depressed. However, if they were like that, they would not be worthy of being the candidate sword children of the Zhuang family. If they could break through this knot on their hearts, they would definitely achieve more in the way of swordsmanship. Some people have begun to compare Qin Wentian with Zhuang Peng, the sword child of Xiangang realm. They are wondering what will happen if Qin Wentian and Zhuang Peng fight. Zhuang Peng's strength is very strong. In the Zhuang family, there are not many young people who have entered the Xiangang realm. Zhuang Peng is one of them, and his swordsmanship is powerful. He once said that after the Battle of the Sword Vein, he would deprive Qin Wentian of his status as a sword child. Now, Qin Wentian has shown his strength. It is unknown what the outcome of the battle between the two of them will be. Those who had witnessed a battle where Qin Wentian crushed Zhuang Hong believe that Qin Wentian's status as a sword master was well deserved. However, there were also people who had not witnessed that battle and supported Zhuang Peng, hoping that Zhuang Peng could take back the title of sword master from someone with an outsider surname. The sword master should be inherited by someone from their Zhuang family. In the courtyard where Zhuang Peng was staying, Zhuang Hong was standing in front of him at this time, his eyes slightly depressed, as if he had suffered a great blow in that battle. Why, a defeat in a battle makes you, the sword master candidate, so depressed? Zhuang Peng looked at Zhuang Hong and said with a faint smile. Zhuang Hong stared at him and shook his head, saying, "You don't know, this battle was too humiliating." Today, he has never forgotten the scene of Qin Wentian falling from the sky and stepping down step by step. It was too terrible. At that time, he only felt that as long as he moved, he would fall, and that was a real feeling. Qin Wentian could kill him with just a thought, and he didn't even need to unsheath his sword. Such a battle made him depressed. He must have comprehended the second level of the sword will, and it is a more powerful sword will, crushing the first level of the sword will. This is a very normal thing. There is no need to be discouraged. Zhuang Peng smiled calmly, as if to comfort the other party. However, this gap is too big. Zhuang Hong still couldn't let it go. Feel it. Zhuang Peng stood up and looked at Zhuang Hong with a smile, which made Zhuang Hong's eyes flash. Since Zhuang Peng entered the Xiangang realm, Because of the big gap, he has not sparred with Zhongpeng again. Now he also wants to see how big the gap between Zhongpeng and him is. I see it clearly. Zhongpeng's figure flashed and disappeared. Zhonghong's eyes condensed and his steps back, but at this moment, he saw sword shadows all over the sky. He couldn't tell which sword light was real. He stood there, it seemed that he could only wait to die. The sword shadows dissipated, and Zhongpeng stood in front of him, looking at Zhonghong and said, "Do you understand? The second level and the first level are indeed very different." Zhonghong nodded. "Of course. The second level of my sword will is the sword illusion will. It would be too easy to use it to kill you. The same goes for Qin Wentian. Since he has comprehended the second level of sword will, it is naturally easy for him to deal with you. There's nothing strange about it. It's just that you were intimidated by his aura at that time. If I stood in front of him, could he defeat me?" Zhongpeng said with a smile, causing Zhonghong to nod thoughtfully. He could feel the confidence in Zhongpeng. Suddenly, Zhonghong ignited a strong belief and wanted to comprehend the second level of sword will and impact the Xiangang level. Only in that way could he make a leap and compete for the position of Sword Son. "Let me give you a suggestion. You have felt my sword will just now. Now, you can go visit Qin Wen and discuss with him. Let him show you his sword will so that you can feel it carefully. After that, you can come to me to discuss and I will explain it to you. This may help you break through." Zhongpeng still had a smile on his face and taught Zhonghong, which made Zhonghong feel grateful in his heart, but he shook his head and said, "I provoked him several times, how could he help me?" "You are wrong. Since he is the sword son of the Zhong family, he is also a member of the Zhong family. What is the identity of the sword son? As the leader of the young generation, he has responsibilities. In this case, you should ask for advice humbly and treat him with courtesy. If he is unwilling to teach, how can he be worthy of being the sword son?" Zhongpeng said slowly, "It is you who are unwilling to put down your face, which will disappoint me." Zhonghong's expression sank, as if he was moved by Zhongpeng's words, and then nodded. "How could I, Zhonghong, be so superficial? Now, I'll go." After that, Zhonghong said goodbye and left. Qin Wentian was sitting cross-legged in the courtyard at this moment. As the night was approaching, he was going to start condensing the Wuming Xiangang tonight. However, at this moment, footsteps were heard. Qin Wentian opened his eyes and looked outside the courtyard. A voice came, "Zhonghong, Senior is visiting. Come in." Qin Wentian said lightly. After a moment, Zhonghong came in front of him. Qin Wentian looked at him in confusion. "Qin Wen, I was wrong in what happened before, but now I come here to ask for your advice humbly. Can you let me feel your sword will? I want to understand it." Zhonghong said slowly, which made Qin Wentian's expression slightly relaxed. He was not so narrow-minded. Since he had taught Zhonghong a lesson, he came to ask for advice humbly now, so he should just forget about what happened before. The first level of will is the same for all, and the second level depends on each person's perception. My path may not be suitable for you. Qin Wentian said slowly, "You can read more ancient scrolls, think more, and understand more, and appreciate various sword intentions. You don't have to feel the second level of other people's martial arts will. That is their path." Zhonghong frowned. What Qin Wentian said was completely different from what Zhongpeng told him. Could it be that Qin Wentian was too proud of his own skills? He was not willing to teach him at all. "I know, but I still want to feel your martial arts will again." Zhonghong's brows relaxed and he said calmly. However, Qin Wentian's eyes were so sharp that he clearly caught the expression on Zhonghong's face just now. He shook his head secretly in his heart. It turned out that Zhonghong had not let go of his grudges and came to ask for advice without sincerity. "I have said what I should say. You go and take care of yourself." Qin Wentian closed his eyes. If it weren't for the scene just now, he would never be stingy in releasing his martial arts will. However, for those who have never understood it, he can only wish him to get out. He is not generous enough to slowly enlighten the other party. Sure enough, after hearing what Qin Wentian said, Zhonghong's brows immediately frowned again, and he seemed a little unhappy. He said coldly, "As a sword son, you actually acted like this. Although you have strength, it is the sorrow of my clan." After the voice fell, Zhonghong left with a wave of his sleeves. Qin Wentian watched the other party leave, shook his head slightly, put the matter aside, and had no distractions in his mind. Such things could not affect his state of mind. As night fell, Qin Wentian carved a divine pattern formation. After a moment, his body was looming. Qin Wentian closed his eyes and lay on the ground. Beside him, many meteorites appeared. Now, he has condensed 3 martial destiny heavenly gangs. Whether it is absorbing the power of the stars on the 9 heavens galaxy or the star energy contained in the meteorites, it has become faster. The angry Zhuanghong returned to Zhuangpeng's courtyard and talked about this with Zhuangpeng. Zhuangpeng's expression flashed, and a cold light flashed, and then he laughed again and said, "Zhuanghong, although Qin Wen is of low character, you don't need to mind it. Practice well yourself, that's the right thing to do." Zhuanghong nodded slightly. Zhuangpeng's words were indeed reasonable. Thinking of Qin Wentian, Zhuanghong felt that the gap between the two was very large. It's a pity that Qin Wentian is already a sword son. Such a person, Zhuangpeng sighed. Zhuanghong snorted coldly, and said, "Zhuangpeng, you should get rid of him as soon as possible." After that, he said goodbye again and left. Soon, there were many rumors in the Zhuang family. The general meaning was that Qin Wen was a person of low character. Zhuanghong went to ask for advice sincerely, but the other party evaded him. On the contrary, Zhuangpeng had an extraordinary demeanor. If Qin Wen had always been the sword son of the Zhuang family, it would be the sorrow of the Zhuang family. Tonight, the Zhuang family's land was shining with stars, which was particularly bright and naturally strange. The head of the family, Zhang Yi, looked at the place where Qin Wentian was, with a smile on his face. If this boy can rise, the land of Daxia, the former glory of King Kang, will surely reappear. Just when the young people of the Zhuang family were slandering Qin Wentian, their head of the family firmly believed that Qin Wentian could lead the Zhuang family to glory in the future. Chapter 406. You don't deserve it. As the saying goes, 3 people make a tiger, and one family's words may make others doubt. 2 people say the same thing, and others will be half believing and half doubting. But now, when many people in the Zhuang family are talking about Qin Wentian's bad character, everyone gradually believes it. Zhuanghong is a person that everyone knows relatively well. Although he is a little proud, his heart is still right, and he is definitely not lying. Since he said that he went to visit Qin Wen, the sword son, in person, it must be true. Since Zhuanghong visited in person and asked for advice from the other party, he meant to admit his mistakes. Qin Wen, as the sword son of the Zhuang family and the leader of the young generation, is so arrogant and prevaricates with Zhuanghong. It seems that he is indeed not a suitable candidate for the sword son. Gradually, some elders even had opinions about Qin Wentian. Especially an elder, Zhuanghong's uncle. He personally suggested to the head of the family to replace Qin Wen's identity as the sword son, but was opposed by the head of the family. He went to report to the elders, but was also rejected by the elders. Qin Wentian naturally didn't know about these things. He had been concentrating his Wuming Xiangang these past few days. Another night, in the Zhuang family's land, above the sky, it seemed as if there was a ray of swordlight shining, and strands of brilliant sword-shaped starlight fell from the sky. Suddenly, the vast Zhuang family's land was filled with a terrifying sword power. In the Zhuang family's land, many people opened their eyes, looked at the brilliant starlight in the sky, and felt the terrifying sword power, and were quite shocked. This sword intent actually contains the king's intention. Someone murmured, and it was unknown who had comprehended the king's sword. The people of the Zhuang family were extremely sensitive to the sword intent, so most people felt this sword power, but only the head of the family, Zhang Yi, knew that this sword power was probably condensed from the Wuming Xiangang of Qin Wentian's sword. Many people's perception spread out, spreading towards the land of sword intent. Suddenly, the sword power disappeared. Their perception came to a courtyard, but they saw Qin Wentian sitting on the ground in the courtyard, looking up at the sky, with a faint smile on his lips. What's the matter? At this moment, Qin Wentian uttered a voice. He could naturally sense that many people's perceptions had descended on him. Those perceptions were instantly withdrawn like a tide, as if they had never appeared. The doubts in his heart became even greater. Why was this person in the place? Was he practicing just now? Just now, where did that king's sword power come from? Qin Wentian saw the perception retreat, closed his eyes again, and felt the Yuanfu in his body at ease. A sword-shaped Wuming Xiangang sat in the 4th Yuanfu. The whole Yuanfu was gradually transforming, the color changed, and the star Yuanli in the Yuanfu became more surging. This was a qualitative change. The 4 Yuan palaces were connected, and the brilliant star energy seemed to build a bridge, flowing wildly in his body. A strong aura filled his body. That was the aura of the Xiangang realm. The fourth Wuming Xiangang was condensed and born, and Qin Wentian finally officially entered the Xiangang realm. Moreover, it was the terrifying existence of the 4 Yuan palaces and the 4 Wuming Xiangang. Other people, even if there were multiple Wuming Xiangang, were only in the same Yuan palace. He, who practiced the 9 palaces Starju, was completely different from others. At this moment, the sky gradually brightened, and a ray of dawn appeared in the eastern sky. The people of the Zhuang family became active one after another. After a night of rest, or sleeping, or practicing, the early morning is a good time to stretch your muscles, practice magical spells, or learn swordsmanship. Qin Wentian stretched his muscles and walked out. He had not relaxed well in the past few days of condensing Wuming Xiangang. At this moment, the morning air was refreshing, and it was comfortable to take a casual walk in the Zhuang family. Qin Wentian met many people on the way. When they looked at him, they all looked strange, as if they were deliberately avoiding him, which made Qin Wentian smile bitterly. As a person of an outsider, he became the swordsman of the Zhuang family. Is it really difficult for others to recognize him? Walking, Qin Wentian came to the Zhuang family's martial arts field again. There were many young people practicing swords here. Most of these people's cultivation was in the Yuanfu realm, from the 1st to the 9th level of Yuanfu. The Xiangang realm was an important figure in the Zhuang family. Those who were in the 3rd and above levels of the Xiangang realm could be included in the elder seats. Those who were in the 6th level of the Xiangang realm could become elders. Looking at those vigorous figures, Qin Wentian had a faint smile on his lips. Although he had only been practicing for 5 years, because of his experience, he felt as if a long time had passed. He had a steadiness that did not belong to this age, and he felt a little out of tune with those vigorous figures. Perhaps it was the experience, or perhaps it was the realm. But soon, Qin Wentian keenly sensed that the young man of the Zhuang family looked at him with unfriendly eyes. Although he was a swordsman from another family, he didn't have to be like this as a member of the Zhuang family, right? At this time, a girl of about 18 or 19 years old came to Qin Wentian. The girl looked pretty and a little immature. She walked to Qin Wentian and seemed a little restrained. She saw Qin Wentian's strength that day. It was so powerful that Zhuanghong and others didn't even dare to attack before the sword was unsheathed. Qin Wen, that day, Zhuanghong came to you for advice. Did you really evade him and drive him away? The girl said softly, causing Qin Wentian to frown slightly. He asked in confusion, Zhuanghong, did he say anything? The girl curled her lips slightly, looked at Qin Wentian and said, Qin Wen, you are very powerful, but as a swordsman, you shouldn't do this. Since Zhuanghong came to ask for advice, he knew he was wrong. You should guide him. Qin Wentian looked at the girl's innocent eyes and knew that the girl was simple-minded. Looking at the eyes of others, she was probably cursing herself in her heart. People's words are scary. Qin Wentian shook his head secretly, then chuckled and said, What's your name? Zhonglian. The girl said softly. Cultivation is a personal matter. Everyone has different spiritual roots, talents, experiences, and understandings. In the future, when you practice, you cannot follow others just because you see they are powerful. Instead, you must find the one that suits you best. You only need to carefully feel and experience the power of others' practice. What you like and are good at is the one that suits you best. Qin Wentian smiled and said, Cultivation is to follow your heart. If your heart is not at peace, how can you practice? This is my opinion. You just need to listen to it. I will not impose my views on practice on you. Zhonglian seemed to be thinking about something, then nodded slightly and smiled. So, it's not that you don't want to know Zhuanghong, but you just want him to have his own insights. Zhonglian, come here. At this moment, a cold voice came. Zhonglian looked up and saw a young man looking over here and shouting at him. The young man stared at Qin Wentian with a slightly indifferent look. Zhonglian stuck out his tongue, then glanced at Qin Wentian and whispered, I'll go first. Qin Wentian looked over there, and saw the figures of Zhuangpeng and Zhuanghong up here behind him, staring at the direction where Qin Wentian was. Zhuanghong's expression was a little cold, and he said, If I were you, I would automatically give up my position as a swordsman. Qin Wentian looked at him, shook his head slightly, and said solemnly, A swordsman must have a righteous heart to wield a sword. You insulted me several times, but I didn't care about you. When you came to visit me, I asked you to understand and walk your own path, but you slandered me behind my back. With such a character, how can you practice swordsmanship? As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Wentian took a step forward, and a sword power spread out. His eyes were as sharp as a sword. At this moment, Zhonghong felt his whole body trembling. Qin Wentian's voice went straight into his heart, as if to defeat his sword heart. As a sword cultivator, you should be devoted to the sword. With a strong sword heart and strong swordsmanship, the identity of a swordsman is dispensable. What's the use of it? And you have fallen into the devil's barrier, Zhonghong. Ask yourself, how can you live up to the sword in your hand? Qin Wentian shouted again. His eyes became sharper, making Zhonghong's heart turbulent. How dare you? A scolding voice came, and a middle-aged man was seen with sword intent gushing out, spreading out, and covering Qin Wentian. This man's hair flew in anger, staring at Qin Wentian, and said coldly, as a sword son, you are proud of bullying Zhonghong. Elder. The people around him looked at the person who came, and bowed slightly. This elder was Zhonghong's uncle. It was he who met with the head of the family to revoke Qin Wentian's position as a sword son. Qin Wentian's eyes swept over the person who came. This elder's cultivation level was the 3rd level of Xiangang realm. As a sword master, you bully the weak. Zhonghong came to ask for advice in person, but you drove others away. How could the head of the family grant such a lunatic the position of sword master? The elder walked out, and the terrifying sword intent whistled down, pressing towards Qin Wentian. However, Qin Wentian stood there calmly, standing there, with a normal expression, and usually the other party. The position of sword master. Qin Wentian shook his head secretly. Stupid. What did you say? The elder's voice became colder. Qin Wentian dared to contradict him. Qin Wen, you are too presumptuous. At this moment, Zhuang Peng, who had not spoken, also spoke. He looked at Qin Wentian and said coldly, it's fine to bully the weak, but now, you are contradicting the elders. Your position as a sword son has aroused public anger. I, Zhuang Peng, wanted to deprive you of the position of sword son after the sword vein dispute. However, seeing you are so presumptuous, I have to speak. After the voice fell, Zhuang Peng stepped forward, and the sword intent gushed out. He stared at Qin Wentian and said, I, Zhuang Peng, invite you to fight. If you win, I will not make it difficult for you, but you must hand over the sword of the sword son. You are not worthy. Qin Wentian looked at Zhuang Peng, and then looked at Zhonghong beside him. Zhonghong's eyes flickered slightly, and his words just now obviously touched Zhonghong. Although this person is arrogant, he doesn't seem to be such a despicable person. Looking at Zhuang Peng again, he looked righteous, but Qin Wentian felt hypocritical. You don't deserve it. Qin Wentian said lightly, causing everyone to stare at Qin Wentian. What a rampant guy. Zhuang Peng, before Qin Wentian, was the most powerful contender for Jianzi. Now, he challenged Qin Wentian, and Qin Wentian said he didn't deserve it. Chapter 407, Sword Intent Crushing. When Zhuang Peng heard what Qin Wentian said, his sword energy became stronger and the light shone. Above his head, the ancient sword Star Soul was suspended. The 4-color Star Souls were all swords. For a moment, the sword energy swept across the world and destroyed everything. Qin Wentian said that he was not worthy. So strong. Everyone's expression trembled slightly. Zhuang Peng was the most powerful contender for the sword. His 4th Star Soul came from the 5th heaven and was a shadow sword. Zhuang Peng's sword was invisible and powerful. Qin Wentian was not moved at all. He even didn't look at Zhuang Peng. His eyes were still fixed on Zhonghong. Qin Wentian took a step forward. A suffocating sword power enveloped Zhonghong. This sword power was righteous and awe-inspiring, like a kingly sword, crushing his sword heart. Qin Wentian looked directly at him, and there seemed to be a third eye between his eyebrows, sweeping towards him. Who asked you to find me that night? As soon as he finished speaking, he took another step, and his strong will rushed into the other party's mind, destroying Zhonghong's will. Zhonghong trembled all over, as if he was suffocating. His body was trembling slightly, and he roared, Zhuang Peng. Qin Wen, you are too much? Zhuang Peng shouted angrily and stepped forward. Qin Wentian glanced at him, and his terrifying will rushed into the other party's mind. The terrifying third eye made Zhuang Peng's steps suddenly stop there. Qin Wentian looked at Zhonghong and said lightly, as a sword cultivator, you are not strong in swordsmanship and are used by others. Go back and reflect on yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, his palm trembled. In an instant, Zhonghong's body was shaken by a terrifying force and flew away, and he actually landed directly on the martial arts arena in the distance. With a puff, Zhonghong vomited blood. At this moment, His expression suddenly came to his senses. The brief moment just now seemed to have passed for a long time for him. Facing Qin Wentian, he actually felt that he was facing an insurmountable mountain. The gap between him and Qin Wentian was so huge. However, the voice Qin Wentian had just said was like a bell, vibrating into his mind. If the sword heart is not strong, he will be used by others? You actually bullied the weak Zhuang family in front of me. The elder in the void was furious at this moment, and the sword intent on his body was even more terrifying. Qin Wentian looked up at him, his expression did not change at all, and he looked at him like a sharp sword. Elder, this person is so rebellious, let me do it. Zhuang Peng took a deep breath, and the sound of the sword whistling swept between heaven and earth. In the void, 4 Wuming Xiangang burst into sword light. At this moment, the whole world seemed to be whistling sword sounds, and everyone stepped back and dared not approach. The sword intent is too strong, it can kill people from a distance. Zhuang Peng has been immersed in the Xiangang realm for 2 years, and has condensed 4 Wuming Xiangang. How terrible is his strength? He looked at Qin Wentian with a surging desire to fight. Qin Wentian slowly turned around and looked at Zhuang Peng. Since Zhuang Hong was instigated by Zhuang Peng, then this person must be scheming and wants to take away his position as the sword master, but he is not doing it in an open and above-board way. Instead, he first destroys his reputation and makes it difficult for him to gain a foothold in the Zhuang family. Zhuang Peng's character is despicable. Bang! Qin Wentian stepped out, and the world suddenly trembled. A kingly sword might spread out. At this moment, those young men felt that the ancient swords on their backs were humming and trembling. For a moment, hundreds of swords whistled in unison, and the sword whistles continued. Zhuang Peng pointed his palm, and in an instant, 4 Wuming Xiangangs faced forward. However, at this moment, Qin Wentian took another step, and the ancient sword on his back rose slightly. The kingly sword might sweep everything. The 4 Wuming Xiangang realms seemed to be under extremely strong pressure, and they trembled wildly in the void and stagnated. This weird scene made everyone's pupils shrink and their faces were horrified. How is this possible? The scene in front of him was unbelievable. Even Zhuang Peng's eyes suddenly condensed, and the supreme sword power around him stagnated. His Wuming Xiangang seemed to be subject to invisible resistance and could not move forward. Kill! Zhuang Peng roared, and pressed his finger forward. In an instant, the sword power whistled past and gathered on Wuming Xiangang. The 4 terrifying Wuming Xiangang continued to crush forward. However, at this moment, Qin Wentian took another step. This simple step seemed to be integrated with the sword energy of heaven and earth. He was the source of the 10,000 swords and the master of the sword. Boom! Qin Wentian's body burst out with a terrifying sword will, like a demon's chant, and Zhuang Peng's 4 Wuming Xiangang were about to stagnate again. This scene has already made Zhuang Peng lose face. He roared, his body walked in the void, and landed in front of the 4 Wuming Xiangang. His sword will burst out crazily. His palm trembled, and it turned into a sword curtain, covering the Wuming Xiangang. A brilliant light burst out, as if to light up the daylight. Your character is not worthy of my sword. Qin Wentian said lightly, and the calm voice swept through the void, and everyone around was shocked beyond words. Zhuang Peng, what kind of strength? When Qin Wentian faced him, he actually said that the other party was not worthy of him to use his sword. At this moment, Qin Wentian's realm burst out, and it was clear that his cultivation, like Zhuang Peng, was also the first level of the Xiangang realm. However, there was a kingly sword power on him, as if he was the king, dominating everything. Qin Wentian took another step and stepped out, the sword chanted endlessly, and a crisp sound of click was heard. Zhuang Peng in the void actually groaned, and felt that the Wuming Xiangang that he condensed seemed to be broken. Wuming Xiangang is the foundation of the strong in the Xiangang realm. If the Xiangang is broken, the Yuanfu will also be shattered. If a Xiangang strongman condenses a Wuming Xiangang, the Xiangang will shatter and the Yuanfu will shatter. If he condenses 4 Wuming Xiangang, one will shatter and a large crack will appear in the Yuanfu, greatly reducing his strength. If all 4 Wuming Xiangang are shattered, the Yuanfu will completely collapse and shatter, and he will become a useless person. At this time, when facing Qin Wentian, Zhuang Peng felt that his own Wuming Xiangang seemed to have cracks. This is a crushing of Wuming Xiangang. How strong is Qin Wentian's sword Wuming Xiangang? Everyone around seemed to have heard that crisp sound. When Qin Wentian stepped forward again, the ancient swords on their backs all made a crisp sound and shattered. The whole void was filled with the sound of swords. Puff. Zongpeng felt a sweetness in his throat, and finally couldn't hold it back. A mouthful of blood gushed out, and his face was pale. Stop. The elder in the void felt that something was wrong and wanted to stop Qin Wentian, but at this moment, Qin Wentian gave a command, and in an instant, the brilliant sword fell and hit the four Wuming Xiangang in the void. Crack, crack. There were continuous sounds of shattering. Zongpeng screamed and vomited blood. He looked at the four Wuming Xiangang in the void again. The cracks expanded rapidly and all of them shattered. As powerful as Zongpeng was, his Wuming Xiangang was all shattered. Bang! With a light sound, Zongpeng's body fell to the ground, and blood was spit out all over the ground. His face was as pale as paper, without a trace of blood. His whole body was in a state of agitation, as if he could perish at any time. The four Yuanfu were destroyed, and he became a useless person. Raising his head, Zongpeng looked at Qin Wentian with difficulty. The hatred in his eyes was like the most vicious eyes in the world. He, Zongpeng, had practiced hard for many years and convinced four Wuming Xiangang. He was in high spirits. Qin Wentian had only been in the Zong family for a few days, and he actually shattered his Wuming Xiangang in front of everyone. You are so vicious. Zongpeng's voice was as cold as if it came from the underworld. Qin Wentian sneered, you plotted against me, ruined my reputation, and challenged me again. You deserve this outcome. You are unworthy of being a member of the Zong family. At this moment, this space was silent, and everyone's heart was beating. They still hadn't recovered at this moment, staring at Zongpeng in a daze. Zongpeng's Wuming Xiangang was broken by Qin Wentian, and Qin Wentian never drew his sword from the beginning to the end. Qin Wentian dealt with Zongpeng as easily as he dealt with Zonghong. At this time, Zonghong was sitting on the ground, looking at the scene in front of him in disbelief. That day, Zongpeng's bold words to him made him sigh that Qin Wentian was narrow-minded and far inferior to Zongpeng. One day, Zongpeng would definitely take Qin Wentian's position as the son of the sword. But now, the facts are in front of him. Under the same realm, Zongpeng was absolutely crushed. This made Zonghong think, did he do something wrong? Is Zongpeng really using him? Qin Wentian did not speak arrogantly that day. At the beginning, he told him to comprehend the ancient scrolls and walk his own path. Qin Wentian's swordsmanship was so powerful, so why not his own path? Thinking about it now, Zonghong felt ashamed when he looked at the young man again. The other party seemed to be younger than him. Qin Wentian's attainments in swordsmanship had obviously impressed everyone. But strength is strength. He actually destroyed Zongpeng. Zongpeng, after all, is a member of the Zong family, and he, Qin Wentian, is just an outsider. What was even more speechless was that just now, the elder had scolded him to stop, but Qin Wentian still pointed at him and destroyed Zongpeng. The elder wanted to rescue him at that time, but it was too late. At this moment, he stood in front of the Wuming Xiangang that Zongpeng had just broken, looking down at Qin Wentian in the air. His eyes were like a sharp sword, trying to shoot Qin Wentian through. He was already filled with strong murderous intent. You, very good, it seems that I have to clean up the family for the head of the family. The elder's body trembled, and murderous intent swept out. His aura was much stronger than Zongpeng. Qin Wentian looked at him without concealing his eyes, and said coldly, I wonder if the elder would clean up the family if Zongpeng had abolished me just now. Humph. The elder walked out with a strong murderous intent, which was extremely terrifying. Qin Wentian sneered, clapped his palms, and suddenly the sword of Jianzi appeared in the void. He saw his palm waved, and the sword of Jianzi flew out and hung in the void. I angered the elder, and the elder wanted to kill me. As a Jianzi, Zongpeng offended me, and it was a violation of the superiors. Why can't I abolish him? Qin Wentian sneered, in this case, with the sword of Jianzi as evidence, I want to see how you kill me. As soon as the voice fell, Qin Wentian stepped out, his body suspended in the air. He actually wanted to directly confront the elder. This scene made the eyes of the people around freeze once again, and their hearts trembled wildly. Chapter 408, Fight for the Sword Vein. Above the void, the sword energy swept through the void. Qin Wentian looked at the elder of the clan, and a terrible fighting spirit emanated from him. This man could easily crush Zongpeng, who was at the same level. Now, he faced the elder directly. The elder stared at Qin Wentian and shouted coldly, okay, I want to see what you can do. As soon as the voice fell, a sword of Wuming Xiangang appeared and floated above his head. This Wuming Xiangang contained terrifying sword power, and strands of sword silk surrounded it, as if every strand of sword silk could kill people. Moreover, the speed of these sword silks was extremely terrifying, just like strands of light passing through the air, like dazzling sword light. He walked towards Qin Wentian, and in an instant, those sword silks became more and more dazzling, all pointing to where Qin Wentian was, as if as long as he had a thought, they would kill Qin Wentian. There seemed to be a whistling sound coming out of Qin Wentian's body. In an instant, the sound of a sword whistling suddenly broke through the air. In his body, an extremely dazzling sword of the kingly way floated above his head. This sword was extremely dazzling. Just looking at it, it seemed like a peerless sword, as if every part of it was compressed and condensed by the terrifying sword. No one had ever felt such a terrifying Wuming Xiangang. Moreover, the sword was filled with the pressure of the kingly way, as if it was going to crush all the swords in front of it. Is this his Wuming Xiangang? So strong. Everyone trembled in their hearts. The elder's Wuming Xiangang was definitely not as oppressive as Qin Wentian's. It even seemed to be suppressed. Qin Wentian stared at the other party with a cold expression. He saw that the elder's Wuming Xiangang was trembling slightly and humming non-stop. Such a scene made the opponent's face pale. He waved his hand, and in an instant, thousands of sword threads turned into sword lights, sweeping towards Qin Wentian, as if to wrap Qin Wentian in it. Qin Wentian's expression turned cold, and he also stretched out his hand to point out. In an instant, the sword of Wuming Xiangang rushed forward in an instant and landed in the area between the two. The sound of swords rang out, which was like the cry of monsters. A light curtain appeared, and the endless sword thread seemed to be blocked outside. Only the sword of Wuming Xiangang in the middle suppressed it, as if everything was about to stop. I want to see how strong you are. You are here without knowing right or wrong and you are blaming my elders. Qin Wentian snorted coldly, and there was another roar in his body. In an instant, another Wuming Xiangang appeared, which was his third Wuming Xiangang. This Wuming Xiangang was also like a star soul, tall and mighty, like a tyrannical ancient demon, with demonic energy reaching the sky. When he took a step forward, the void seemed to tremble. What a terrible demonic energy. The crowd looked a little dazed. Qin Wentian had just entered the Xiangang realm, and the two Wuming Xiangang were so powerful that the pressure they gave people was enough to crush the Wuming Xiangang of others. Go. Qin Wentian pushed his palm forward again, and the terrifying Wuming Xiangang seemed to make a dragon roar. The Wuming Xiangang sword rumbled forward, and a supreme kingly power crushed past. The elder's Wuming Xiangang trembled slightly and was a little unstable. At this moment, he finally understood why Qin Wentian's sword had not been unsheathed, but Zongpeng's Wuming Xiangang was broken. This was the suppression of Wuming Xiangang. Qin Wentian's Wuming Xiangang seemed to be superior to others. At this moment, many disciples of the clan were watching the battle. The elder had just said that he would kill Qin Wentian and clean up the clan. Now he was in a difficult situation. He had to win this battle, otherwise the elder's prestige would be gone. A terrible light flashed in his eyes, and the elder's martial life heavenly power roared out, and a stronger will burst out. The two seemed to be about to have a shocking collision. How dare you! A loud shout came from the sky, making everyone here feel their blood boiling. This shout was like the sound of thunder, which shocked them for a while. The fighting momentum of Qin Wentian and the elder suddenly dissipated, and the terrible power that had just gathered seemed to disappear under this shout. In the void, a group of figures walked over. Everyone looked up and saw a group of elders and the head of the family. The head of the family, Zhong Yi, swept the sky and his eyes fell on the elder. Head of the family. I know all the causes and consequences of this matter. You don't need to say more. Zongpeng used Zonghong to ask Jianzi for advice. Qin Wen did not make things difficult for him. Zonghong ruined Jianzi's reputation in the Zong family. And you, the elder, did not check the facts and came to me without asking any questions to abolish Jianzi. I was concerned about your face as an elder and did not say anything, but I didn't expect you to be so ignorant of the seriousness of the matter and even want to clean up the family. Who are you cleaning up the family for? Although Zhong Yi was majestic on weekdays, he was always gentle in front of others. At this moment, he was faintly angry. Suddenly, the whole space was silent, and everyone was shocked by this momentum. Although the elder was dissatisfied in his heart, he lowered his head and did not dare to talk back. After all, he and Zhong Yi not only had a generation difference, But the other party was the head of the family, and he was just an elder, and there were veterans above him. Zongpeng's intentions are not right, so Qin Wen's actions are not allowed to be pursued. Also, from now on, you are not allowed to ask about or investigate the actions of Qin Wen, the swordmaster. Zhong Yi said coldly, and then looked at Zhong Hong and said, Zhong Hong, I have always known that you have a good heart, but your character is not strong enough, and you are easily taken advantage of by others. I will now deprive you of your status as a swordmaster candidate. You should think about the past and think about what you have done. Yes, Patriarch. Zhong Hong bowed to Zhong Yi. He was deeply touched by Qin Wentian's tyrannical strength just now. He knew that Qin Wentian had never bothered to argue with him. The other party's character would not care about his existence. Otherwise, if he had provoked him several times, with Qin Wentian's strength, he would probably be able to kill him with one palm. Today's matter ends here. No one is allowed to pursue it. You all should prepare well. 5 days later, it will be the Battle of Sword Veins. Don't just show off your power. Zhong Yi said, and left with everyone. From beginning to end, he never said a word to Qin Wentian, but everyone could see clearly that the head of the family, Zhong Yi, obviously trusted Qin Wentian very much and was obviously biased towards him. However, Qin Wentian's strength just now really opened their eyes. He even dared to fight the elders. At this time, everyone couldn't help but think that if Qin Wentian participated in the Battle of Sword Veins, maybe this time, his Zong family would have a chance to win. This generation of young disciples, the Xianjian sect and the Li family are strong and powerful, but the young people of this generation of Zong family are not outstanding enough. Although the Zong family often comfort themselves, they are actually not optimistic about this Battle of Sword Veins. I am afraid that it will most likely fall into the hands of the Xianjian sect. But now, there seems to be a ray of hope. Qin Wentian's mind moved slightly, and Wu Mingdian Gang returned to his body, shrinking and returning to the Yuan mansion. He glanced at the elder opposite him, and then turned away, as if this matter could not shake him in the slightest. You are lucky. The elder's face was ashen, and he also retracted Wu Mingdian Gang, but he still couldn't help but utter a cold voice, as if Qin Wentian would be in trouble if the sect master didn't show up. Qin Wentian still turned his back to him and left, ignoring him. The other party uttered such words in order to save a little face, but if the two really fought, Qin Wentian would never be the one to suffer. But everyone had a question. If the clan leader had not come just now, who would have won the battle between Qin Wen and the elders? Qin Wentian's Wu Mingxiang Gang was terrible, and the elders had an absolute advantage in realm. If a battle really started, the outcome would be hard to say. However, with two elders with an advantage in realm, the chances of winning should be greater. Of course, I'm afraid there will be no answer to this. Qin Wen is so powerful. The young girl Zhong Lian watched Qin Wentian's leaving figure, and her beautiful eyes revealed a glimmer of light. The battle just now really shocked her. The clan leader really had a good vision. No wonder he chose this person as the Sword Son. This incident caused a very strong response in the Zong family. Although Zongpeng's relatives secretly hated Qin Wentian, no one dared to pursue him because the clan leader had said so. However, those young people who witnessed this battle had long forgotten that Zhong Hong had ruined Qin Wentian's reputation. They only remembered the style of Qin Wentian's battle. That domineering battle left them with too deep an impression. Before the sword was unsheathed, he had crippled Zongpeng. Facing the elders, he showed no weakness and actually fought. Such a person is indeed extraordinary. Many young people even admired Qin Wentian and often went to Qin Wentian's place to ask for advice. Qin Wentian never refused anyone and would talk to them about some things related to cultivation. Those young people often benefited greatly. After returning, they mentioned it to their brothers and elders. For a time, Qin Wentian's reputation in the Zong family was unparalleled among the younger generation. This situation was probably something Qin Wentian himself had never thought of. In a blink of an eye, 5 days passed. On this day, many figures gathered in the Zong family's martial arts field. On the high platform, the head of the family, Zhong Yi, stood there in person, looking at the people below. The Battle of the Sword Vein is related to the mining rights of the Sword Vein in the next 10 years. I hope that this time, my Zong family can win this battle. Zhong Yi spoke slowly, and then waved his hand, and suddenly an ancient sword appeared under his feet. All the disciples of the clan who want to see the Battle of Sword Veins can go and set off. Zhong Yi said calmly, walking towards the ancient sword. In an instant, The ancient sword soared into the sky and flew into the distance. Everyone offered swords. For a moment, the sword energy in the martial arts field was humming endlessly, and one figure after another rode the sword, which was a spectacular sight. The person in the front was the head of the clan, Zhang Yi. The people beside him were the elders of the clan. One step behind them were the elders. Qin Wentian stood one step behind the elders and led everyone forward. He was seen standing on the ancient sword, with his hands behind his back, very calm. Many people looked at him. I am afraid that the key to this battle will fall on Jiuanzi. Outside the city of Beijing, the Zhuang family and his party rushed out in an instant. In another direction, the same monstrous sword power appeared. The people on both sides stared at each other, and an invisible sword intent seemed to meet in the void. The other party was the Li family, one of the three major forces in Beijing city. They have also arrived. The leader of the young generation of the Li family is Li Ran. He will be the one to take action in the battle in the Xiangang realm. Behind him, there are many people following. They look at the young man from the Zhuang family with a bit of provocation in their eyes, as if they are disdainful. Chapter 409 Ignore. The leader of the Li family was Li's Henshin, the head of the Li family. He looked towards Zhang Yi with sharp eyes, and then glanced at Qin Wentian, who was following Zhang Yi and the other elders, and said, "Is this person the swordsman chosen by your clan?" As soon as he finished speaking, all the young men of the Li family looked at Qin Wentian. This boy had been following Zhang Yi, the head of the clan, the closest, so his identity must be unusual. He was probably the swordsman chosen by the clan to participate in the battle for the sword vein here. Li Ran and Li Nian even met Qin Wentian that day. Li Nian said, "This person is the one who was rumored to have learned sword skills in the sword-worshipping cliff for 3 months. The last time I saw him, he denied that he was invited by the Zhuang family to come to the sword-worshipping city. It turns out that he is afraid of death. If it weren't for Zhuang Jin offering his magic sword that day, this person would have been dead." Oh. Li's Henshin showed a hint of interest, and then sneered, "The Zhuang family is getting worse and worse." Zhuang Yi just glanced at him lightly without refutation. Winning this sword battle is the most important thing. Qin Wentian didn't even look at Li Nian. If he hadn't just arrived that day and didn't want to argue with the other party, I'm afraid Li Nian wouldn't have appeared here today, but he didn't expect that this woman would still be so arrogant when she saw him. If I hadn't sacrificed the sword that day, it wouldn't be Brother Qin who died, but you and your genius brother Li Ran. Zhuang Jin said scornfully. Now, everyone in the Zhuang family knew the strength of Qin Wentian. The young men in the Zhuang family all sneered and looked at Li Nian sarcastically. Everyone can speak wildly. I hope you can still have the confidence when you fight for the sword vein. Li Nian said sarcastically. That's right. It's true that everyone can speak wildly like you. The disciples of the Zhuang family, won't argue with you. Let's see how you can laugh when the time comes. Zhuang Jin retorted without showing any weakness. In the sword worship city, the three major forces dominate, and because of the years of grievances in the sword vein dispute, they are incompatible. How can they show weakness to each other in terms of momentum? Qin Wen is calm. The people of the Zhuang family looked at Qin Wentian and thought to themselves that when the sword vein fight comes, Li Nian will definitely feel that he has slapped himself in the face. The two forces gradually separated, and soon they reached the cliff. They flew straight down into the cliff. At the bottom of the cliff, outside the sword vein, there was a battle platform. The people of the Heavenly Sword sect stood on one end of the cliff, standing on the rocks. They were all wearing green clothes and carrying ancient swords, revealing an extraordinary temperament. When they saw the arrival of the people from the Li family, a sword intent rose up and filled the air. The sharp intention was revealed before the battle. The people from the Li family and the Zhuang family descended on one direction, and the three major forces formed a triangle. Li's Henshin and Zhang Yi each took a step forward. In the direction of Xianjian sect, Jian Wuiao, the sect master of Xianjian sect, also came out. He stared at the two of them and said, "How are you, both family masters?" Li's Henshin paused slightly and said, "Sect Master Wu Iao, there is no need to reminisce about the past. Xianjian sect has been in charge of the mining rights of the sword vein for 10 years. The next battle will determine the ownership of the sword vein in the next 10 years. Are the battle rules the same as before? The three major forces in Beijing city are all very strong, but no force can absolutely suppress the other two major forces, otherwise, that force would have launched a war to dominate Beijing city. Because of this balance, The three major forces are slightly gentle in the competition for the sword vein, and the ownership of the 10-year ownership is determined by the battle of the disciples in the sect. No one has tried to break this balance. As for the previous battle rules, the three major forces each selected 3 people, no more than 30 years old, without the help of magic weapons, 2 Yuanfu peaks, and 1 Xiangang first-level person. There are 3 duels. In each duel, the people selected by the 3 major forces stand on the battle stage. Whoever can stand there at the end wins. In the 3 battles, if one side wins 2, it will directly control the sword vein for 10 years. If each of the 3 sides wins 1, then it depends on who wins the battle in the Xiangang realm. Therefore, the battle in the Xiangang realm is the most critical. There are more than 3 major forces here. In the distant area, on the cliffs, many figures appear. They will be alone or in a group to watch the situation here. The battle for the sword veins of the 3 major forces is a big deal for Beijing City. Once every 10 years, they have devoted all their efforts to train 3 young people to deal with this battle of sword veins. In a sense, this duel can be said to be a peak duel of pairs. Let's follow the original rules. Zhuang Yi said calmly, and everyone behind him smiled. With Qin Wentian, the sword boy, the battle in the Xiangang realm must be won. As for the other 2 battles, as long as they are not taken away by one side, they will be considered a win. It seems that the Li family and the Zhuang family are very confident. Seeing Li's Henshin and Zhuang Yi express their opinions, everyone thought to themselves. However, according to rumors, the strongest force this time should be the Xianjian sect. The Xianjian sect has produced several amazing people and is very strong. Well, then, we will respect the opinions of the 2 family heads and follow the old rules. In the first battle, Jian Han, you go. The Xianjian sect's leader Jiang Wu Iao spoke lightly, and suddenly a person with cold sword energy walked onto the middle stone platform. In an instant, a cold and sharp aura spread out, which was extremely powerful. Li Nian, you go. Li's Henshin, the head of the Li family, spoke calmly, and immediately Li Nian flashed and also landed on the stone platform. Zhuang Jin, you go to the first battle. Zhuang Yi let Zhuang Jin fight. The 3 of them all appeared on the stone platform in the middle. This scene made everyone a little confused. Jian Han was very powerful, but Li Nian of the Li family should not be the best candidate. It was unwise to let her fight in the first battle. What was even more surprising was that Jian Han and Li Nian actually joined forces and attacked Zhuang Jin first. Zhuang Jin's expression turned cold, and the star soul bloomed. However, a sense of coldness had already descended. The sword light flashed past, cold, with a hint of coldness. Li Nian used his body skills to block Zhuang Jin's retreat. The sword flower appeared, and there was a little cold light in the void. Zhuang Jin was not an easy person to deal with. He pointed his palm and suddenly a huge sword condensed and suddenly blasted towards Jian Han's sword, revealing a mountain-like power, as if to suppress the opponent's sword. At the same time, his body stood in place, and his left hand waved, and he actually slapped a powerful palm print directly. Puff! With a light sound, everyone saw Jian Han actually leaning sideways, ignoring Zhuang Jin's sword, allowing the opponent to hit his body, but his icy sword swept towards Zhuang Jin's throat. Life and death, it seemed to be between Zhuang Jin's thoughts. Withdrawing his left hand instantly, Zhuang Jin clamped the opponent's sword tip, and at the same time, a floating palm print fell on his body, instantly tearing his clothes, and the terrifying sword energy directly pierced into his body, making everyone in the Zhuang family look condensed. Kill! Jian Han and others all comprehended the second level of martial arts will. A sword light like a stream of water swept past, and there was no place to stop it. Zhuang Jin quickly retreated and retreated directly from the battle stage, thus avoiding being swept by the sword. Taking a deep breath, Zhuang Jin's face was ashen, and Jian Han was willing to get injured to blast him down. Then, everyone saw that the injured Jian Han still suppressed Li Nian with a strong advantage. Such a scene made people feel a little weird. The Li family sent Li Nian to fight, but Li Nian teamed up with Jian Han to deal with Zhuang Jin, which was equivalent to giving the Xianjian sect a victory. The Li family has reached a tacit understanding with the Xianjian sect. Everyone's expression froze. Zhuang Yi had obviously expected it. Sure enough, in the next battle, the Li family sent a stronger person, while the Xianjian sect sent a weaker person. This has already hinted that the Xianjian sect gave the victory to the Li family. After the war started, the Li family and the Xianjian sect directly attacked the Zhuang family's people, first eliminating the Zhuang family's people, and then the Li family won the second victory. The Li family and the Xianjian sect each won one round. Despicable. What a despicable Li family and Xianjian sect, they actually used such despicable means. The children of the Zhuang family were all angry and spoke coldly, but their patriarch Zhongyi was calm, just looking at each other indifferently, and said, "Patriarch Li and sect master Jian are having fun." Jian Wuao glanced at Zhongyi indifferently, and before he spoke, he heard Li Hengqin's face showing sarcasm, and said first, "This generation of Zhuang family children is the weakest, and they are not qualified to compete for the power of the sword vein. In the previous two battles, the Zhuang family was directly eliminated, which can be regarded as saving the face of your Zhuang family. In this battle, no Zhuang family children are qualified to participate." Li Hengqin's words clearly looked down on the young generation of the Zhuang family. They joined forces not because they were afraid of the Zhuang family, but because they thought the Zhuang family was not qualified to compete, so they excluded it first. The Li family and the Xianjian sect both had absolute confidence in their Xiangang realm sword sons, and they put the ownership of the sword vein on the next battle. As for the Zhuang family, they were excluded by the two major forces. Such disregard made the Zhuang family members even more angry. The Li family was bullying too much? Zhongyi looked at the arrogant Li Hengqin, still calm. This generation of Zhuang family youth was indeed a little worse. Jian Feng of Xianjian sect and Li Ran of Li family were both very strong. No wonder they were so confident and wanted to leave the last battle to Li Ran and Jian Feng. Because of the existence of these two people, Xianjian sect and Li family rarely paid attention to their Zhuang family. Otherwise, they should have been able to find out that a powerful swordsman appeared in the Zhuang family in recent days. Jian Feng, next, it's up to you. Jian Wuao looked at the person behind him. This person was the young man that Qin Wentian sensed that night. Jian Feng, the swordsman of Xianjian sect, was 29 years old, the first level of Xiangang realm, and had outstanding talent. Li Ran, you fight him, and the decision will be made today. Li Hengqin spoke calmly. In the next 10 years, the power of the sword vein must not still be in the hands of Xianjian sect. Jian Feng and Li Ran both landed on the central stone platform. Although they did not burst out with momentum, they stood there casually, but people could already feel the pressure of the sharp sword. It was as if the man was a sword. Qin Wen, go to the battle. Zhongyi of the Zhuang family spoke lightly. Qin Wentian nodded slightly and stepped forward. At this moment, the Zhuang family members all stared at Qin Wentian. Before, they had slandered and disdained this young man, but now, watching Qin Wentian walk out, they felt a surge of blood in their hearts. The humiliation of the Li family and the disregard of the Xianjian sect were right in front of them. Qin Wen, the son of the sword, must wash away this shame for the Zhuang family. Chapter 410 Sword Song in Death. The Zhuang family members watched the battle between Qin Wentian and Zhuang Peng. Qin Wentian was so strong that he didn't even draw his sword, but he destroyed Zhuang Peng's Wuming Xiangang. Although Li Nian and Jian Feng were much stronger than Zhuang Peng, could they crush Zhuang Peng like Qin Wentian? Now, the only thing the Zhuang family was worried about was that Li Nian and Jian Feng would directly use their strongest means to deal with Qin Wentian together. Who is this person? On the cliffs, many people's eyes fell on Qin Wentian. They had never heard of Qin Wentian's name, but at this moment, the eyes of those who saw the Zhuang family members were actually full of enthusiasm. It seemed that the Zhuang family had a very strong confidence in this person and believed that he could defeat Li Ran and Jian Feng. At this moment, someone also recognized Qin Wentian. When Qin Wentian was practicing swords on the cliff, many people had seen him. At this moment, they couldn't help but marvel that this person was actually the helper invited by the Zhuang family. However, in front of Li Ran and Jian Feng, even if this boy is powerful, he can only be a spectator, and he has nothing to do with it. You actually participated in the Xiangang realm competition. At this moment, Li Nian's eyes flashed with a strange color in the direction of the Li family, and he swept towards Qin Wentian, looking very surprised. Li Nian, if Brother Qin had not been unwilling to argue with you that day, do you think you would still be here? Zhuang Jin glanced at him and snorted coldly. Li Ran's eyes also slowly turned and fell on Qin Wentian, with a hint of contempt on his face. Go down by yourself. This battle is between him and Jian Feng. He has been looking forward to this battle for a long time. Therefore, The Xianjian sect and the Li family reached a tacit understanding to directly let the Zhuang family out. Their victory or defeat will be decided by the battle between Li Ran and Jian Feng. Jian Feng also glanced at Qin Wentian. His expression was extremely indifferent. This person seemed to be the one who practiced in the cave on the cliff outside the sword vein that night. However, he just glanced at Li Ran casually, and then looked at Li Ran again. Just as Li Ran thought, Qin Wentian had nothing to do with this battle. It would be best if he went on his own. Qin Wentian stood there quietly. Although he had entered the Xiangang realm, for him, a battle of the same realm would not be stressful at all. On that day, in the ancient dynasty of Daxia, there were so many geniuses in the battle for the fate list, and they were the top geniuses of Daxia. He was fearless and won the first place. Now, in the sword worship city, if it were not for helping the Zhuang family to seize the sword vein, he would not even come to participate in this battle. For him, this battle did not have much meaning. The calm Qin Wentian seemed not to hear Li Ran's words. Li Ran, who was confronting Jian Feng, raised his eyebrows slightly, and a cold light burst out, sweeping towards Qin Wentian. His narrowed eyes gradually became sharper, and with a sword whistle, the ancient sword on his back instantly floated in front of him, with a buzzing meaning, pointing directly at Qin Wentian. You should have participated in this battle. It was a mistake for you to participate. I gave you a chance just now. You should cherish it. This is the second mistake. Li Ran said lightly, and then said to Jian Feng, neither you nor I will bully him. Let's see who can kill the foreign 8 invited by the clan first with one sword each. How about it? After hearing this, Jian Feng looked at Qin Wentian and said, you are not his opponent. Go down by yourself. In Beijian City, Jian Feng asked himself that he had never met an opponent in the same realm. Only Li Ran, who rose from the Li family, was said to have excellent talent, which made him interested in fighting. When he returned to Yuanfu, he was appointed as a sword son by the leader of Xianjian sect. He practiced sword for many years and his sword heart was extremely tenacious. He believed that in Beijian City, no one in the same realm could defeat him. Since you are unwilling to fight, I will deal with him first, and then fight you. Li Ran saw that Jian Feng gave Qin Wentian a chance, but he didn't want to give it to him. He just held the sword in front of him with his palm forward. In an instant, his figure was straight as a sword, and he walked towards Qin Wentian step by step. Strands of bright light refracted from the sword, as if it was impossible to open one's eyes. His sword was bright, as if it was as dazzling as the scorching sun. The wind rose, and the light shone. The crowd saw that Li Ran's body seemed to have turned into a ray of sword light. The weak people couldn't help but raise their hands slightly to cover their eyes. How could Li Ran's sword be so bright, like light, like the scorching sun? The sword light flashed, and at this moment, Li Ran's sword slashed down, and in an instant, Qin Wentian's body seemed to have a strong light. This strong light flashed, but it gave people a piercing cold. Li Ran's sword, one sword to kill. It is rumored that Li Ran of the Li family rarely uses his sword because of pride and disdain. But today is the battle of sword veins. He will fight with Jian Feng, so his sword blooms with a dazzling posture. He uses the sword of the clan to sacrifice the sword. Although the strong light is so bright, everyone still stares at the front, staring at Qin Wentian, wanting to see Li Ran's fatal sword. The corners of the mouth of the people of the Li family are slightly raised, with a bit of arrogance, and Li Nian shows contempt. When the sword falls, it will be the time for Qin Wentian to die. Everyone saw Qin Wentian close his eyes, and saw his sword suddenly unsheathed, like a flash of lightning. Qin Wentian raised his hand slightly, and the sword fell directly into his hand. The movement was extremely light and skillful. He didn't even dodge the opponent's sword. Such a fast sword, only a blink of an eye, can take his life. Li Ran is fast, Qin Wentian, his sword, how can it not be fast? His palm trembled slightly, and the sword hummed, as if his sword was just shaking slightly. Everyone seemed to see Qin Wentian being killed by the sword light. Even the people of the Zhuang family were stunned. Qin Wentian didn't dodge or avoid it. At this moment, there was no time to dodge. The sword light fell, and Qin Wentian's figure was split by the sword, which made many people stunned. The people of the Zhuang family only felt cold all over, while others thought it was normal. Li Nian's mouth curled up even higher. Huh? At this moment, a strange scene appeared. They saw a residual image appearing on the side of Li Ran. The residual image stretched and then appeared 2 steps behind Li Ran. As for the figure of Li Ran's sword light, it had disappeared. He only killed a residual image. This is so fast. The crowd took a breath of cold air. Li ran. This sword did not hit. The sword intent dissipated, the sword light disappeared. Qin Wentian still stood there with his back to Li Ran. Everyone stared at him, as if wanting to see clearly. Is Qin Wentian injured? Li Ran's body slowly turned around, but Qin Wentian remained motionless, making everyone sigh secretly. It seems that Qin Wentian still did not dodge the sword. How is it possible? A hoarse voice came out of Li Ran's mouth as he turned around, and then a blood mark appeared on his throat, and blood continued to flow out. At this moment, everyone's eyes were all frozen there, revealing a look of horror. Li Ran's body slowly fell down. The sword hummed, and the man was killed. The most dangerous sword style in the battle between sword cultivators is the sword style. A single thought can kill a person. Li Ran, who was proud of himself, let Qin Wentian walk down the stage by himself, and was killed by the opponent with a sword. The sword son of the Li family died. A sense of coldness enveloped Li Nian. She looked at the scene in front of her in horror, as if she couldn't believe it was real. Seeing the fallen figure, her body couldn't help but tremble slightly. The people of the Li family were even more gloomy. They reached a consensus with the Xianjian sect in order to let Li Ran fight with the sword style of the Xianjian sect to compete for the right of the sword vein. However, now, his Li family has been eliminated and lost a sword son. Okay. Sword son Qin Wen. The people of the clan had a fanatical look in their eyes. The tension and disappointment just now were gone, and only a stream of blood was boiling in their hearts. This sword was too brilliant, sweeping away the humiliation of the Zhuang family just now, and slapping the Li family hard. Just now, the arrogant words of Li Zhenchen, the head of the Li family, were still ringing in his ears, but now, he brought humiliation upon himself. Master Li, don't be so confident. Zhuang Yi spoke lightly, causing Li Zhenchen's eyes to burst into a terrible cold light, staring at Qin Wentian on the battle stage. Clean up. Li Zhenchen waved his hand, and someone immediately collected Li Ran's body. The three parties agreed that the battle for the sword vein would be a matter of life and death. Li Ran wanted to kill Qin Wentian first, but was killed instead. On the cliff, people from all parties also showed strange expressions. It seemed that the Zhuang family had been prepared for it. The Li family also wanted to directly fight with the Xianjian sect to seize the 10-year mining rights of the sword vein, but they did not expect that it seemed to be making wedding clothes for the Zhuang family. As long as the Zhuang family wins this battle, then the mining rights of the sword vein will belong to the Zhuang family. Looking at Qin Wentian on the stone platform again, everyone saw him slightly raise his head, look at Jian Feng, and say, "You, go down." Qin Wentian's voice was flat and without any waves. Jian Feng asked him to go down just now, and now he returned the words to him. But the situation is different. Before, everyone thought that Jian Feng's words were beyond doubt, but at this time, the situation seemed to be reversed. One sword, kill Li Ran. Although Jian Feng is the most talented person in Xianjian sect, can he fight with the swordsman of the sect? Under the cliff that day, the woman who said that Qin Wentian had a skin and poor swordsmanship felt unreal. That was his idolized senior brother Jian Feng. Now, this person who was humiliated by him for poor swordsmanship asked senior brother Jian Feng to go down by himself. Sword chant, sword shadow appear, what is the sword will you comprehend? Jian Feng asked, and this sword will made him feel cold. I don't know how others call this will, maybe it can be called the sword sound will. Qin Wentian said lightly. Jian Feng nodded slightly. Sword chant, sword sound, it is indeed appropriate. If I insist on fighting this will, I am afraid the ending will be the same as Li Ran. I will lose this battle. After Jian Feng finished speaking, he turned around, regardless of other people's opinions, regardless of the face of the Xianjian sect, and walked down the battle stage directly to admit defeat. Is this fear of death? Is it because the sword heart is not strong? It is because Jian Feng's sword heart is tenacious that he can say so calmly on such an occasion that if he fights, he will die, and then walk down the battle stage. Chapter 411 Variables. Li Ran, the swordsman of the Li family, was killed by a sword. Jian Feng, the swordsman of the Xianjian sect, stepped down from the stage and admitted defeat. The shocking changes in front of him made people feel a little unreal. Today, the Li family and the Xianjian sect reached a tacit understanding that the last battle should be between Li Ran and Jian Feng. Their battle will determine the ownership of the sword vein. But the ignored Zhuang family came out with a new generation of swordsmen, who won the first place in the third battle with the strongest attitude. Moreover, From beginning to end, he only used one sword. With one sword, he won the first place and seized the sword vein. Victory in this battle will mean that the ownership of the sword vein will belong to the Zhuang family for the next 10 years. The three major forces of the Li family, the Zhuang family, and the Xianjian sect each won one victory, but the Zhuang family won in the Xiangang level battle and was also the final winner. He is very scheming, but in the end, he calculated himself. Zhuang Yi said lightly, making many people sigh and nod silently in their hearts. If the Xianjian sect and the Li family had not reached a tacit understanding, but had both tried their best to win the first two battles, perhaps one of them would have had a chance to win 2 consecutive battles, and the other two forces would have no chance at all. However, they were so confident in their own swordsmen that they ignored the Zhuang family and wanted to eliminate the Zhuang family first. In the end, they helped the Zhuang family. I'm afraid no one had ever thought of such an ending. Qin Wentian sheathed his sword and then slowly walked back to the Zhuang family. The Zhuang family members looked at him with fanaticism. This was the Zhuang family's swordsman. It was as if Qin Wentian's outside family name had been ignored by them at this moment. He brought glory to the Zhuang family. This tone was really beautiful. In front of the people in the sword worship city, he slapped the Li family and the Xianjian sect in the face. However, Qin Wentian was very quiet, as if nothing had happened. This battle was not too challenging for him, and winning was nothing to be proud of. The next thing could be left to Zhuang Yi, and he didn't need to worry about it. However, after taking control of the sword vein, he could come and go freely and feel the sword intent of the demon sword. The second level of his sword will was born from the enlightenment of the demon sword. Heavenly Sword Sect, should we withdraw the people of the sword vein? Zhuang Yi said calmly. According to the rules, if his clan won, then in the next 10 years, his clan would take control of the sword vein, and the people guarding the sword vein of the Heavenly Sword Sect would naturally withdraw. The leader of the Heavenly Sword Sect, Jian Wuiyao, looked at Zhuang Yi calmly, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Such a scene made Zhuang Yi frown. Could it be that the Heavenly Sword Sect was going to break its promise? The three major forces in Beijing City have maintained a certain balance for too many years. No one dares to say that it can swallow the other two forces. Because the three major forces are still divided into different levels, two of them will not join forces to destroy the other. Once the third party is destroyed, the weaker of the remaining two forces will be in danger. Because of this, this balance can be maintained. Brother Zhuang, there are some things I still need to remind you. If the Zhuang family wins in the past, then the sword vein will belong to the Zhuang family in the next 10 years. But today's battle is actually just a formality. As for the power of the sword vein, Brother Zhuang, don't dream about it. Jian Wuiyao said lightly, which made everyone show an interesting look. If the Xianjian sect violates the rules, it is undoubtedly a provocation to the Zhuang family. Master Jian, do you think that the Heaven Sword sect is so powerful that it can ignore the existence of our clan? There was a chill in Zhuang Yi's indifferent voice, but Jian Wuiyao seemed to have not heard it. He just sneered and said, it's not my Heaven Sword sect, but someone else who wants to exploit this sword vein. These people are now my distinguished guests of the Heaven Sword sect. I am now trying to persuade them with kind words for the good of you, Brother Zhuang. Really? Then I would like to ask, who wants to exploit this sword vein? Zhuang Yi looked at him straight in the eyes. Me. At this moment, someone behind Jian Wuiyao spoke indifferently. Before, this person had been standing at the back with his eyes closed, resting his mind, inconspicuous, and blocked by the crowd. At this moment, they realized that this person's dress was incompatible with the people of the Heaven Sword sect. Unexpectedly, he was wearing a luxurious golden robe, with a strong sense of pride on his face. The whole person gave people a sharp feeling. This person walked out, raised his head slightly, looked at Zhuang Yi, and said casually, this battle is not necessary, but Jian Wuiyao wanted to follow the previous rules, so I agreed. But no matter what the outcome is, in the next 10 years, the sword vein mining rights will still belong to the Xianjian sect, and no one else is allowed to interfere. There was a sense of pride in the tone of this luxurious middle-aged man, and there was no doubt that the other two major forces in Beijing City, whether it was the Zhuang family or the Li family, had no right to question him. If that's the case, why do we have to follow the previous rules? It's ridiculous. Zhuang Yi said calmly, may I ask who you are? You don't need to know. The middle-aged man said calmly, As for the battle just now, it was Jian Wuiao who insisted on letting his Xianjian sect fight. If I were to lead the battle, it would be easy. How could your Jianzi win? Really? Zhuangyi asked back, since you said so, then I would like to see how the Xiangang first-level person you sent can defeat my Zhuang family's Jianzi. If the Zhuang family loses this battle, withdraw immediately without saying a word. In addition, my Zhuang family will give you 100,000 fourth-level meteorites. How about it? Hearing Zhuang Yi's words, everyone's expression was slightly condensed. Such strong self-confidence, Zhuang Yi did not ask the other party's identity. He dared to be so strong, he must be some foreign big force, but the other party asked Zhuang Yi not to ask, he did not ask, just opened his mouth to refute the other party's words. Since the middle-aged man said that he could easily lead the battle, he wanted to see who could defeat the Zhuang family's Jianzi. The people of the Zhuang family were all shocked. Zhuang Yi had super confidence in Jianzi Qin Wen. If they knew that their Jianzi was the first on the destiny list and swept through the evildoers of Daxia when he was in the 9th level of Yuanfu, they would probably be as confident as Zhuang Yi. Since he could be invincible in the battle of the destiny list, then now, who can defeat him in the first level of Xiangang realm? The middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes frowned slightly. He had said it before. Zhuang Yi seized on his words that he could easily lead the battle, issued a challenge, and made such a huge bet. If he did not accept it, it would undoubtedly be a slap in his face. 100,000 meteorites, what a big deal. The middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes sneered, in that case, I'll take it. What if your people lose? Zhuang Yi was always calm without anger. Lose. The middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes never thought that in Beijian City, at the first level of Xiangang, someone could defeat his Wang family's Xianjia o Wangju. Although Wangju failed in the fate list and encountered many evil people, it is still undeniable that he is strong. After entering the Xiangang realm, he is still the focus of training. How can there be an opponent in this mere Beijian City? If the middle-aged man had also gone to the ancient dynasty of Daxia to witness the battle of the fate list, I'm afraid he would not think so. Now, the situation in Daxia is turbulent, and Qinshan Pavilion has spread the word that Daxia's star fortune has changed. His Wang family has to make more preparations. Therefore, he came to Beijian City, which is quite far away from Bingzhou City, to prepare to mine the sword veins here. At the same time, try his best to see if he can take away the strange demon sword of Beijian City. If my people lose, they will no longer touch the sword veins and leave immediately. In addition, I will give you 100,000 meteorites. The middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes sneered. 100,000 meteorites is definitely a huge number. Since the other party wants to give it to him, how can he not accept it? Moreover, these 100,000 meteorites do not need to be handed over to the family. It is precisely because of this that he agreed to this battle. Otherwise, he would not even care about the sect's principles. Immediately go to the Xianjian sect and order all the sons of my Wang family to come and mine the sword veins in advance. The middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes said lightly. Jian Wuiao nodded slightly, turned back and told someone, and immediately the figure of that person broke through the air and went to the direction of Beijian City in an instant. Seeing this scene, everyone did not leave, but waited patiently here. They also wanted to see who this powerful middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes was, and the Xianjian sect seemed to be bowing to him. Everyone in the clan was extremely nervous. 100,000 meteorites from the fourth heaven were too terrifying. How could they not feel suffocated if the clan master Zhuang Yi pressed them on Jianzi? But if the clan was forced to retreat, where would the face of the clan be? For the sake of face and the sword vein, the clan master Zhuang Yi made such a decision. Now, it was up to Qin Wentian. Everyone waited for a while. On the cliff, there was a whistling sound, and a terrifying sharp intention was spreading. Looking up to the sky, they saw another terrifying force coming. These people were not all flying swords. They controlled various magical powers and stopped in the void. Looking down with sharp eyes, they actually gave people a feeling of fear. Those young men, each with a sharp gaze like a blade, are all extraordinary figures. Take any one of them at random, and their temperament is terrifying, giving people the feeling of being invincible. As for those elders, a single look can pierce people's minds. Everyone's heart throbbed, and these people slowly lowered their bodies. The middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes had a proud sneer on his face, looked at Zhuang Yi, and said, I really admire your courage to bet with my Wang family, the Zhuang family of Beijian City. Wang family. Everyone showed a thoughtful look, and suddenly, a terrible light burst out in their eyes. Beijian City is a place in the middle area of Daxia. The nearest Jiuzhou city is Bingzhou City. Calling themselves the Wang family, such an arrogant force must be the Wang family of Bingzhou City. Hegemonic force, and one of the strongest 9 hegemonic forces. The crowd's hearts trembled. No wonder this person is so arrogant. The Zhuang family wants to bet with the Wang family. How can it not be defeated? The people of the Zhuang family were also trembling in their hearts, and their faces were slightly pale. They all thought that it might be a powerful force that had arrived, but they did not expect that this force would be the Wang family of Bingzhou City. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 412, Back Road. A year ago, in Qinzhou City, in the ancient dynasty of Daxia, the Battle of the Destiny List, although no one from the Sword Worship City participated in it, they had always heard about the outcome of this battle. Qin Wentian, a generation of genius, appeared out of nowhere, defeated the evil Chen Wang of the Dai Chen family, the dark horse Si Kaiong, and killed the genius Zan Chen of the Danyuan Palace, and won the first place, and offended many forces. This person used the reputation of being the first on the Destiny List to tell the world that he and Mo Qingchen were a natural match. This battle of the Destiny List was called the strongest in 1,000 years. Wang Ju, who was ranked 6th on the Destiny List, was unable to even enter the top 10. However, it cannot be said that Wang Ju was not strong, but that this Destiny List was too strong. After the Destiny List, those who ranked high have entered the realm of Xiangang one after another. Wang Ju of Bingzhou City is naturally no exception. As a genius of the Wang family, his fighting power can be imagined. If he goes to the Sword Worship City in the future, he will definitely sweep it. Moreover, the Wang family in Bingzhou City is so powerful that even if Wang Ju doesn't come out, how can the strength of other people in the first level of Xiangang realm be weak? At this moment, the people of the Wang family will come to Beijian City. The leader of the Zhuang family, Zhang Yi, actually challenged the people of the Wang family to a bet of 100,000 meteorites. Wang Ju. The middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes looked up and looked at a young man in the void. Wang Ju, it's really Wang Ju. The look of the Zhuang family's children was a little ugly, and as for the people of Xianjian sect, they still sneered. Jianzi, the Zhuang family of Beijian City, actually challenged my Wang family to a bet of 100,000 meteorites. You, go and tell him what is meant by there is a world beyond the world. The middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes said lightly. Wang Ju looked calm. He heard that there was a demon sword here, so he came here to see what was so strange about the sword veins here. He kept the defeat on the Destiny List in mind, and always reminded himself to keep getting stronger. Now, there is a force in Beijian City that challenges him, which makes his eyes flash with a cold light. Since the prince is here, I think Brother Zhuang should just give up the sword vein, hand over the meteorite, and leave this place. Jian Wuiao said lightly, but he saw that Zhong Yi's expression was still calm. He was not worried about the outcome of this battle. What he thought in his heart was that the opponent was from the Wang family of Bingzhou City. Even if he won this battle, would the opponent give up the sword vein? I'm afraid it's difficult. Looking at the momentum of the Wang family at the moment, it seems that they will not give up until they get the sword vein. Zhuang is willing to take a step back and stop this battle. My Zhuang family will mine the sword vein together with the Wang family. In addition, I will pay half of the promised meteorite. How about it? Zhuang Yi thought for a moment and said, taking a step back. However, the other party would not think so. The middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes sneered, now that you know you can't win, you want to regret it. It's ridiculous. Where is the Zhuang family's swordsman? Qin Wentian was in the Zhuang family's crowd. He left the ancient dynasty and came to the Sword Worship City. He didn't want to be discovered, but he never thought that he would meet someone from the Zhuang family here. But now that they have met, it must be useless to escape. He walked out and landed on the stone platform in an instant. Looking at his back, the Zhuang family's children sighed. Although Qin Wentian defeated the Li family and the swordsmen of the Xianjian sect, it would be difficult for him to face the Wang family's Wang Ju. At this moment, Qin Wentian stood with his hands behind his back, slowly raised his head, and stared at the Wang Ju in front of him. In an instant, The Wang Ju's expression suddenly shot out a terrible sharpness, and Wang Zhao behind him was even more sharp. It's him. Wang Ju definitely didn't expect to meet Qin Wentian here. The swordsman of the sword worship city? This identity is really well disguised. A few months ago, Yang Kuangsheng returned to the Yang family and Bai Qing returned to the Zuanan Palace, which shocked all the major overlord-level forces for a while. The forces of the Dai Chen family in Qin's Hao City were still besieging the ancient palace, but Qin Wentian and others quietly left. This was like a slap in the face of the Chen family. For this reason, the Chen family was furious and ordered the arrest of Qin Wentian. How could he still be found? Wang Ju stood in place and did not step onto the battle stage. Although he had strong confidence in his own strength, facing this crazy person who had once fought in the battle of the Destiny List, he asked himself if he had the ability to win. Qin Wentian's battle with Chen Wang and Si Kaiyong was vivid in his mind. His combat power had no weaknesses. How strong would he be when he entered the Xiangang realm? I am afraid that the Star War beast summoned by him would be enough to despise opponents of the same realm. Wang Ju. The middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes raised his head and looked at Wang Ju, who was still standing in the void, and shouted. The Xianjian sect and the Zhuang family were also a little surprised. Wang Ju stared at Qin Wentian, but his body did not move at all. There was a strong sense of fear in his eyes. What qualifications does the Zhuang family of Beijian City have to negotiate with my Wang family, let alone a gambling war? Uncle, let them all go. Wang Zhao did not avoid Wang Ju's embarrassment and said. The middle-aged man frowned and said puzzledly, 100,000 meteorites are delivered to the door, how can we not take them? That's right, this Zhuang family is ignorant of the sky and the earth. Wang Ju, my nephew, should teach you how to be a man. Jian Wuiao sneered, but he saw Wang Ju's cold eyes swept over him, which made Jian Wuiao reveal a strange color. This look seemed to be a little wrong. Turning his eyes, Wang Ju looked at Qin Wentian and said coldly, the Chen family is looking for you everywhere. What will happen if they know you are here? Huh? Hearing Wang Ju's words, everyone's eyes froze. Wang Ju actually knew the Zhuang family Jianzi? Fight or not fight? Qin Wentian raised his head slightly, his eyes like swords, fell on Wang Ju. That look, but made Wang Ju's heart tremble slightly. In the past battle of the Destiny List, on the Suzaku battle stage, he had such a look, killing Chen, defeating King Chen, and Si Kaiyong. Wang Ju did not answer. The middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes frowned even more, and asked Wang Ju, who is this person? Qin Wentian. Wang Ju stared at Qin Wentian, spitting out 3 words, and immediately the middle-aged man's eyes burst into terrible sharpness, and his face froze there. The first on the Destiny List, Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian. The people of the Zhuang family froze their expressions slightly. Jianzi, isn't his real name Qin Wen? It's Qin Wentian. And some people who have seen and heard couldn't help but exclaimed, last year, the first on the Destiny List of the Great Xia ancient dynasty, who defeated King Chen, Qin Wentian. After this voice fell, everyone looked up at the young man on the stone platform in the middle, their faces frozen there. This Qin Wentian, is that Qin Wentian? He is the first on the Destiny List? Looking at Wang Ju again, the moment he saw Qin Wentian, he did not dare to take a single step forward. The eyes of the people from the Li family and the Xianjian sect were all fixed there. No wonder Zhong Yi was so confident. He was actually Qin Wentian, who had swept the Destiny List and had no rivals in the same realm. The young men of the Zhuang family had extremely fiery eyes. Looking at the back of Qin Wentian, he just stood there casually. The hegemonic power, the pride of the Wang family in Bingzhou City, did not dare to take a step forward. No matter how proud you are, you don't even have the courage to fight, just because you will lose in the fight. The first person on the Destiny List has been in my Zhuang family all along, and I didn't even know him. The young man from the Zhuang family sighed with excitement on his face. He could hardly imagine that he had come into contact with a legendary person who was at the top of the Destiny List. At this time, Qin Wentian's back seemed to become taller. He stood there, and he was a legend. He was just like Hua Taixu back then. He once stood at the peak of the Yuanfu realm, the peak of the entire Daxia. This person actually appeared in the Zhuang family and became the Zhuang family swordsman, but he also encountered a lot of criticism. You already knew about this. The middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes looked at Zhong Yi with a cold expression. I just want to ask you, sir, is the bet still counted? Zhong Yi did not answer. Since Qin Wentian had walked out, It made no difference whether he answered or not. At this moment, he became more assertive and stared at the other party. I say it counts, do you dare to accept it? The middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes stared at Zhang Yi. Accept it. Zhang Yi looked at the other party calmly and uttered a word. Are you sure? The middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes asked again, and his tone had become particularly cold. Sure. Zhang Yi looked normal and spoke calmly. At this moment, the middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes laughed and waved his hand, saying, very good, since you accept it, this sword vein will be given to you. In addition, I will order people to go to Bingzhou City to prepare 100,000 meteorites. You wait well. As soon as the voice fell, the figure of the middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes broke through the air and walked away directly. The people of the Wang family in Bingzhou City followed suit. Jian Wuao glanced at Zhang Yi with a sneer and said, Brother Zhang's decision this time is not very wise. I hope your clan can swallow this sword vein. As soon as the voice fell, the people of the Xianjian sect also flashed away. The people of the Li family were a little gloating. It seemed that there would be excitement to watch in Beijing City. Soon, only the people of the clan were left at the bottom of the cliff. The Xianjian sect actually evacuated the people guarding the sword vein. However, they all understood that this was only temporary. How could the overlord-level Wang family give up? Let alone the 100,000 meteorites and the sword vein. I am afraid that the safety of their clan must be carefully considered. Qin Wentian frowned. The people of the Wang family did not dare to take action immediately because the people of the Wang family were not strong enough. Moreover, the Wang family knew that he had the Jiutian God tablet in the Battle of the Destiny list that day. The Wang family would be wary of this treasure in his hands, and they would definitely be greedy, because it was a complete Jiutian divine monument. But the Wang family left without saying a word, and naturally they were going to Bingzhou City to dispatch strong men. They couldn't stay in Beijing City for long. Qin Wentian never thought that he would meet the Wang family here. Turning around, Qin Wentian walked to Zhang Yi and said, I'm sorry for causing trouble for you, Uncle Zhang. I have made up my mind, so why should I be afraid of the consequences? Zhang Yi said softly, patted Qin Wentian on the shoulder, and smiled. The passion is still there. Qin Wentian's heart was slightly warm, and he smiled. Then he saw Zhang Yi turned around, looked at the Zhang family, and said, return to the clan immediately and hold a family meeting. Since they thought of the consequences, the Zhang family naturally had to make all preparations. Everyone nodded, looked at Qin Wentian deeply, and then left this place in a flash. On that day, the young men of the Zhang family, as well as the weak women and children, left the sword worship city through the teleportation array. Only then did the people of the Zhang family know that their Zhang family actually had a hidden teleportation array. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. The Zhang family is one of the hidden branches of the King, so they would naturally leave a way out for themselves. This teleportation array was carved by a master who was good at space-type divine pattern arrays at a huge cost. In one day, the Zhang family left those who had fighting power behind, and at the same time, destroyed the teleportation array to cut off the way for others to track them. Then, they went to the sword vein at night. It was obvious that the Zhang family was ready to give up the foundation of the sword worship city. Such a thunderous method made Qin Wentian marvel at the spirit of Zhang Yi. Chapter 413, Cliff Sword Roar. At night, at the bottom of the cliff, in the land of the sword vein, it was silent. A line of figures looked far ahead at the demon sword that was inserted upside down in the middle of the sword vein. They didn't know when someone would be able to pull out the demon sword. Let's start, break the sword vein directly and look for the sword unearthed from it. Zhang Yi said lightly. He was a very decisive person, and he had absolute say in the Zhang family. Therefore, when Qin Wentian found him, he only hesitated for a moment and agreed to Qin Wentian, and was under the command of King Wangling, looking forward to standing on the top of Daxia one day. Zhang Yi, the head of the Zhang family, was far more courageous than the old man in Beilu Academy. Now that he could no longer stay in Beijing City, the Xianjian sect and the Wang family of Bingzhou City might attack his Zhang family, so he needed to exploit the sword vein in the shortest time, and there was no need to leave a way out. The natural ancient swords unearthed from the sword veins were all born from the demon swords. Once those ancient swords were formed, there would be wisps of sword intent permeating out. In the past, due to long-term interests, the 3 major forces would not destroy the sword veins, and only mine those natural swords that have been formed and exuded sword intent. But this time is different. Since the Wang family and the Xianjian sect are pressing, what else does he need to worry about? The people of the sect nodded one after another, and instantly sneaked into various locations of the sword veins, sacrificed their own ancient swords, and began to break the sword veins in search for ancient swords. Zhuang Yi and Qin Wentian still stayed where they were. Qin Wentian said, "Uncle Zhuang, I'm afraid that the Xianjian sect will also guess your thoughts. If the Wang family wants to move against the Zhuang family, they will definitely pay attention to our actions." "I know." Zhuang Yi nodded slightly. "That's why I evacuated the Zhuang family's people within one day, and broke the sword veins and searched for the ancient sword at lightning speed. I only need one night. If they really come directly to kill us, we can only face it." It seems that Uncle Zhuang has considered various situations. Qin Wentian nodded slightly, and said, "I'll go to the demon sword to have a look." "Wentian, this sword is too demonic. Be careful. Don't touch the sword with your body, and don't let the blood on your body flow on the demon sword," Zhuang Yi reminded, and he and Qin Wentian walked forward together, gradually approaching the huge demon sword that was 1,000 meters high. A terrifying sword intent permeated the sword of heaven and earth. In Qin Wentian's perception, there was a sound of sword chanting. The sword chanting sounded like the mournful cry of a demon, as if there were ancient swords shooting at him. He immediately closed his six senses and did not perceive the sword chanting. Otherwise, if he got closer, he would not be able to withstand the sound of the empty sword chanting. Finally, Zhuang Yi and Qin Wentian stood on the demon sword. Looking at the huge hilt, Qin Wentian said, "Uncle Zhuang, this sword has been here for many years. Bingzhou City knows about its existence. Has no one ever been able to pull it out? Don't touch the sword body. Go and try," Zhuang Yi said. Qin Wentian nodded slightly, then his body fell on the hilt, his hands wrapped around the hilt, and suddenly exerted force. However, the demon sword stood there, motionless. The weight of this sword is beyond your imagination. The masters of the three major forces of my Zhuang family, Li family, and Xianjian sect have tried it, and no one can pull it out. Zhuang Yi smiled and said, "And the strange thing about this sword is that if you touch the sword body, it will drink blood and get out of control, sucking all the blood of people. Therefore, don't touch the sword body and don't bleed on the sword." Qin Wentian tried for a moment and gave up, staying away from the magic sword. Since Zhuang Yi said so, it must be impossible to shake this magic sword. At this moment, Zhuang Yi raised his eyebrows slightly, and then sighed, "I didn't expect them to take action so soon. I'm really unwilling." Qin Wentian's expression was slightly condensed, and then he saw Zhuang Yi said, "Zhuang family disciples, gather." As soon as his voice fell, the Zhuang family disciples in the vast sword veins simultaneously gave up the exploitation of the sword veins, and their figures flashed and came to Zhuang Yi's side. But Zhuang Yi stepped out, his figure slowly ascended into the air. After a moment, the sound of sword whistling came, and soon, figures appeared on both ends of the cliff. Seeing these people appear, the expressions of the Zhuang family members were particularly ugly. "The mining rights of the sword vein have been owned by our Zhuang family. I wonder what the Xianjian sect and the Li family mean by coming at the same time," Zhuang Yi said coldly. It turned out that the two parties were the Xianjian sect and the Li family's strong men. They came together, but the people of the Wang family in Bingzhou City did not see them. Li's henchman glanced at the sword vein below and said coldly, "The Zhuang family is not going to mine the sword vein, but to cut off the sword vein." Zhuang Yi's expression turned cold, and he said, "The Li family also wants to participate in this matter. If the Xianjian sect and the Li family joined forces, then there is only one reason. The Wang family of Bingzhou City must have promised the Li family something to deal with it. Otherwise, how dare the Li family deal with the Zhuang family? He should first consider whether he will become the next target." Qin Wentian was also sighing. The Wang family of Bingzhou City acted very decisively. They didn't even give a day and directly contacted the Xianjian sect and the Li family to monitor the Zhuang family's actions. As for the fact that the Wang family hadn't arrived yet, they must have been afraid of the power of the Jiutian monument. The Xianjian sect and the Li family came to test it first, which was a good calculation. If he could still exert the power of the Jiutian monument as he did that day, the Wang family would have waited for the opportunity. Unfortunately, the ancient thoughts of the Jiutian monument were not strong to begin with. In the previous battle, the ancient thoughts were even weaker. Now, I'm afraid it can't be used anymore. Haha, the Zhuang family can leave, but the Zhuang family sword son must stay. Xianjian Sex Jiang Wu Iao said lightly, which made Qin Wentian's eyes flash. Xianjian sect and the Li family directly asked for him. There is no doubt that it was the order of the Wang family. Zhongyi looked at the other party coldly and said coldly, as long as the Zhuang family is here, Jianzi is here. Zhongyi, the Zhuang family has been passed down for so many years, why should it fall into an irretrievable situation because of one person? I know that your Zhuang family has sent out all its elites, so my Xianjian sect and Li family are the same. In addition, I am afraid that someone from our faction has come to your family at this moment. You should think it over carefully. Jian Wuiao said with a cold breath. He was unwilling to go to war unless it was absolutely necessary. If he went to war, the Zhuang family would be destroyed, but his Xianjian sect and Li family would also suffer heavy losses. This was not the outcome he wanted. After all, although they had grievances with the Zhuang family, they had not yet annihilated the family. It was just that the Wang family was too cruel. After giving the order, they did not show up themselves, but only promised to take action at the critical moment. Zhongyi, you, not considering yourself and the people of the Zhuang family, is it worth it to lead to the extinction of the family for a son? Li Zhenchen also spoke. Zhongyi sneered, are you really willing to pay a heavy price and fight with my clan just for an order from the Wang family? Even if my clan is destroyed, how bad will the loss of Xianjian sect and Li family be? After that, what will happen to you if the Wang family exploits the sword veins? I'm afraid it won't be long before Beijian City and my 3 major forces will all be gone. Have you thought it through? Zhongyi's voice was hidden in the sword energy, piercing people's bodies, and it was particularly cold. This statement really hurt the people of the 2 families. In fact, the 3 major forces did not want to really break out into tragic battle. This child must stay. Zhongyi, if you are unwilling to give up, then there is only one battle. Xianjian Sex Jiang Wu Iao said. He did not have Zhongyi's courage, and it was impossible for him to give up the foundation of Xianjian sect in Beijian City and move his whole family. Zhongyi turned around, looked at everyone, and said calmly, what happened tonight was something I, Zhongyi, did not expect. It may implicate my clan members. However, my clan members are not afraid of fighting. I, Zhongyi, swear that if I leave, I will be the last one to leave. Now, retreat and protect Jianzi. As soon as he finished speaking, more than 1,000 strong men rose into the air, and a terrifying sword roar filled the air, suffocating people. Kill. Seeing this, the people of the Xianjian sect and the Li family resolutely gave the order without any hesitation. Now that things have come to this, the only choice is to fight. The powerful sword light instantly lit up the night. Both the Xianjian sect and the Li family gathered more than 1,000 elites. When the sword beams were slashed out at the same time, the power was so terrible. At this moment, when the people of the clan ascended, they gathered in an orderly manner. If you count carefully, you will find that these people, 81 people in a camp, seem to have turned into an ancient sword. Sword formation. Seeing this scene, everyone immediately understood that this was a sword formation. The people in the sword formations all spun, and the Star Soul and Wuming Xiangang burst out at the same time. Suddenly, more than 10 beams of light slashed out from the sky, as if to seize the light of heaven and earth, and swept across. In an instant, one figure after another was directly chopped off, and terrible sword marks appeared in the void, stained with the blood. The Zhuang family's sword formation is based on the elders and strong men, and gathers the strength of 81 people on one sword. When it is used to kill, it is terrifying. When the people of Xianjian sect and Li family saw this scene, they immediately thought of the Zhuang family's clan sword formation. In the past, it was only a rumor, but now, they saw the Zhuang family use it for the first time. 9 swords connected to the sky. Jian Wuiao shouted loudly, and saw his left hand vertical in the void, and his right hand on his left wrist. Suddenly, a vast sword power emanated from him, and the Xiangang sword broke through the air. Behind him, 8 figures appeared, which were the 9 great swords of Xianjian sect. Gather. Jian Wuiao pointed his finger at the sky, and the swords immediately sang in the sky. The other 8 people made the same action, and the 9 swords connected to the sky. An invisible sword power strangled down, and the 9 vast ancient swords suddenly killed towards a sword formation of the Zhuang family. On the contrary, the Li family just fought each other. Although their individual combat power was not inferior to that of the Zhuang family, they were killed by the Gie sword formation in an instant and suffered heavy losses. The reason why the three major forces have never really torn their faces and started a war is that they are all afraid of each other. They dare not say who has an absolute advantage, and they don't know each other's trump cards. This Gai sword formation can gather the sword power condensed by 81 people. It has always been the biggest secret of the Zhuang family. When practicing, they only practice in the Zhuang family's secret place. Outside, there are only rumors that the Zhuang family has this sword formation as a clan sword formation, and the power is unknown. Qin Wentian soon discovered that more than 10 sword formations surrounded him in the middle and operated in a very regular manner. Although his individual combat power is invincible in the same realm, the life and death battle of sword cultivators is extremely dangerous, not to mention a chaotic battle, with thousands of swords fired at the same time, and a single thought is life and death. Not good. At this moment, Qin Wentian saw Xianjian Sect's Jiang Wu Iao opening the way with the momentum of 9 swords connecting the sky, killing his way into the sword formation, trying to destroy it. The Li family also realized that in order to destroy the Zhuang family, they must first prevent the power of this formation from continuously erupting, and they need to disrupt the sword formation. The Li family's strong men rushed forward together, regardless of life and death. The battle has begun. It is a matter of life and death. Chapter 414, Blood-Feeding Demon Sword. The sword vein on the cliff, the sword energy roared endlessly, and the cold killing intention spread far away. Some people who practiced under the cliff and around the sword vein felt the bloody sword power and were all trembling with fear. Unexpectedly, on the day when the Wang family descended, the balance of the three major forces in Beijing City was instantly broken, and such a terrible battle took place. The starlight fell down and landed at the bottom of the cliff. Strong men continued to fall, but the demon sword standing in the middle of the sword vein seemed to exist forever, still inserted into the earth, and refused to break out of the ground. Someone once said that this sword is like a demon. It is a spiritual sword, and no one can pull it out, just because the demon sword does not recognize it and refuses to be unearthed. Otherwise it is impossible for the spiritual thought of this sword to stay here forever. Above the sword vein, on the cliff, a line of figures quietly descended there. These people calmly watched the battle below, as if everything had nothing to do with them. They, the people of the Wang family, actually watched this battle like bystanders. Perhaps this is the helplessness of the Xianjian sect and the Li family. The Wang family, clearly arrived, did not take action. In their eyes, both the Xianjian sect and the Li family were just pawns, just to achieve their goals. As for the pawns themselves, they were insignificant. This sect's sword formation is really powerful. It can fight so fiercely with the power of the two families. The middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes stood in the crowd of Wang family and spoke indifferently. So what? Although the clan's sword formation is powerful and has killed many people, they also suffered a lot of losses. 9 formations have been broken. The Xianjian sect and the Li family are already turning the tide. A man next to him said coldly, "Do we really want to kill Qin Wentian on the spot? There are many secrets on this man. For a martial arts cultivator, most of the secrets of cultivation are carried in a divine patterned ring. If we kill him, we can get everything from him. We should take the risk to capture him alive. Don't let it go, as it happened during the battle for the destiny list. This man should not be underestimated. In that case, then let's kill him. At this moment, he hasn't sacrificed the Jiutian divine steel. I don't know if he has been guarding against us, or his Jiutian divine steel can no longer exert its power as it did that day. Just keep watching and you'll know. There's no need to rush to take action anyway." The people of the Wang family talked casually, seeming extremely indifferent. After a moment, the sword formation below was in chaos, and it turned into a chaotic battle. Zhong Yi, the head of the Zhuang family, and several elders were guarding Qin Wentian, but they saw Jian Wuiao and Li's Hunshan coming to kill them and hold them back, forcing Qin Wentian to retreat. These people were much stronger than him. If they caught the opportunity, a few attacks would be fatal. He had to keep a certain distance. The terrifying demonic energy spread from his body, the star soul burst out, and the Wuming Xiangang appeared. There was a strong starlight falling from the sky. Qin Wentian stared at the sky. In an instant, a starlight shone in the sky, and the monsters roared. A golden ancient ape descended beside Qin Wentian. The breath of this golden ancient ape was the breath of the peak of the 2nd level of the Xiangang realm. After entering the Xiangang realm, he was still able to summon across borders. Then, Many ancient monsters such as the red-blood electric eagle and the silver peng fell from the sky one after another, surrounding Qin Wentian in the central area. Many strong men came to encircle Qin Wentian, with murderous intent in their eyes. The Wang family named Qin Wentian as a person who must be killed. As long as they kill Qin Wentian, they will complete the mission. Their Wang family will support his two families to become powerful and destroy the Zhuang family. Qin Wentian's body was full of demonic energy, with wings on his back and demonic eyes. He rushed forward like lightning. There seemed to be a terrifying demon eye between his eyebrows, sweeping out. In an instant, many martial life cultivators below the Xiangang realm of the Xianjian sect and the Li family felt their heads tremble violently and fell asleep. Then Qin Wentian clapped his hands, and the ancient sword behind him fell into his palm, and the sword was swung out. Puff, puff. Many figures were seen with blood spilling from their throats, and they fell in an instant. These people were all figures of the younger generation of the Xianjian sect and the Li family. Many people in the Xianjian sect and the Li family had frozen expressions. The will of the sword sound was so terrible. The sword chanted and the sword of killing came with this sound. People below the Xiangang realm could not stop the sword sound from killing. Buzz! A brilliant sword intent locked Qin Wentian firmly. A young man walked out and broke through the heavy defense to kill Qin Wentian. This boy was Jianzi, the strongest of the three sword boys of Xianjian sect. He had cultivated to the third level of Xiangang realm. Even in the entire Xianjian sect, he was considered a very powerful figure. His figure directly transformed into a series of residual images, all holding swords, killing Qin Wentian. HMPH. Qin Wentian's expression was cold, and the light of his third eye shone. The sword in his hand chanted again. In an instant, the residual images disappeared, but Jianzi himself caught up with Qin Wentian, and his sword energy was even more terrifying. At the same time, strong men came from both sides. Although the strong men of the Zhuang family wanted to rescue, they were held back by the strong men of Xianjian sect and Li family, and had no time to distract themselves. The Wang family still stood on the cliff, watching this scene with a sneer in their eyes. If the Jiutian God tablet really still had power, Qin Wentian would not take it out to save the clan members, but if he himself was facing a life and death crisis, could he still hide? However, at this moment, everyone discovered that the direction Qin Wentian was heading was actually the direction of the demon sword. In an instant, his body stood on the handle of the demon sword, and his eyes looked around at the figures in all directions. He was covered with demon armor and wrapped heavily. The sword son of the Xianjian sect, Jiangxi, came, with an evil light in his eyes, shooting towards Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian only felt that there seemed to be a dead air in his eyes, but his will was so strong that he could not be suppressed by the other party's pupil technique. The Emperor Demon Wuming Xiangang and the sword Wuming Xiangang attacked at the same time. The Emperor Demon Wuming Xiangang was like a terrifying ancient demon, while the sword Wuming Xiangang was like a sword king. When it whistled out, it actually caused the Wuming Xiangang suspended above Jiangxi's head to tremble slightly. This was the suppression of Wuming Xiangang. Go! Jiangxi pointed his hand, and his Wuming Xiangang, which was like the god of death, collided with the Emperor Demon Wuming Xiangang, while his sword Xiangang collided with Qin Wentian's sword Xiangang. The advantage of Jiangxi's Wuming Xiangang lies in the realm. The stronger the realm, the stronger the condensation power of Wuming Xiangang, and the more terrifying the energy contained. Qin Wentian's Wuming Xiangang's advantage lies in itself. His Wuming Xiangang was condensed from a single Yuanfu, and it was condensed from the divine Yuan. In addition to his own star soul advantage, facing the opponent's Wuming Xiangang, he was not at a disadvantage at all. Especially the sword of Wuming Xiangang, which was like a terrifying ancient sword of the kingly way. What was even more terrifying was that every inch of the sword body on the king's sword was condensed by the sword's divine essence. When the light bloomed, the king's sword showed endless sword divine pattern symbols, and a brilliant sword power destroyed everything. A rumbling sound came out, and the opponent's sword of Wuming Xiangang seemed to be cracked. Buzz! The wind flashed, and the figure of Jiangxi shuttled through the Wuming Xiangang and killed Qin Wentian himself. His eyes were extremely cold and dead. He saw him slashing with a sword, and a terrible black sword hatred appeared in the void and fell from the sky. Qin Wentian stabbed out with a sword, and the sword hummed, as if a demon dragon roared, resisting the opponent's sword. In an instant, a terrifying sword power swept the world. Swish, swish. The blades of the two swords crossed each other, making a sharp whistling sound. The swords crossed each other, and Qin Wentian's palm trembled. The sword will completely burst out, and the endless sword chant seemed to play between heaven and earth. In an instant, Jiangxi's expression suddenly changed. He only felt that his whole body was covered by swords. Kill! Jiangxi was a sword man. His sword, like the sword of the god of death, rolled up a terrible vortex and covered Qin Wentian's body. Bang! Starlight bloomed, and Qin Wentian's figure disappeared directly. This is one of the 9 unique skills of Daxia, the star's move. Jiangxi felt a strong crisis, but how could he still make it in time? The sword chant was in his ears, and his body was hit by the sword in an instant, and blood drips down. Qin Wentian waved his palm, and the blood immediately went to the demon sword below. Tick! A light sound, as if ignored by others, but it made Jiangxi look horrified, his face full of fear. His body exploded backwards, but it was too late. He saw a blood-like light blooming on the demon sword. In an instant, Jiangxi screamed. The blood in his body flew madly to the demon sword, and was swallowed up in an instant. His body, in the blink of an eye, became a shriveled corpse, falling towards the sky below. Dead. Those who came to encircle and suppress were horrified, staring at Qin Wentian. They thought that with Jiangxi, it would be no problem to kill Qin Wentian. However, Jiangxi, the strongest swordsman of Xianjian sect, died at the hands of Qin Wentian. The people of the Zhuang family were also shocked to see this scene. They thought that if the head of the family Zhong Yi had not come that day, the elder of the Zhuang family would probably have been defeated by Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian, the first on the destiny list, was not a false name. It seemed that the head of the family Zhong Yi had also placed a bet on him. As long as he grew up, he would surely bring the Zhuang family to a new height. But at this moment, Qin Wentian was facing a more terrible crisis. He saw people from all directions. All of them were surrounding him. A terrifying murderous intent swept across the world and enveloped Qin Wentian. In the void, a line of figures walked down. They were the Wang family. The Wang family saw that Qin Wentian did not offer sacrifices to the Jiutian god monument when he was in danger of life and death. It must be that the power of the Jiutian god monument had weakened, and Qin Wentian was doomed to die. Qin Wentian looked up and looked at the figures on all sides with a cold gaze. His eyes flashed with a cold light, which made people feel bone-chilling. In his palm, the sword passed, and a drop of blood flew down and went directly to the body of the demon sword. This scene made countless people change color. Even Zhong Yi, the head of the Zhuang family, was horrified when he saw this scene. Wentian. Zhong Yi looked pale. Qin Wentian, what is he doing? My demon blood, do you want it? Qin Wentian stared at the empty demon sword, took a deep breath, and was ready for the worst at any time. The reason why he dared to feed the sword with blood was because when the sword howled, the demon blood in his body would also roar. The demon sword drank blood, and suddenly, the whole body was extremely bright. The demonic energy shook the sky, and a terrifying light illuminated the world. The demon sword, the wailing continued. Chapter 415, Sword Draw and Blood-Stained Cliff. At the bottom of the cliff, in the land of sword veins, everyone stared at Qin Wentian with shocked expressions. This boy feeds the sword with blood. If the demon sword is a demon, if it drinks blood, it will drink it all, and die when the blood is exhausted. Qin Wentian was extremely cautious at this moment. The reason why he dared to do so was that when the sword rang, his blood would resonate. Now, he fed the sword with blood. A strange perception descended on Qin Wentian, and he seemed to be able to feel the sadness of the demon sword. However, the demon sword did not continue to drink his blood. Everyone also showed a shocked expression. At this moment, the sword power was terrible. The demon sword wailed between heaven and earth, but it did not drink Qin Wentian's blood again. Qin Wentian put his hands on the hilt of the sword, and the demonic energy on his body surged into the sky. He suddenly pulled it up. In an instant, a terrible rumbling sound came out, the sword veins shook, the world whistled, and a terrifying sword power swept between heaven and earth. Swish, swish. A crisp sound came out, and the demon sword moved, and pulled up half a foot. Although it was only half a foot, it caused a storm in everyone's heart. The demon sword moved. This demon sword seemed to come from the sky, cutting through the earth, breaking through the cliff, giving birth to the sword vein, unmoved for eternity. No one could shake it. Tonight, Qin Wentian, a person in the first level of Beyond Gang, made the demon sword move half a foot. This half foot was enough to shock the entire worship sword city. How is this possible? The three major forces in Worship Sword City all showed an expression of disbelief, and their hearts were shocked beyond words. A stronger sword power was spreading, and everyone seemed to have a terrible sword power around them. Kill him. In the void, the people of the Wang family saw this scene, which made them suddenly change. They were worried about another accident, so they immediately ordered to kill Qin Wentian. As soon as his voice fell, those who were besieging Qin Wentian stepped out and rushed towards Qin Wentian. However, at this moment, Qin Wentian pointed his finger forward. In an instant, it seemed as if endless sword power gathered together and passed through his throat. A figure stood still in the air, his face as pale as paper, and then his body fell towards the air below. One finger destroyed it. The others stopped walking and dared not move forward. They were shocked. Qin Wentian could actually borrow the power of the demon sword. Qin Wentian continued to draw his sword, but the sword wailed even louder, but it remained motionless. Qin Wentian placed his palm on the blade of the demon sword, cutting a blood mark. Suddenly, drops of blood dripped onto the blade and were drunk by the demon sword. The sword power became stronger, the sword's wailing resounded through the world. In the void, outside the cliff, there was a natural phenomenon. The wailing of the dragon and the crying of the phoenix appeared above the sky, illuminating the thousands of miles of land like daylight. In the Sword Worship City, countless people looked out of the Sword Worship City, their minds trembling violently. The demon sword wailed, and a strange phenomenon was born. At the bottom of the cliff, everyone looked up and watched this scene in shock. Qin Wentian drew his sword again, and the demon sword rose. This time, it was 2 feet away. How much blood do you want to drink? Qin Wentian looked at the demon sword and murmured. He raised his eyes and looked at the people of the Wang family in the void. His expression was cold, as if a terrifying murderous intent bloomed. The cold sword intent burst out from his eyes, making many people in the Wang family feel the bone-chilling cold. The Wang family wants to kill me. If I don't kill me, the Wang family will die. Qin Wentian's words were cold. As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed, and Wang Xiao's eyebrows were stained with blood. In an instant, he fell to the sky below, and his life was gone. The expressions of the people of the Wang family changed drastically, but they saw Qin Wentian looking at Wang Ju again. Similarly, he gave a command, and blood appeared on Wang Ju's eyebrows. Wang Ju's body fell to the sky below. The Prince of the Destiny ranking had once been among the top 6. In the Battle of the Destiny ranking, the ancient palace of Daxia survived, but now, he fell in the Sword Worship City and died at the hands of Qin Wentian. It was because the Wang family wanted to kill Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's hand was still scratching the blade of the demon sword, and blood was visible. His eyes were still cold. Go! The people of the Wang family roared, and their bodies rushed into the sky. Qin Wentian pulled the demon sword up to the sky, pointed at the void, and sword beams killed endlessly. In an instant, several more strong men fell. Retreat. Jian Wuao of the Heavenly Sword Sect was shocked and ordered to retreat, not daring to stay here. Go quickly. The people of the Li family also panicked. They had to leave this place, otherwise, they would only die. Qin Wentian's cold eyes turned and fell on them. Wherever he passed, the sword intent wailed, and with the power of the demon sword, he decided people's life and death. The people of Jiutian sect and Li family kept falling, which made everyone in the sect completely stunned. Qin Wentian, he could actually borrow the power of the demon sword. Quick, retreat quickly. Jiutian sect's Jiang Wu Iya roared wildly. Qin Wentian looked at the fleeing people, his expression as cold as ever. His other palm was also placed on the body of the demon sword, and then slowly cut a blood mark, and blood continued to flow into the demon sword. The sound of the demon sword's mournful cry became more and more terrifying, and the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth was even more dazzling. Qin Wentian drew his sword again. This time, the sword rose 5 feet, the earth roared, the sword veins burst, the cliff shook wildly, and a terrifying sword power swept the whole world. Jiutian sect, Li family, you can't kill me, but you want to retreat unscathed. A cold voice seemed to merge with a mournful sword sound on the cliff. It was the sound of the sword and the voice of Qin Wentian. The cold wind blew, and it made people feel particularly cold. The people of the Heavenly Sword sect fled madly, fleeing into the sky. However, at this moment, someone beside him felt a little cold and touched his body. Then, they saw bright red blood. Their faces turned pale and they roared miserably. One after another, figures fell down the cliff. Jian Wuya was deeply shocked by this scene. His heart was twitching. He regretted his actions today. The Li family was the same. In this short moment, I don't know how many strong people fell and how many geniuses in the clan were destroyed in this battle. The people of the Wang family fled the fastest, but they were also mostly killed or injured. When they rushed out of the cliff, the sound of the sword finally gradually weakened, and the threat was slightly reduced, but they still flashed into the void and did not dare to stay. The people from the Jiutian sect and the Li family also arrived later and rushed into the void. They looked ashen and felt despair in their hearts. Why was the outcome of this battle so tragic? Tonight, the elites of the Jiutian sect and the Li family came out and came to this place of sword veins, but now, almost all of the elites were destroyed. From then on, there were no three major forces in the sword worship city. Thinking of this, they felt sad in their hearts. At this time, the people in the sword worship city kept rushing out and came here. Seeing the scene in front of them, they were all terrified. What happened? The Wang and Li families and the Jiutian sect looked at the cliff with deep hatred and fear, as if there was a devil under the cliff. Above the sky, the dragons cried and the phoenixes cried. This was the vision of the demon sword crying. Could it be that the people from these three major forces were all destroyed by the demon sword? Are you satisfied with the outcome of this battle? A voice seemed to come from the cliff, and it seemed to fall from the sky, merging with the sound of the demon sword crying. What was even more frightening was that the moment they heard the voice, the remaining masters of the Wang family, the Li family, and the Heavenly Sword sect, broke through the air quickly and rushed towards a higher direction, as if they were deeply afraid. Just a voice made them so panicked. Whose voice was this? Who could have such a deterrent power? They also saw that the hands of Jian Wuiao, the leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, and Li Henshin, the leader of the Li family, were trembling. People of their level were so scared that their hands were trembling. It was conceivable what terrible things they had experienced. Why did he pull out the demon sword? The man of the Wang family spoke coldly and looked at the people of the Heavenly Sword sect and the Li family. However, Jian Wuiao and Li Henshin glanced at him. Their expressions were also very cold and very pessimistic. For this battle, their elite were destroyed. Now, the Wang family, are they still questioning them? Who knows that Qin Wentian can pull out the demon sword? Sir, it is your Wang family that wants to deal with Qin Wentian. He pulled out the magic sword, but we are the ones who suffered the most. Jian Wuiao's voice was cold and chilly. In anger at this moment, he was not afraid to contradict the people of the Wang family. Hearing this voice, everyone around was trembling. Was that the voice just now Qin Wentian's voice? Qin Wentian pulled out the eternal magic sword? What shocking battle happened tonight? At this moment, at the bottom of the cliff, the sword veins were torn into pieces, as if they could be destroyed at any time. Qin Wentian held the hilt of the magic sword with both hands, his long hair flying, and his eyes looked up at the sky, cold and boundless. The magic sword could not be pulled out any further. This sword was too evil and wanted to drink all his blood. The people of the Zhuang family gathered together. At this time, they were in a state of shock. The beating of their hearts made them feel that they might explode at any time. It was too shocking. They had never thought that such a shocking thing would happen. Looking at the figure holding the sword, it seemed that the eternal magic sword should have belonged to him. The young man with flying black hair was calm, peaceful, and unassuming when he was in their Zhuang family. Even when Zhuang Hong and Zhuang Peng provoked him several times, he seemed to be oblivious. However, at this moment, they witnessed the young man's arrogant side. Is this the peerless elegance of the number one on the destiny ranking? Is this the arrogant demeanor he has on the battle stage of the destiny ranking? Unfortunately, they missed the battle of the destiny ranking last year and did not witness his brilliance with their own eyes. At this moment, the young man held the magic sword in his hand, and the starlight fell on him, like a peerless king, which made them want to worship him. Even the elder who had a grudge with Qin Wentian felt ashamed. This boy was as bright as the stars. What qualifications did he have to accuse the other party? Even Zhuang Yi, the head of the Zhuang family, was not qualified to control such a person. The dragon was lurking in the Zhuang family. They should seize this opportunity and wait for an opportunity. When the dragon soars above the 9 heavens, it will be the day for the Zhuang family to take off. Zhuang Yi raised his head, looked at the figure, took a deep breath, and spoke loudly. From today on, the Zhuang family's swordsman Qin Wentian can command the Zhuang family, and his power can surpass that of the patriarch. Chapter 416 Hate the sky is too low. From today on, the sword son of the Zhuang family, Qin Wentian, can command the Zhuang family, and his power can surpass that of the head of the family. Zhuang Yi's words shocked everyone in the Zhuang family. Zhuang Yi actually handed over power to Qin Wentian at this moment, and said that Qin Wentian's sword son's power could surpass that of the head of the family. Is this to hand over the life and death of the Zhuang family to Qin Wentian? Looking at the young man, many people still couldn't calm down. Although they were shocked by Qin Wentian's talent and strength, they had never thought that the head of the family would hand over the highest power of the Zhuang family to him. Qin Wentian was also slightly surprised. He turned his eyes and looked at Zhuang Yi. It seemed that Zhuang Yi wanted to take this opportunity to push him up. At this moment, he drew the demon sword and shocked the heroes. It was undoubtedly a good opportunity to push himself to the front of the Zhuang family. Of course, Zhuang Yi also wanted to tell him that the Zhuang family was willing to be absolutely loyal to him, the inheritor of the Qin King. In this way, if he can really rise in the future and lead the Qin Wang lineage to revive, his Zhuang family lineage can also occupy a place in his heart. Since he has chosen this path, with Zhuang Yi's decisive style of action, he will simply do it perfectly without letting him have any grudges. Wentian, the Zhuang family will be handed over to you in the future. Zhuang Yi bowed slightly to Qin Wentian, and the scene made everyone look even more shocked. Qin Wentian nodded lightly, not with a humble look at this moment. Since Zhuang Yi did so, then he should also take the responsibility. In this battle, the Xianjian sect and the Li family were seriously injured. It may be difficult to revive again. However, for the Wang family, they have not been injured at all. These people will definitely mobilize strong people from Bingzhou City. Uncle Zhuang, this Beijian city still cannot be left. Qin Wentian spoke slowly. He wanted to shake the overlord-level forces, but his strength was still too weak and far from enough. Well, tonight, we will extract all the sword veins and then evacuate the sword worship city. Zhuang Yi nodded slightly, looked at Qin Wentian and said, Wentian, can this demon sword be subdued? It's difficult. This sword drank my blood. Although it resonates, it still wailed and is difficult to tame. Qin Wentian spoke slowly, lowered his head, and his eyes fell on the huge demon sword. A terrifying force emerged from his hands and he pulled it out. The earth roared, the cliffs trembled, and the sword intent whistled between heaven and earth. Above the sky, under the starlight, the strange phenomenon remained. The sound of the sword chanting gave people a sense of sadness. If the sword is a demon, if it has a spirit, why doesn't it want to whistle in the 9 heavens? Qin Wentian bowed his head and spoke to the demon sword. His voice rolled, as if it merged with the sound of the wailing sword, resounding between heaven and earth. On the cliff, everyone in the sword worship city could hear it clearly. At this moment, they already knew that the Zhuang family sword son was actually the #1 on the destiny list, the legendary young man, Qin Wentian. This boy actually wants to tame the demon sword. The demon sword that has remained motionless for eternity was created because of him. What kind of person is this person who is ranked first on the destiny list? Many people want to go to the bottom of the cliff to see Qin Wentian in person, but at this moment, the sword intent permeates the world, and no one dares to go down the cliff again. As Qin Wentian finished speaking, the demon sword's mournful cry became stronger and stronger. Above the sky, the strange phenomenon became more and more dazzling. The sound of mournful cry was like the whistling of thousands of sharp swords. The sound of these millions of sword whistles gathered together, as if turning into an ancient sound of vicissitudes. I hate that the sky is too low. The low and vicissitudes of the ancient sound resounded between heaven and earth, making everyone tremble with fear. The demon sword actually spoke human words, hating that the sky was too low and refused to whistle. The demon sword has not whistled for eternity. Once it whistles, I hate that the sky is too low. Qin Wentian was also shocked in his heart, and murmured, his voice still blending with the sword's mournful whistle, resounding through the void. What a demon this sword is! It has remained motionless for eternity, not because it cannot, but because it is unwilling, and unwilling. This sword hates the sky for being too low. What a spirit, what an ancient sword! Even the people of the Wang family in Bingzhou City were frightened by the words of the demon sword. They came to the sword worship city. In addition to mining the sword veins, they also had an important purpose, which was to tame the demon sword and use it for his Wang family in Bingzhou City. However, after the words of the demon sword came out, the people of the Wang family no longer had such thoughts, not at all. The demon sword hates the sky for being too low, let alone the sky of his Wang family. Although the Wang family is one of the overlords in Bingzhou City, looking at the mainland, how dare they compete with the sky? No wonder, for thousands of years, no one has been able to make the demon sword surrender. This kind of demon sword is despised by the sky. How can people tame it? The wailing is only because I hate the sky for being too low. Qin Wentian murmured, since you are willing to sing because of me, are you willing to rise with me? I will never humiliate you. The demon sword continued to wail, trembling wildly, but did not move at all. Qin Wentian could no longer pull out the demon sword. This sword refused to move. The people of the Zhuang family looked at the scene in front of them, feeling nervous. They were a little disappointed when they found that the sword refused to move. Zhuang Yi persuaded them, this sword is too demonic, and the sky is too low. It is normal that it refuses to be unsheathed with you. Qin Wentian nodded slightly, but still felt a little disappointed. It was a pity that the sword refused to be drawn. The demon sword has never moved. You can draw the sword 7 feet high, which makes you the first person in the world. Zhuang Yi continued to speak, making the people of the Zhuang family look slightly condensed. Indeed, Qin Wentian has done something that no one has been able to do for thousands of years. He is the first person who uses human power to cause the demon sword to wail. The demon sword drinks blood but does not kill him. He is also the first person to pull out the demon sword. He is still so young, and he is the first person on the destiny list. His future has a brilliant future. Qin Wentian stood there, his blood rolling endlessly, as if roaring wildly, trying to rush out of his body. Holding the demon sword, the sword's power gradually faded, and the light gradually dimmed. Finally, the demon sword's brilliance disappeared, and the vision also disappeared. The demon sword no longer cried, and fell into endless silence again. This silence seemed to reveal endless sadness. Who can solve the eternal sadness? Who can make the demon sword roar in the sky? On the cliff, everyone saw that the demon sword no longer rang, and the people of the Wang and Li families and the Jiutian sect finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Qin Wentian was unable to pull up the demon sword, otherwise the power of this sword would be a disaster for them. If this sword is a demon, it has a spirit, and it dares to hate the sky. If its power can be used by Qin Wentian, it will shock the great Xia dynasty. However, with the nature of this demon sword, it is impossible to be tamed. Although the demon sword only spoke one word, that word was enough to shock Daxia. Hate the sky? Too low. Exploit the sword vein. Qin Wentian did not insist. With his current strength, even if he really pulled out this demon sword would be difficult to control. Yes. Zhuang Yi nodded slightly, and then said, exploit the sword vein, and at the same time, take off the divine pattern rings on those people. The people of the Zhuang family nodded, and then flashed away. In the battle just now, too many strong men fell. The divine pattern rings on those people must have terrible wealth. How could they be left at the bottom of the cliff? Qin Wentian's body strolled down from the demon sword and came to Zhuang Yi's side. Now, the Wang and Li families and the Jiutian sect have suffered heavy losses and will not dare to come again. They can safely exploit the sword veins. Wentian, what are you going to do in the future? Zhuang Yi asked. Qin Wentian had offended many big forces, which he knew. Now, he handed the Zhuang family to Qin Wentian, but it was still not enough to fight against those overlord-level forces. I don't know what Qin Wentian's plans are in the future. First, take the hidden vein under your command, and then gather them together. If possible, I want to establish a new force. I hope that Uncle Zhuang can help me. Qin Wentian said. The Kangwang hidden vein, each vein is strong, but it can't compete with the overlord-level forces. Divided, scattered. If he gathers all the hidden veins, and then collectively tempers them, and develops for a few years, the backbone will not be weaker than the overlord-level forces. I'm afraid the lack is the foundation, the top-level foundation. This requires him and a group of talented people to rise up, strong enough to compete with the top forces of those big forces. Qin Wentian naturally understands that this takes time. Of course. Zhuang Yi nodded slightly. If it is in my hands, I can witness the re-emergence of the Kangwang lineage in Daxia, which is a blessing. In addition, some old people in the family have gone out. If they are still alive, they will surely be stronger. I will call them back. The Zhuang family is the hidden lineage of the Kangwang. It has existed since the time of the Kangwang. After thousands of years of development, there will certainly be some people with outstanding talents. As they grow older, they will go to the continent to pursue a higher realm. If so, of course it would be the best. Qin Wentian smiled and nodded. In fact, he had no idea how strong the Kangwang hidden lineage is now. It is possible that some forces have disappeared and perished over the years. For example, the White Deer Academy and the Zhuang family should be considered to have developed relatively well. Of course, it is also possible that some forces will have some terrifying characters, which requires him to explore. Qin Wentian. At this moment, a voice rolled over the cliff, descended under the cliff, and fell into Qin Wentian's ears. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed, he looked up at the void, and said coldly, "Wang family, are you still not willing to give up? You borrowed the power of the demon sword, it is your luck, but today you act with a clan, you must remember the consequences." The voice in the void was threatening. In addition, there is one thing I forgot to tell you. I guess you are in Jiutian city and you don't know about this. Qin Wentian frowned slightly. From the tone of this person, it seems that it is not a good thing. Qin Wentian, on the destiny list, you and Mo Qingchang stood hand in hand, telling the world about your relationship. I heard about it in Bingzhou City. You are really a pair of immortal lovers, enviable. The people of Daxia are blessing you. The strong man of the Wang family seemed to be praising, but his tone was extremely cold. He continued, "Unfortunately, it's not always possible for lovers to be together. Wangzhou City, the Holy Land Dangwang Palace, has announced to the 9 states of Daxia that it will recruit a husband for Mo Qingcheng and recruit her into the Dangwang Palace. Qin Wentian, do you think that the Dangwang Palace will train Mo Qingcheng and then release her? If you and Mo Qingcheng become a couple, wouldn't the Dangwang Palace have trained her for nothing?" After this voice fell, Qin Wentian's face instantly turned cold, with a terrible cold light in his eyes. "Luohi, she promised Qingcheng not to ask about her affairs." Qin Wentian's voice was extremely cold. "It's ridiculous. Now that Mo Qingcheng has performed so well, will her master Luohi let Mo Qingcheng and you leave? If so, why should she take her back? Mo Qingcheng's future husband must also join the Dangwang Palace, but that place is not for you to go." The other party said coldly. "Moreover, after I heard about this, Mo Qingcheng made a mad commotion in the Dangwang Palace and even wanted to escape privately, which angered Luohi and confined her. This will be her last chance to give Mo Qingcheng. If Mo Qingcheng dares to refuse, the consequences are beyond my knowledge." Qin Wentian took a deep breath, with a terrible chill on his body. He knew that Luohi would not make him and Mo Qingcheng so easily. However, it has only been a year, and Luohi broke his promise and did such a thing. "Qin Wentian, Wangzhou City, do you still dare to go?" The voice rolled, and then the middle-aged man went away, leaving only a cold voice echoing in the cliff. "Wangzhou City, Dangwang Palace, Qin Wentian, do you dare to go?" Chapter 417 My obsession can cut through the heavens. Qin Wentian's eyes were like a sharp sword, ready to pierce the void. "Wangzhou City, Dangwang Palace, he must go. Wentian, he is provoking you. If what he said is true, there must be many powerful people gathered in the Dangwang Palace of Wangzhou City. If you go there, it will be too dangerous." Zhuang Yi frowned. "I know." Qin Wentian nodded slightly. "However, Wangzhou City, I must go." Zhuang Yi's eyes flashed with a thoughtful look. He pondered for a moment, and then said, "I'll go with you." "Uncle Zhuang, you still need to settle the Zhuang family." Qin Wentian shook his head. "It's okay. The elders of the Zhuang family are here. I'm worried about you going to Dangwang Palace alone. But I won't go with you. I'll pretend to be a passerby and follow you. I'll blend into the crowd and no one will recognize me." Zhuang Yi said. Qin Wentian looked at Zhuang Yi, then turned around, looked into the void, and suddenly laughed. "Okay, Uncle Zhuang, since you said so, then you go with me." As soon as the voice fell, Qin Wentian's figure flashed and landed on the demon sword. Staring at the demon sword, Qin Wentian directly cut his finger, and then suddenly scratched the blade of the demon sword. In an instant, blood kept dripping on the blade of the demon sword, and then, it was absorbed by the demon sword. "Wentian, what are you doing?" Zhuang Yi's expression changed drastically. Qin Wentian was actually feeding the sword with blood again. "I want to draw the sword." Qin Wentian's voice was cold. He closed his eyes, and blood kept pouring into the demon sword. In an instant, the demon sword howled again, and the sword light rushed straight into the sky. Inside the body, beside the candlelight, golden threads were moving, turning into blood, and sinking into the demon sword along with the demon's blood. In an instant, the demon sword's chant became even more terrifying, and a strange phenomenon reappeared above the sky. On the cliff, the people of Jiutian City wanted to leave, but at this moment, a terrifying sword intent roared out again, and the strange phenomenon in the sky appeared again, and their hearts trembled again. What on earth is going on? Buzz! A sword light rushed straight into the sky, dazzling and boundless. This space was wrapped in the sound of the sword's roar, as if it would never stop. They only felt the cold wind of the sword hanging around them, so cold. Under the cliff, Qin Wentian stared at the giant sword with a terrible and tenacious look in his eyes, and said, "You hate the low sky and refuse to roar in the 9 heavens. You hate my humble strength and endless wailing. However, I am humble tonight, but I have the ambition to break the sky." Qin Wentian's voice was solemn, and the sound was integrated into the sword energy. His words echoed between heaven and earth. He was communicating with the sword. Qin Wentian refused to give up. The man from the Wang family who had just used Mo King Chang to provoke Qin Wentian, looked at the strange phenomena around him, his expression changed slightly, and he smiled coldly. The demon sword hates the sky and refuses to come out. How can he pull out the sword? If he enters Wangzhou City, it will be a net of heaven and earth. However, Qin Wentian naturally could not hear his voice. He could feel the arrogance and mourning of the demon sword, and his heart and his blood would resonate with it. The demon sword mourned because it hated the sky and hated that it had no master to serve, and no one could control it. Qin Wentian could feel its emotions, and at this moment, hearing his words, the sword chanted even louder. "If you have the wish to break the sky, follow me out of the ground." Qin Wentian's voice was solemn, as if he was talking to the ancients. His blood kept flowing on the sword, but he had no expression, as if he would pull out the sword even if his blood was sucked dry. With a buzzing sound, Qin Wentian's blood was turbulent. He placed his hands on the hilt of the sword, roared, gathered all his strength on his palms, and suddenly pulled it out towards the sky. Boom boom. The earth and the sky trembled, thousands of swords rang, and the entire cliff was turbulent and trembling. It moved. Zhuang Yi and other people from the Zhuang family were horrified. The demon sword moved. Bang! The sword veins collapsed, the cliff broke, and the demon sword was unearthed. An unparalleled sword power rushed from under the cliff to the sky. A beam of sword light broke through the clouds, as if the sky was about to be broken. "Get up, the demon sword is about to come out." Zhuang Yi's heart was filled with huge waves. Qin Wentian, tonight, he would not give up until he pulled out the demon sword. Swish, swish. The demon sword was pulled out little by little. Finally, when the tip of the sword appeared, a terrible storm blew up the whole world. The people of the Zhuang family retreated rapidly, and their expressions were all horrified. The sword lights cut through the cliffs, causing terrible cracks on the cliffs, as if they were cut by a lazy waste. Endless sword beams rolled together, and the cylindrical beams turned into green light, trying to compete with the sky and break through the sky. The countless figures on the cliffs seemed to be able to hear the sound of their own heartbeats. They looked up at the void. The sword light broke through the sky, and a real black hole appeared. The clouds were broken, as if a hole was opened in the sky. The sword wailed in the sky. "Hate the sky, too low." Boom. The earth seemed to be sinking. That was the cliff being cut off. Under this sword intent, some people even prostrated themselves on the ground and worshipped the supreme sword power. The demon sword, motionless for eternity, shocked the world when it moved. Qin Wentian's body was soaked with blood and sweat. He pulled out the demon sword, and his palms were stained red with blood. He used up all his strength, raised his head, and moved forward. His body slowly soared into the air. The demon sword rose up. "You hate the lowness of the sky. Although you have the supreme sword power, you are unwilling to use it for me." Qin Wentian's voice blended into the sound of heaven and earth, as if it penetrated the void. "Today, I am humble, but how do you know that I can't ascend to heaven in the future?" Qin Wentian looked up at the sky, with an extremely strong obsession in his eyes. Danwang Palace and Luo broke their promises. Why? "Today, I was humble and offended the sky of Daxia, and was regarded as a person who must die. Get up." Qin Wentian roared wildly, and his body slowly rose into the air. His muscles seemed to be stretched straight, and every part of his body burst out. Billions of sword intentions surrounded his body, and his body drew out the demon sword. The demon sword followed him out of the ground, soared into the air, and wanted to step off the cliff. The people of the Wang family, the Li family, and the Xianjian sect all felt this horrifying scene, and their hearts trembled. The person who tried to provoke Qin Wentian was even more pale. He never thought that Qin Wentian would draw the demon sword again because of his words. Moreover, if he does not draw the demon sword, he will not be a human being. Will the demon sword follow him and appear in Daxia? The Wang family strongman asked himself in his heart. He could clearly feel that Qin Wentian was going up with a demon sword. Let's go. The head of the Xianjian sect, Jian Wuiao, suddenly became clear-headed and roared. Immediately, the people of the Xianjian sect flashed and prepared to leave. The sword has sounded. Where can we find life? A voice seemed to come from the cliff, and it seemed to burst out from the sword intent that roared between heaven and earth. Suddenly, endless sharp swords passed through and pounced on the people of Xianjian sect. The Xianjian sect's strong men looked back and saw thousands of sword ki falling from the sky, covering the sky and the sun. Where can they find life? The sword has rang, Qin Wentian, and the killing thought arises. Jian Wuiao was surrounded by endless sword light, and Wu Ming Xiangang appeared, wrapping his body. Under his feet, he stepped on the giant sword, which actually slanted towards the sky and turned into sword ki rainbow light. Puchy, puchy. The sword fell, the figure disappeared, and in an instant, countless strong men were reduced to ashes. A scream came from a distance, and Jian Wuiao turned into a long rainbow. The swords around him were destroyed, his Wu Ming Xiangang were all broken, one arm was broken, and blood was flowing. However, he did not dare to look back and fled madly. Everyone looked at the background. This scene will never be forgotten. The people of the Li family and the Wang family also knew what was going on at the moment. They were so shocked just now that they had never thought that Qin Wentian could draw the demon sword again. However, they seemed to have forgotten that when the demon sword came out, Qin Wentian would first kill them. Go! Li's henchmen roared, and the people of the Wang family also fled. However, the sword whistled and blood marks appeared. The Wang family warrior was extremely powerful, but the sword intent that was killing him seemed to be directed at him alone. Kill! A cold voice fell into his heart. In an instant, the sword whistled and a blood mark appeared. His body still rushed forward by inertia, but his eyes gradually became scattered. Before he died, he felt endless regret in his heart. Why did he go to provoke Qin Wentian in the name of Mo Qingchen? On the cliff, everyone's eyes gathered together. A young man appeared there like a demon, slowly rising until it was 1,000 meters high. The demon sword below finally revealed its full appearance, and it was more than 1,000 meters high. Bang! Qin Wentian's body fell to the ground, and he actually fell down and spit out blood, but his hands were still firmly grasping the handle of the demon sword. Everyone found that Qin Wentian's palm seemed to be no longer a human palm, but a huge demon palm, which actually covered the hilt of the sword and held it tightly. There was a terrible tenacity in his eyes. If you don't want me to control you, then I will walk with you for 100,000 miles, so that you can see that my obsession is worthy of you to cut the sky. Qin Wentian seemed to be talking to the demon sword. He held the demon sword and walked forward step by step. The demon sword slid on the ground, and deep sword marks appeared wherever it passed, as if the earth was cut by a sword. Everyone in front of him made way, and no one dared to block him. Wherever he passed, the supreme sword power was going to sweep the world. The sword's mournful cry gradually became weaker. It was as if the demon sword was feeling how deep his obsession was. Wentian. The people of the Zhuang family landed on the ground, looking at the deep sword marks and the staggering back holding the ancient sword. Their hearts seemed to be struck by an ancient bell, and they were deeply shocked. They thought that the first place on the destiny list was a powerful talent. They thought that the first place on the destiny list was a peerless frivolity. However, at this moment, they seemed to really see why the first place on the destiny list was him, Qin Wentian. Is he going to Wangzhou City like this, holding the demon sword? Zhuang Yi murmured. It was hard to imagine how terrible Qin Wentian's obsession was. If this person doesn't scare Daxia, who can control Jiaxiao? Elders, Zhuang family, temporarily hand over to you to command. I follow Jianzi into Wangzhou City. Zhuang Yi spoke slowly, and saw him raise his feet, follow the monstrous sword marks, follow Qin Wentian's footsteps, and walk towards Wangzhou City, 100,000 miles away. How long will this trip take? Chapter 418, Entering Wangzhou with a Sword. The 1,000-meter-long demon sword cannot be pulled out by the Xiangang strong man, and it will never move. How heavy is this sword? No one knows. Qin Wentian is the first person to pull out this sword and bring it out of the cliff. However, he still cannot control it. He can only drag the sword, step by step, and every step is so heavy. After 3 years of walking like this, he will probably reach Wangzhou City. When Qin Wentian dragged the demon sword, no one dared to approach him. The sword light illuminated the sky and the earth, and there were endless sword whistles in the void. The whistles of the swords gradually weakened, as if moved by Qin Wentian's obsession. Many people followed Qin Wentian. They saw that wherever Qin Wentian passed, there were deep sword marks, like a canyon. At this time, they seemed to gradually believe the legend that the demon sword came from the sky, fell to the earth, and broke the cliff with one sword. Qin Wentian walked farther and farther with one step. Here, some people were heading towards the void, looking at the earth. Their hearts were throbbing. They saw that the earth seemed to have opened up an endless crack, which continued to extend into the distance, with no end. Qin Wentian, where to go with the demon sword? If he went to Wangzhou City, would he let this crack extend to 100,000 miles? A month later, some people followed Qin Wentian, and some stayed outside the sword worship city, but the rumors about Qin Wentian lingered in the sword worship city from then on, although he stayed in the sword worship city for only 3 months. On this day, Chaoyuan City was boiling. Outside Chaoyuan City, there was a young man, whose arm turned into a demon arm, dragging a 1,000-meter-long terrifying giant sword, and moving forward step by step. Wherever he passed, the earth cracked and cracks appeared, and the sword energy did not dissipate for a long time. Even more terrifying was that the sword whistled between heaven and earth, as if as long as he approached 100 miles, he would be torn apart by the sword energy. The whole city of Chaoyuan City was shocked, watching the young man dragging the ancient sword along the main road in the city. The road was open, and thousands of people avoided it. No one dared to block it. The young man walked step by step, looking into the distance, as if he had an extremely strong obsession that the world could not stop. Who is this boy? The people of Chaoyuan City were amazed, but soon they found that many people were following him far behind the young man. These people followed all the way from Jiutian City. From their mouths, they found out that this person was the number 1 on the destiny list last year, Qin Wentian. Where did this sword come from? This sword is for the monster on the cliff. It has been unmoved for thousands of years. Once it was unsheathed, the cliff was stained with blood, and the Li family, the Xianjian sect, and the Wang family were destroyed. Why did Qin Wentian do this? Because of how the Danyuan Palace broke its promise. It had promised Qin Wentian that as long as he defeated Zhang Chen in the destiny ranking, they would not interfere with his affairs with Mo Qingchen, the proud daughter of the Danyuan Palace. However, Luo He broke his promise and wanted to find a son-in-law for Mo Qingchen. In anger, Qin Wentian pulled out the eternal magic sword, and the sword was shocked and worshipped the sword city. Now, he wanted to drag the sword into Wangzhou City. When the people of Chaoyuan City heard this, they were extremely shocked. They actually followed Qin Wentian, wanting to see with their own eyes how Qin Wentian dragged the sword into Wangzhou City. The number of people on this trip became more and more huge. 2 months later, there were 10,000 people following Qin Wentian within 100 miles behind him. They were all deeply infected by Qin Wentian's obsession. The first place on the destiny ranking was well deserved. If this person could escape from the trip to Wangzhou City unscathed, I am afraid that the Danyuan Palace will have trouble sleeping and eating from now on. What shocked them even more was that the 1,000-meter demon sword seemed to be gradually moved by Qin Wentian's obsession. Its body seemed to become lighter. Although Qin Wentian still couldn't control it and couldn't draw the sword to fly in the air, he could drag the ancient sword and run. Compared with the past, his speed was much faster. The sword energy was even more terrifying. The sword marks torn from the earth extended for 50,000 miles. It was so spectacular. This sword mark crack was probably the longest crack in the Great Xia dynasty. Qin Wentian's speed was faster, fast and heavy. Every step was so strenuous. With that breadth of persistence, he didn't have any intention of giving up. He could run 1,000 miles a day. In a blink of an eye, it had been 3 months since Qin Wentian drew the sword in Jiutian City. Qin Wentian dragged the giant sword, and his internal energy seemed to be exhausted. His steps became slower. In the wilderness, Qin Wentian moved forward all the way, passing mountains and rivers, around lakes, and stepping on yellow sand. His eyes were always fixed on the front. Finally, a vast ancient city appeared in his sight. Behind him, many people stared ahead. They all saw the ancient city. 3 months, Qin Wentian, he did it. It took him 3 months to arrive outside Wangzhou City. They felt that these 3 months seemed like 3 years, too far away, but before they knew it, they had arrived. In the ancient Wangzhou City, figures broke through the air. These people were naturally from the big forces who had received the news. Some of them came from the Danyuan Palace, some from the Zhixing Mansion, and some from the Hui family. These overlord-level forces all had grudges against Qin Wentian. Now that Qin Wentian came to Guangzhou City again, it was conceivable what kind of dragon's den and tiger's lair this was. However, after these strong men arrived, they did not dare to move forward. They stopped 10 miles away from Qin Wentian and looked at Qin Wentian in the distance and the shocking 1,000-meter giant sword. It is rumored that Qin Wentian used this sword to easily kill the strong men of the Wang family, destroy the Xianjian sect, and destroy the Li family. If this sword is a demon, its power is unknown. The people who came were strong and weak. Bai Fei was also among the crowd in the Danyuan Palace. She looked at the young man who had despised him in the past, walking towards Guangzhou City alone with a sword, but no one dared to stop him. Qin Wentian also saw them. He continued to walk towards the ancient city. The sword energy whistled forward, and those figures retreated one by one. When Qin Wentian moved forward, they retreated. Crazy. Everyone was deeply shocked by Qin Wentian's persistence. Qin Wentian approached step by step, and the strong men kept retreating. When Qin Wentian stood outside Guangzhou City with a demon sword in his hand, those strong men had already gone deep into the city and disappeared. No one dared to approach Qin Wentian. Tell Luohi that I will find her. Qin Wentian's voice spread throughout the world with his sword whistling, sweeping through the void, and everyone heard it. As his voice fell, a terrifying sword intent descended from all directions. Within a 10-mile radius of Qin Wentian's house, everyone turned around and ran away. Those behind him also fled. This sword intent was too terrifying. A terrible storm was blowing between heaven and earth. Whether it was those overlord-level forces or those who came to watch, they were all running away from Qin Wentian. Outside Guangzhou City, it seemed that only Qin Wentian and the 1,000-meter demon sword were left. The sword whistled and the wind blew. It was so cold. It was not until a long time later that the sword energy storm gradually weakened, until it disappeared into thin air. Gone. The sword energy has dissipated. At this moment, many people showed doubts, and then they flashed and headed for the land outside the city. When they arrived outside the city again, they were stunned. The demon sword stood in the air and inserted into the earth. The pervasive sword intent was restrained too much, as if it was going to return to silence. But Qin Wentian's figure had disappeared. Qin Wentian left the demon sword outside Guangzhou City, but he himself disappeared. What did Qin Wentian want to do? Was he unable to control the vision into Guangzhou City? However, no matter what the reason was, this matter caused a terrible storm in Guangzhou City in a very short time. Qin Wentian, who once practiced in Guangzhou City and became the youngest 4th-level divine pattern master, participated in the Battle of the Destiny ranking more than a year ago, won the first place, and created a miracle. He and Mo Qingchang stood together and announced their relationship. However, in the Battle of the Destiny ranking, Qin Wentian offended too many forces, and many people believed that he would be a dead man. He also killed Zhan Chen and wanted to marry Mo Qingchang. Of course, the Danyuan Palace also had resentment. Luohi decided to find a son-in-law for Mo Qingchang. For this reason, Qin Wentian pulled out the Eternal Demon Sword in Beijing City, dragged this sword for 100,000 miles, came to the outside of Guangzhou City, and told Luohi that he would go to find her. This matter caused an uproar in Guangzhou City. No one dared to imagine that Qin Wentian, who was the first on the destiny list, had just entered the Xiangang realm and dared to face the overlord-level forces. When Hua Taixu won the first place on the destiny list, he was famous in Daxia and did a lot of sensational things. However, compared with Qin Wentian, who was the first on the destiny list after him, what he did was not so sensational. On this day, on the many stairs of the Danyuan Palace, Luohi stood at the highest point, overlooking the people of Guangzhou City in the distance. Her eyes were cold. Behind her, there were many disciples, but Mo Qingchang was not there. "Master, is Qingchang looking for a son-in-law?" Bai Fei asked in a low voice behind him. As usual, the momentum should be great. Luohi's voice was cold, and she uttered a cold sound. Qin Wentian dared to enter Guangzhou City with a demon sword. Was he trying to slap her face? Hearing that the demon sword could break the sky, she hated the sky for being low. She wanted to see if Qin Wentian dared to bring the sword to the Danyuan Palace. "Yes, master." Bai Fei bowed and replied, sighing in her heart. She heard that master was looking for a son-in-law for Mo Qingchang, which was the last chance for Mo Qingchang. If Mo Qingchang disagreed, she was afraid that Master Luohi would be completely angry. At this moment, she didn't know whether she was lucky or sad. In recent days, Many people from the great Jiutian have entered Guangzhou city. They all came to recruit a son-in-law from O King Chen. Although marrying into the Dangwon Palace is not glorious, if an outstanding young man among them can marry Mo King Chen, even if he is married into the Dangwon Palace, what's wrong? In this way, he will be involved with the Dangwon Palace and can't get rid of it. In Daxia, who wouldn't want to have a good relationship with a force like the Dangwon Palace? This holy place of alchemy has a very special status in Daxia. The other strong men also heard about Qin Wentian's story, and they lamented his audacity. They went to the outside of Guangzhou city and wanted to try the magic sword, but found that no matter how strong they were, no one could pull up the magic sword stuck in the ground. No one could do it. Qin Wentian was the only one. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 419, The Demonic Sword stands outside the Pill King's palace. Qin Wentian's bringing the magic sword and making it stand outside Guangzhou city caused a great uproar. Although many people in Daxia today do not know Qin Wentian, there are still a few people who do not know the name of the first place on the destiny list. At least, in the Jiuzhou city of the Daxia dynasty, except for those who do not ask about foreign affairs, how can others not know Qin Wentian? In recent days, many people have come to pull out the sword, but they cannot pull it out. Many people have also come to see the sword to see what is so strange about it. No one except Qin Wentian can pull it out. At this moment, there is a figure in white, his body suspended in the void. This person is handsome and has an outstanding temperament. In the crowd, it seems that he can be seen as different from others at a glance. The moment he appeared, many people's eyes fell on him, and there was a hidden admiration in their expressions. Hu Taixu, the first place on the destiny list in the past, no one could shake his position in that session. In a battle not long ago, he showed his cultivation. He was not at the second level of Xiangang as everyone guessed, but actually stepped into the third level of Xiangang. His fighting power was so powerful that he killed a person at the fourth level of Xiangang. That battle made the name of Hu Taixu resound in Guangzhou city again. In the past dynasties, the first person on the Xianming list would become a famous figure in Daxia. As long as he was not dead, he would be included in the Xiangang list. Now, Hu Taixu gradually moved forward and began to show his edge. With his current strength, even if he looked at Daxia, he was considered to be quite powerful. If he was given a few more years, he would be able to become a top figure in the Daxia dynasty. At this moment, Hu Taixu came here and looked at the demon sword belonging to Qin Wentian. Hu Taixu and Qin Wentian. In the Daxia dynasty, everyone always liked to compare the two together, because in the eyes of the younger generation, the two of them represented two eras and were both the first on the Xianming list. The difference is that Hu Taixu was born into a famous family and is a member of the Hu family, a dominant power. He was born dazzling and has always been at the peak of his career. Qin Wentian is different. He seems to have no background. The people he met are all young people of the same generation, but they are all excellent people. After the end of the destiny list in the past, many people appeared on the Suzaku battle stage willing to fight side by side with him, but left a good story in Daxia. Now, Hu Taixu came here to see the demon sword left by Qin Wentian, which was naturally surprising. At this time, Hu Taixu walked out and looked at the demon sword. The demon sword was silent, with a trace of sword intent, which was very different from the rumors. Everyone said that the sword was full of sword energy, and the mournful cry of disrespecting the heaven and earth could be felt 100 miles away. Wherever it passed, a canyon appeared. But at this time, it seemed to be asleep, and no one could wake it up. Hu Taixu stared at the demon sword for a long time, then turned around and walked away. His expression was always calm, and no one knew what he was thinking. After Hu Taixu left, another figure appeared in this space. Of course, there was more than one person here. However, like Hu Taixu, as soon as she appeared, she attracted everyone's attention. Although she was covered with a green veil and her true face could not be seen, just a quick glance was enough to shock people. People could not look away. This was naturally a woman, clean and tidy, spotless. She looked cold, as if no one could get close to her. She was like a snow lotus on an iceberg, standing proudly in the snow, aloof and not associating with the world. So beautiful. Her appearance seemed to amaze this void. Although her face was not seen, just the exposed eyes and the watery skin seemed to be able to feel the elegance of this woman. This must be a beauty who can amaze the years. Although everyone was amazed, no one dared to approach and blaspheme. However, in her eyes, there was only the magic sword, and her eyes seemed to be thinking about something. She just stayed here for a moment, then turned around and walked away, making countless people guess in their hearts. Who is this woman? Which power can have such a stunning person? When the crowd realized that the other person had left, they found that the figure seemed to have disappeared out of thin air, without a trace, as if it was their illusion that the other person had never appeared. This feeling made them feel lost, and they seemed to want to take another look at the woman. The biggest event in Wangzhou City this time is that Danwang Palace is recruiting a son-in-law for Mo Qingcheng. This woman is so stunning, it is very likely that she is cultivated by some overlord-level power, or maybe Zhuan Palace. Then it is possible to see her when Danwang Palace Mo Qingcheng recruits a son-in-law. We must go and see her. Many people had a thought in their hearts. Although they did not dare to blaspheme, it would be good to take another look. Besides, Danwang Palace recruited a son-in-law for Mo Qingcheng, and Qin Wentian came to Wangzhou City again with a demon sword. On such a sensational day, they would go to Danwang Palace to see it. Outside Wangzhou City, people came and went in an endless stream. The only thing that remains unchanged is the demon sword, standing on the earth, as if it will stay here forever. Only that person can wake it up. Powerful men from all sides descended on Wangzhou City. For a time, Wangzhou City was extremely prosperous, especially the central area of Wangzhou City, which was under the jurisdiction of the Danwang Palace. It was much more lively than usual. Not long ago, Luohe announced to the world that this time, Mo Qingcheng's son-in-law recruitment will be held on the 99th staircase of the Danwang Palace. All overlord-level forces can step onto the 99 stairs to watch this grand occasion. Although ordinary people cannot step onto the 99 stairs, they can stop and watch at the bottom of the stairs. Anyone under the age of 30 with outstanding talents and extraordinary appearance can participate in the Danwang Palace's son-in-law recruitment. Since they are looking for a son-in-law for the proud daughter of Danwang Palace, Mo Qingcheng, first of all, his appearance cannot be too bad, which is inevitable, otherwise it will damage the image of Danwang Palace. Secondly, he cannot be too old. After all, Mo Qingcheng is in her prime. How can she marry a middle-aged or old man? Of course, the most important thing is strength and talent. As for background, it is the last issue that Danwang Palace considers. The people who participate in the son-in-law recruitment this time will select the top 3 people in terms of strength, and then the people of Danwang Palace will make a comprehensive consideration and decide the final candidate. Although the rules do not specify that they will ask about background, in fact, this last consideration leaves room for maneuver, and everyone's mind is as clear as a mirror. But in any case, let alone the reputation of the Danwang Palace, Mo Qingcheng's stunning beauty and terrifying alchemy talent are enough to attract outstanding young people. Although Mo Qingcheng seems to have feelings for Qin Wentian, the Danwang Palace has announced this to the world and held it in public in Daxia, so there is absolutely no way there will be any mistakes. On this day, people were coming and going outside the Danwang Palace. In a magnificent hall on the 99 steps of the Danwang Palace, Luohe sat on the main seat with his eyes closed. After she sat down, Bai Fei and other disciples were reporting the people who had reported to participate in the son-in-law recruitment. Master, at present, almost all the major overlord-level forces have disciples participating. Although they are not the most outstanding ones, they are all extraordinary people. Bai Fei looked up at Luohe and reported respectfully. Yes. Luohe closed his eyes and nodded gently. Are there no names of Hua Taixu, Chen Wang and others? No. Bai Fei said. Luohe did not speak. She also knew that this time was to recruit a son-in-law for Danwang Palace. Although all major forces would be very concerned, they would make comprehensive considerations and would not let a person like Hua Taixu come out. Otherwise, if Danwang Palace chose Hua Taixu, would the Hua family let Hua Taixu marry into Danwang Palace and become a member of Danwang Palace? Are there any noteworthy people? Luohe asked again. I didn't find any. Bai Fei shook her head. There are few people who are not from big sects or aristocratic families, and their strength is only reported to the first level of Xiangang realm, but such people must be easily eliminated. This time, outstanding people under the age of 30 who have just entered the Xiangang realm will certainly not have any chance. Yes. Luohi nodded again, and then said, "Go ask your junior sister, tell her that there are still 7 days left, which is her last deadline. If she really wants to disobey the master's order, the master will let her obey me." What she said about or obeying her was a hidden meaning. Bai Fei certainly understood this. At that time, I am afraid that Mo Qingcheng's heart would not be controlled by herself. At night, Wangzhou City seemed a little quiet, but outside Wangzhou City, there was an uproar. Many people felt the overwhelming sword power in the silent night. When they noticed it, they found that the breath of the demon sword rushed straight into the sky and kept going towards the direction of the Danyuan Palace. Along the way, it caused many people to descend into the void to watch. The next morning, the masters of the Danyuan Palace stood on the 99 steps and stared ahead. They saw a terrifying ancient sword over 1,000 meters long stuck upside down in the ground facing the Danyuan Palace. Although it was some distance away from the Danyuan Palace, because the sword was too high and too conspicuous, anyone could see it at first glance. The sword was facing the Danyuan Palace. Its meaning was self-evident. This was already a provocation. Last night, when the sword energy approached, many masters of the Danyuan Palace had already sensed it. However, although the sword energy was so powerful, it only approached slowly. At first, some masters of the Danyuan Palace went to investigate, but when the sword energy swept by, they did not dare to move forward at all. When the high-level masters of the Danyuan Palace were dispatched, the sword energy swept through, and they did not dare to move forward easily. Finally, when they surrounded and suppressed it, the sword had already been inserted into the ground, and the person who controlled the sword was no longer there. This situation was a great shame for the Danyuan Palace. They were so powerful that they had someone insert a sword within 10 miles outside the Danyuan Palace. But the sword's power was really terrible. Fortunately, Qin Wentian could not control the demon sword. Otherwise, according to their guess, if Qin Wentian could control the demon sword, with the power of the demon sword, he might be able to sweep across the Xiangang realm. Luohi's face was ashen. Last night, she was also frightened by the sword's intention and did not dare to get close. She could not imagine that this was done by a small person who she would not even look at in the past in the state of Chu. However, the sword was there, but no one could pull it out. Could it be that because of the provocation of a younger generation, the Danyuan Palace would dispatch the Supreme Elders? The face of the Danyuan Palace was even more disgraced and laughed at by Daxia. Mo Qingcheng was under house arrest in a palace. Although she was bound at this time, she also felt the sword's power. She couldn't help but wonder where the sword intention came from, and it was spreading in the Danyuan Palace? Chapter 420, Danyuan Palace selects a son-in-law. The demon sword stood in front of the Danyuan Palace, and Wangzhou City was in an uproar. Everyone was amazed by this. The young man of the past returned, and for his love, he dragged the sword for 100,000 miles and entered Wangzhou with his determination. In front of the Danyuan Palace, the demon sword stood. This was telling everyone that he, Qin Wentian, was back and would make Luo pay the price for what he did. However, everyone dared not imagine that although Qin Wentian was talented, he was still weak after all. How could a person of the first level of Xiangang compete with a behemoth of the Danyuan Palace? The Danyuan Palace was full of strong people. What everyone saw was just the tip of the iceberg. If the pillars of the Danyuan Palace were brought out, they would all be extremely terrifying. Qin Wentian could not really control the demon sword. If he really turned against him, I am afraid that even if he dragged the demon sword and could use the power of the demon sword to sweep the world, he would still die. He was facing the overlord-level force of Wangzhou City, the transcendent existence that could rank in the top 5 in the entire Daxia, the Danyuan Palace. Qin Wentian has the determination to slash the sky, but how can he shake the Tongshan Palace on the 99 steps? The Danyuan Palace's recruitment of a son-in-law for Mo Qingcheng has already set off a huge storm in Jiuzhou, and countless people have come to Wangzhou City. Now that Qin Wentian is standing outside the Danyuan Palace with a sword and slapping Luohi, the storm has intensified, and there is a hint of a storm. This day has finally arrived. In front of the Danyuan Palace, under the 99 steps, and within a 10-mile area, there are figures everywhere. However, they avoided a certain place, where only a sword stood in the sky, and no one dared to approach. On the 99 steps of the Danyuan Palace, the figures of the Danyuan Palace stood in the void, among which Luohi stood in the center. She looked forward and could see the standing demon sword. Her expression was particularly cold. Qin Wentian slapped her in the face like this. She wanted to see how Qin Wentian dared to come today. If he comes, he will never come back. Her eyes slowly turned and looked down, only to see Luohi opening her mouth and saying, "Friends from the Overlord-level forces, please go up the 99 steps. This time, we are looking for a son-in-law. Welcome to be a witness together." As soon as she finished speaking, many figures walked out. All of them were from the Overlord forces of Jiutian. They all stepped onto the 99 steps and sat down on the stands set up around the wide square in front of the main hall of the Den King. Those who have signed up for the son-in-law recruitment in the past few days, please stand below the 90th step. Luohi continued to speak, and suddenly many figures walked up and squeezed towards the 90 steps in front. In just a moment, the 90th step was full of figures, and there was no space at all. If the people behind wanted to go up, they had to blast people down. So many people are participating in the son-in-law recruitment this time. They are all Xiangang realm strongmen under the age of 30, and they all have extraordinary looks. Otherwise, if they are kicked out because of their looks, it would be too embarrassing. As for those below the Xiangang realm, it is undoubtedly a foolish dream to want to marry Mo Qingchen. The Den One Palace is recruiting a son-in-law, and it is from Mo Qingchen. No wonder there are so many outstanding people. Not to mention those Overlord-level forces, some of the big forces at the lower levels have probably sent out the most outstanding people in the sector family. If you can become the son-in-law of the Dan One Palace and marry Mo Qingchen, then the status of the sector family will rise in the future. However, it is not easy to make it to the end. In one stick of incense, only those who stand on the 90th step are qualified to step onto the Dan One Palace and participate in this recruitment of sons-in-law. Luohi said lightly, "After one stick of incense, as long as you are still standing on the 90th step, you can move up. Now, let's start." As soon as her voice fell, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. The 99 steps were crowded with strong people. Luohi only took those who stood on the 90th step. At this moment, the figures standing on the 90th step felt a terrifying pressure. The people below had terrible auras. The Star Soul and Wu Mingyan Gang bloomed crazily. In an instant, a terrifying airflow swept out. The outbreak of the battle was faster and more violent than everyone imagined. Just with Luohi's words, it broke out in full force, with constant roars. Looking at this terrifying battle that broke out in an instant, everyone felt their hearts and minds trembling violently. Their blood was flying and screams were continuous. In just a short moment, I don't know how many strong people were blown away or seriously injured. It was too cruel. Although Luohi is the daughter of the Dan King of Dan King Palace and practices alchemy on weekdays, she is definitely not a kind person who saves all living beings. She is indifferent and chooses the most direct and cruel selection method. There are few people who are very strong, and no one can knock them down. Soon everyone noticed some outstanding figures. Their cultivation is almost all at the second and third levels of Xiangang realm. It is very scary for young people under the age of 30 to reach the third level of Xiangang realm. Among the Overlord level forces, only the most outstanding evildoers can do it. People at the fourth level of Xiangang realm have not been seen. It is too horrifying to reach the fourth level of Xiangang realm under the age of 30. Even Hua Taeksa can't do it. People at the third level of Xiangang realm are already the top figures participating in this selection. As for the people at the first level of Xiangang realm, they are the worst. They are the weakest group of people. They are easily knocked down the stairs. Their injuries are deep and shallow. They have no strength to attack upwards. Most of the people who can stand on the 90th step are from those Overlord level forces. Chen Lai from the Chen family was also very famous back then. He is the elder brother of King Chen. Although his talent is not as good as King Chen, his realm is higher than King Chen. He was once a well-known figure on the destiny list. The Chen family actually chose him to come. Did Ituo Sheng from the Hua family come too? Although his brilliance was completely suppressed by Hua Taeksu, he himself is also a very powerful figure. It seems that there are many talented people who want to win the beauty this time, and the competition is very fierce. That is Wang Yifei from the Wang family in Bingzhou City. He is very powerful. I heard that not long ago, Wang Ju was killed by Qin Wentian. I don't know whether this is true or not. It is rumored that he died when Qin Wentian pulled out the demon sword. If it is true, the Wang family must hate Qin Wentian to the bone. If Qin Wentian shows up today, I don't know how miserable it will be. Chen family, Hua family, Wang family, who doesn't want him to die? And there is also the Danyuan Palace and the Zhixing Mansion. How can they forgive him? This Qin Wentian is indeed a peerless evildoer who dares to compete with the world. Now it seems that he will either perish or become an unprecedented figure. Emperor Kang died like this, and I am afraid he will not be able to do the same. Someone below whispered and thought of Qin Wentian again. Although Qin Wentian has only done 2 or 3 things since he came to prominence, they were so sensational that people would easily remember them. Moreover, today, he is likely to come to ruin the scene. His sword, standing in front of the Dan King Palace, will probably not let this son-in-law recruitment go smoothly. Who is that person? He is so handsome. Moreover, with the strength of the first level of Xiangang realm, he can stand on the 90th level of stairs. No one can knock him down. At this moment, someone pointed his finger at a figure on the 90th level of stairs. This person held a Fangbian Huoji in his hand, and his attack was extremely overbearing. No matter who wanted to attack his position, he would blast out with a halberd straight. No one could withstand it. It was very overbearing. At this time, a person of the second level of Xiangang realm attacked him. This person held a flashing lightning sword in his hand. The terrifying lightning power suddenly pierced out, and the Wuming Xiangang burst into terrible light, but this person still blasted forward with the halberd, like a dream. This halberd seemed unreal, but when it fell, it immediately penetrated a lightning sword with an irresistible force and hit the chest of the other person, causing the other person to spit blood and fall down. The time of an incense stick soon came. When Luo He announced the stop, there were only 48 people still standing on the 90th level of stairs. You, come up. The rest of you can go up the 99 steps or watch from below. Luo He waved her hand, then turned around and walked to the main seat and sat down. 48 people followed her up the 99 steps and came to the center of the vast square. Around them were the figures of the major overlord level forces. As for the others, they watched from a distance or stood on the steps and looked up. Although it only took an incense stick of time, the 48 people who were left after the elimination were all elites, and each of them had an extraordinary temperament. Among them, many were young people from the major overlord level forces. Those forces looked at their own disciples with smiles on their faces. If they could marry Mo Qingchen, even if they married into the Danyuan Palace, it would be fine. This would undoubtedly bring them closer to the Danyuan Palace. Luo He sat on the main seat. Mo Qingchen was her disciple, and she would be the host of the son-in-law recruitment today. She looked into the distance, glancing at the demon sword standing not far away, which was much higher than where she was sitting. A cold look flashed in her eyes. She wanted to see when Qin Wentian would show up and dare to come to the Danyuan Palace to make trouble. After retracting her gaze, she looked at the 48 people again and said casually, "You are all handsome and have good strength. There is no need to rank them specifically for this son-in-law recruitment. We only need to select 3 people in the end. Then, the rules are arbitrary. You each choose your own opponent now. The loser will leave and the winner will stay." As soon as she finished speaking, everyone's figures flashed and chose their opponents. There are still many challenges waiting in the future, so the previous battles naturally have to choose people with weaker strength. Yanzhao swordsman Han Qing chose an opponent of Xiangang level 1. This person is also the only person who has advanced to the Xiangang level 1 in this round. He holds a Fangshan painted halberd and is very domineering, but after all, he is only Xiangang level 1. How strong can he be? Han Qing stood in front of the man holding the Fangbian Huoji, looked at him calmly, and said, "I am Han Qing, the swordsman from Yanzhao, please teach me." As soon as he finished speaking, the sword in his hand made a buzzing sound, and Han Qing's mouth corners slightly raised. Although his words were quite polite, his tone was full of contempt. Chapter 421, Fierce Face. Han Qing is also quite famous in Yanzhao. He is now at the second level of Xiangang, with superb swordsmanship and a sword as fast as the wind. Of his 4-star souls, 2 are speed-star souls, and 2 are sword-star souls, pursuing the ultimate fast sword. The attack power of the sword is unquestionable, so as long as the sword has enough speed to hit the opponent, it can easily defeat the opponent. At this moment, the young man standing opposite Han Qing has cultivated to the first level of Xiangang. Although he is quite powerful, Han Qing is confident that the opponent will not last more than 10 moves under his sword. Opposite Han Qing, the young man holding the Fangbian Huoji clearly captured the slightly raised corners of the opponent's mouth, but he had no expression on his face, and no one knew what he was thinking. The others also found their opponents. 48 people, 24 duels. Fortunately the square is wide enough to support them to fight. Please teach me. The young man holding the Fangbian Huaji spoke calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Qing smiled casually and said, Your Excellency, be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, his sword was like the wind. His figure seemed to be wrapped in the wind and turned into a residual shadow, as fast as lightning. His sword was like a phantom. With one sword, the young man holding the halberd seemed to have all his retreat routes firmly blocked. Every angle was covered by the opponent's swordsmanship. No matter which direction he dodged from, as long as the opponent's sword moves changed slightly, he could immediately move with the trend. However, the young man holding the halberd did not seem to have the intention of dodging. He took a slight step, as if this step made the whole situation move with him. He was like the master of that space. The Fangbian Huaji in his hand suddenly stabbed out, domineering like a dragon, and moved forward. Wind shadow. The opponent showed his martial arts will, and Han Qing's body seemed to have turned into the shadow of the wind. His body seemed to have suddenly disappeared, hidden in the wind, but his sword energy was still strong. A flash of cold light, the sword was like a gust of wind, and it rushed towards the young man holding the halberd. It was a thrilling scene, and it was amazing that this move was integrated with the exquisite swordsmanship of the martial arts will. With such a speed, it seemed that the young man holding the halberd had no way to resist it, but at this moment, there was a loud bang. The Fangbian Huaji actually collided with his sword, a head-on collision, without the slightest drag. This strike was clean and perfect. Those who had paid attention to this battle were stunned for a moment. How did the young man holding the halberd do it? Han Qing turned into wind, and when the sword came out, it was about to descend on the body of the young man holding the halberd, but why was he able to arrive first and block the opponent's sword with a Fangbian Huaji? Of course, there were also people who saw the movements of the young man holding the halberd clearly, but they were even more shocked, because they found that when Han Qing's body disappeared, the young man holding the halberd's Fangbian Huaji was moving, without the slightest hesitation, accurately contracting for a moment, and then bursting out. Just in time, the opponent's sword appeared. It was as if the halberd-wielding youth could predict where the opponent would strike his sword. This gave people a chill. Han Qing's wind shadow was invisible and formless. It was the power of the second realm of martial arts will. The opponent attacked directly and accurately without any hesitation. Han Qing also thought that even if this move did not defeat the opponent immediately, it would be enough to make the opponent flustered. After that, his Jingfang sword would be able to defeat the opponent miserably. However, the opposite happened. When the Fangbian Huaji hit his sword, he actually felt an irresistible force that hit his chest directly, like a power shock in the air, causing his body to be continuously hit by waves of terror. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Han Qing's body exploded back, but he saw the opponent's footsteps spreading out, chasing after him like lightning. Han Qing's face was pale and he roared, "I give up." As his voice fell, the halberd-wielding youth landed cleanly, with the Fangbian Huaji resting on the ground. His expression was not the slightest bit turbulent. This battle was the fastest to end, which made many people look at him a few more times, secretly shocked. This person was at the first level of Xiangang, and he could make Han Qing spit blood with one blow. He must be an extraordinary person, but they didn't recognize him. In the Jiuzhou area of the Great Xia dynasty, no one had ever heard of a young genius holding a Fangbian Huaji. Unless this person was not from Jiuzhou and had never walked around Jiuzhou city before, he didn't attract attention. There were some such strange people. Now, he came to recruit a son-in-law for the Danyuan Palace. Was he going to become famous in one battle? Not long after, the first battle ended, and there were 24 people left on the square. Most of these 24 people are geniuses of overlord-level forces. The figure outside the stairs of the Danyuan Palace stared at these people. Will Mo Qingcheng's future husband be chosen from these people? In the end, who will it be? Go on, find your own opponents and defeat them. Luo He's voice was calm, as if she was talking about something insignificant. The moment she finished speaking, except for a few people, everyone else moved. They wanted to find the easiest opponent to defeat, so that they could continue to move forward. Although the young man with the halberd defeated Han Qing, he was only at the first level of Xiangang after all. Compared with some of the characters above, many people thought that he was relatively easy to deal with. Therefore, 3 people flashed towards him at the same time, but the one closest to the young man with the halberd got there first. He didn't give the other two any chances and wanted to attack the young man with a halberd directly. When he attacked, it meant that he had already chosen his opponent, and there was no room for others to intervene. But the moment he moved, the body of the young man with the halberd also moved, like a flash of lightning, fast. The speed of the young man with the halberd was no slower than Han Qing's Feng Ying. Just like a flash, his Feng Bian Huaji burst out. This attack did not have any false moves, it was the most direct and domineering halberd. In fact, it can't even be called a magical power, just a halberd. This seemingly ordinary halberd, when it was blasted out, made people feel that the entire space was left with only this halberd. The man who attacked the young man holding the halberd was also a person in the second level of Xiangang realm. When he gathered his strength to fight back, the beast roared, like a terrifying dragon, rolling forward, with terrifying power. His body was like the body of a dragon, and his huge palm print slapped the Fangbian Huaji. Ah! A painful howl came out, his palm was directly shattered, blood dripping, and the Fangbian Huaji penetrated the huge palm and fell directly in front of his eyebrows. Just like the last battle against Han Qing, it was still just one move, and the battle ended, and he was still the fastest one. Although the cultivation of the young man holding the halberd was relatively weak, most of the remaining people present were strong men in the third level of Xiangang realm, but the two consecutive strong games still made him attract enough attention. However, the next winner will be a third-level Xiangang realm existence. I am afraid that the halberd-wielding young man will stop here. Sure enough, after the duel, the remaining 12 people, except for the halberd-wielding young man, the other 11, without exception, are all third-level Xiangang realm existences. Moreover, each of them is a well-known figure, and the halberd-wielding young man standing on top seems a little inconsistent. Chen Lai, Wang Yifei, Hua Sheng, Shi Guang, Xiao Yu, and so on, which one is not a famous figure? Luo He looked at the remaining 12 people, his expression is calm as always. Among these people, there are many extraordinary people. However, if it comes to matching Mo Qingcheng, Luo He is not satisfied with any of them. After all, these people are not the most outstanding ones among those overlord-level forces. But now, what she wants is no longer to really choose a good son-in-law for Mo Qingcheng. Raising her eyes slightly, Luo He looked at the demon sword standing in the distance. He has not appeared yet. She wanted to see how long he could endure after entering Wang's house with a magic sword. Continue. Luo He's voice was emotionless and she spoke indifferently. She did not even set any rules, but let the battle continue. In the end, there will be 3 people left. As for who to choose, she has already made up her mind and it is no longer important, because this is not her most important goal. This Luo He actually just made such a simple rule to let them be eliminated all the way. Everyone was a little shocked, but such a battle may also be more cruel, and the strong will be eliminated by the stronger. This time, those people's movement slowed down and swept towards others. Then, some people walked towards their opponents. Xiao Yu chose the young man with a halberd. It seems that the outcome of the battle has been determined. What kind of person is Xiao Yu? Among the young generation of the Xiangang realm of Zhaixing Mansion, his importance can be ranked among the top 3. The power of the Zhaixing palm is extremely powerful. The young man with a halberd was as calm as ever, as if he would always be like this. Bang! Xiao Yu stepped out, picking stars with his palm. The terrifying star-picking palm print annihilated the void, and there was a terrifying star-like light shining, as if he was going to kill the halberd-holding young man on the spot with one blow. The halberd-holding young man thrust out his halberd, moving forward without hesitation, as if he only knew how to use the halberd. However, when the Fangbian Huaji hit the terrifying star-picking palm print, it broke at the same time. Xiao Yu snorted coldly. How could a person of the first level of Biangang resist his star-picking palm print? With the sleeves of his robe waving, his palm suddenly swelled, and he slammed out with another palm. This time, the halberd-holding young man seemed to be covered by the star-like light, which was like a prison. This palm was going to pick off the stars and take his life. Bang! The terrifying star power erupted where the halberd-holding young man was, and the star-picking palm print crushed everything. However, at this moment, there was a whistle, and the people of the star-picking mansion suddenly stood up, their faces frozen, staring at the scene in front of them. The Fangbian Huaji was directly inserted into Xiao Yu's throat. Xiao Yu thought that the attack should have ended the fight, but at that moment, the opponent actually came directly behind Xiao Yu, and stabbed Xiao Yu's heart with a halberd. The young man holding the halberd had his back to Xiao Yu, and the other end of the Fangtian Huaji was dripping with blood. The sound made people feel a terrible chill. The young man holding the halberd killed Xiao Yu from Zhaixing Mansion, and it was a strong kill. Qinshan Pavilion also sent strong people to participate in this matter. The people from Zhaixing Mansion were livid. This technique, Dao's Huanxing Yi, was introduced to Qinshan Pavilion among the 9 unique skills of Daxia, and Qinshan Pavilion was the most proficient in using it. The young man holding the halberd slowly turned around, and the Fangtian Huaji was pulled out. Xiao Yu's body fell to the ground. He looked at the people from Zhaixing Mansion with a cold expression and did not reply. Of course, he was not from Qinshan Pavilion. He was Qin Wentian. He suppressed all his anger, just because he had not seen Mo Qingchang yet, and he could not sense where Mo Qingchang was. Therefore, he could only use the secret disguise method he got from Di Feng to change his appearance and take the risk to participate in the selection of a son-in-law in the Danwang Palace. He needed a chance to get in touch with King Chen. Chapter 422, The Final Kill. Luo He's eyes also flashed with a sharp light, staring at Qin Wentian. Although Dao's Huanxing Yi is controlled by Qin Pavilion, the 9 unique skills of Daxia have been spread since the last battle of the Destiny ranking. Chen Wang and Shi Poshan have practiced Dao's Huanxing Yi. Therefore, it is not surprising that the people of the Chen family and the Shi family may also hide some people who want to marry Mo Qingcheng. What really surprised Luo He was that this person held the Fangtian Huaji in his hand during the battle, and always used the simplest and most effective attack to defeat his opponent. It was impossible to see his magical skills and martial arts will. In this way, it was impossible to see through his identity. However, during this battle, the next round of fighting with him will definitely take it seriously. If someone is good at Dao's Huanxing Yi, like Xiao Yu, and is a little careless, he may be killed in one blow, and he will not even have the opportunity to exert his own strength. Although the people of Zhaixing Mansion were angry, they could not do anything, but they decided that after this matter was over, they must find out the identity of this person. This person, without mercy, killed the people from his Zhaixing Mansion. After this round of fighting, only the last 6 people can continue to stay in the square. They only need to fight again to eliminate 3 people, leaving the last 3. Now, the remaining 6 people are Chen Lai, Wang Yifei, Hu Sheng, Shi Kuang, Long Yan, and Qin Wentian. Chen Lai, from the great Sun Chen family, the elder brother of Chen Wang, Wang Yifei, from the Wang family. Hu Sheng, from the Hu family. Shi Kuang, from the Shi family. Long Yan, from the Beast King Palace. Only Qin Wentian, who was holding the Fangtian Huaji, could not be seen through, and no one knew what his identity was. 6 people fighting in chaos, one by one eliminated. Luo He's eyes flashed with indifference. When he finished speaking, everyone stared at the 6 people standing in the center of the vast square. Luo He actually let them fight. Chen Lai's eyes were like flames, shining with light, and the great sun blood in his body was boiling. A breath of burning sky permeated, making people dare not approach. King Chen had obtained the secret method and the magical power of Dao's Huanxing Yi. This Chen Lai might have also practiced it. With his strength of the 3rd level of Yangang realm, it is unknown how strong he is. No one dared to attack Chen Lai first. He might be the final choice of Luo He of Danwang Palace. King Chen stood in the direction of the Chen family, his eyes flickering. In this battle, Chen Lai must be among the top 3, and he will marry Mo Qingcheng. Today, he wants to see if Qin Wentian will show up. His eyes swept coldly towards the demon sword standing in the distance, hoping that Qin Wentian would not let them down. Chen Lai did not move, and Wang Yifei did not move either. Instead, Hu Sheng and Shi Kuang's eyes collided with each other. The two walked towards each other and a battle broke out in an instant. Hu Sheng and Shi Kuang were both extremely powerful and their attacks were extremely violent. The others just watched the two fight and still did not move. You go and sneak attack one of them. Only a voice came into Qin Wentian's ears, making his expression slightly condensed. This was Chen Lai's voice. It seemed that these people had been secretly communicating. Qin Wentian did not move, still standing there quietly waiting. Chen Lai raised his eyebrows slightly, and continued coldly, I'll give you another chance. Qin Wentian still did not move, and then he saw Yanlong walking towards him, while Wang Yifei's body walked towards the battle group of Hu Sheng and Shi Kuang. Yanlong's arm changed, turning into a terrifying monster arm, and his eyes burst out with terrible demonic energy. Yanlong of the Beast King Palace is also a half-orc bloodline, with the blood of the fire dragon, violent strength, lust and greed. That woman will definitely be mine, Yanlong said coldly, and as soon as the voice fell, his body pounced on Qin Wentian, as fast as lightning. The demon-like arm blasted towards Qin Wentian, and a terrible fire dragon claw appeared in the void. In the palm, there seemed to be a terrible flame flow that could turn a person's body into liquid. Yanlong's strength of the third level of Xiangang realm, the power that crushed over, was extremely powerful and violent. A powerful force seeped out from Qin Wentian's Fangbian Huaji. His eyes stared at the opponent, and his body burst out. This halberd was like a dream, coming in an instant. Yanlong snorted coldly, and his palm rolled down, trying to collide with his Fangbian Huaji. However, at this moment, there was a loud bang, and Qin Wentian's figure disappeared. At the moment of his disappearance, the starlight shone, and Chen Lai's body appeared beside Yanlong. The terrifying Dari Jin Kun palm print slapped out, and both palms slapped out at the same time. One palm slapped at Yanlong, and the other palm was originally slapped at Qin Wentian, but Qin Wentian's body appeared in another battle circle. Wang Yifei and Hu Sheng joined forces to attack Shi Kuang, but the moment Qin Wentian appeared, the Fangbian Huaji that was supposed to kill Yanlong killed Hu Sheng without any hesitation. Now the collision of these strong men will not easily give you a chance to kill with one blow. Hu Sheng's Wu Mingdian Gang, the big knife Wu Mingdian Gang, chopped directly out and blocked him. However, Shi Kuang's Wu Ming Xiangang was crushing at the same time. His Wu Ming Xiangang was a huge stone man. He directly used his palm to hit the big knife that was passing through the void. At the same time, his own body disappeared and appeared above Hu Sheng's body. He pressed down with a punch, as if there were mountains crushing down, with terrifying power. Wang Yifei. Hu Sheng roared, but at this moment, Wang Yifei's Wu Ming Xiangang spear in his hand burst out, not killing Shi Kuang or Qin Wentian, but blasting towards Hu Sheng. At this moment, Hu Sheng's face was pale, and the teammates who had just joined forces turned into enemies in an instant. The three-way attack became a deadly situation. Bang! Shi Kuang's attack in the sky was violent, and the moment he fell, he shook Hu Sheng's blood and ki. Wang Yifei's spear blocked all directions, and Qin Wentian's Fangbian Huaji stabbed forward without hesitation. This attack was unstoppable. I give up. Hu Sheng shouted, and Wang Yifei's spear turned from stabbing to slapping, suddenly sweeping behind Hu Sheng, shaking him forward. With a puff, Qin Wentian's Fangbian Huaji directly pierced into the center of Hu Sheng's brow, making the Hua family look cold. But the battle did not stop for a moment. After Qin Wentian killed Hu Sheng, Wang Yifei immediately took action. One Wu Ming Xiangang spear after another whistled out. Three-color spears, with a terrifying killing aura, penetrated the void of heaven and earth and pierced Qin Wentian's body. Qin Wentian stepped on the ground, and starlight burst out. Without any hesitation, he used Dao's Huan Xingyi to flash away from the original place. When his figure appeared again, it was already in the void. At this time, Chen Lai defeated Yanlong. He walked slowly. Seeing Hu Sheng fall, a cold color flashed in his eyes. Only 4 people were left, so it was very easy. Do you want to go away, or do we ask you to go away? Wang Yifei's expression was cold, and he swept his gaze towards Qin Wentian in the void. Qin Wentian looked at the 3 people, all of whom were staring at him. It was obviously difficult to deal with 3 such people. The 3 of them, with 12 martial life heavenly beings, could crush everything. There was no way to fight, unless he could find a way to kill one more person. Although Luo only needs a top 3 seat, the top 3 also have to be ranked. If you kill me, the next battle will not be so easy. Qin Wentian sent his voice to the ears of the 3 people at the same time. The eyes of the 3 people on the other side were all sharp, but no one replied. They just stared at him. What they were thinking in their hearts, I'm afraid only they themselves knew. The 4 of them had their own agenda. My strength is the weakest. Even if I enter the top 3, I will not pose a threat to you in the end. Why are you in such a hurry to eliminate me? Qin Wentian sent a message again. The 3 of them had sharp eyes, but for Chen Lai and the other 3, they had no idea whether Qin Wentian was talking to just one of them or to many people. Kill. Wang Yifei walked out and walked towards Qin Wentian. 3 Wu Ming Xiangangs were suspended in front of him, and the terrifying long spear Wu Ming Xiangang was breathing out terrible sharpness. Chen Lai and Shi Kuang also walked out and surrounded Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian looked indifferent and continued to send messages to these people one by one. Of course, the words they said were different. Finally, when Wang Yifei's 3 Wuming Xiangangs attacked at the same time, Qin Wentian also killed Wang Yifei. Shi Kuang's face turned cold, and his body suddenly turned to look at Wang Yifei, and his palm slapped out wildly. Chen Lai didn't move at first, but the situation was clear at this moment, and he certainly wouldn't mind making things worse for Wang Yifei, so a 3-man siege was formed in an instant. Just as Qin Wentian said, Wang Yifei was the only one who didn't know the magical power of Dao's Huanxing Yi, and it would be the easiest to eliminate him. I give up. Wang Yifei saw Shi Kuang and Chen Lai's Wu Mingdian gang rolling over at the same time. They were stepping on the starlight and their faces were pale. These 3 people all knew Dao's Huanxing Yi. If they used them at the same time, he would definitely die. He could only reluctantly give up and was calculated by the young man with the halberd. The moment he shouted to give up, something strange happened. Chen Lai's Wu Mingdian gang did not continue to bombard him, but directly bypassed and went towards Shi Kuang. Chen Lai's body disappeared at the same time, which was Dao's Huanxing Yi. Qin Wentian also disappeared and killed Shi Kuang. The two seemed to have discussed it long ago. This was the plan Qin Wentian told Chen Lai, and Qin Wentian was cooperating very well in implementing it. Chen Lai was of course very satisfied, because as long as Shi Kuang was dealt with, Qin Wentian would be dead. At that time, there was no need to choose whom King Chang belonged to. Shi Kuang's body was covered with a golden dragon armor, but Chen Lai's attack was so powerful that when he cooperated with Qin Wentian, he directly used Dao's Huanxing Yi, and did not hesitate to consume the star energy in his body, and launched a crazy encirclement. Looking at the violent battle, everyone felt a burst of shock. Finally, under the oppression of Chen Lai, Shi Kuang was stabbed by Qin Wentian's Fangbian Huiji, and his internal organs were in a crazy turmoil. Qin Wentian felt the opponent's madness, and the Fangbian Huiji suddenly swung and threw the opponent's body out. At this time, Chen Lai and Qin Wentian were almost face to face. Without any hesitation, a grim smile flashed across Chen Lai's eyes. In the void, a flame venerable slapped out a terrifying sun palm print. Chen Lai's left hand directly grabbed the Fangbian Huiji that Qin Wentian had taken back, and his right hand blasted out a terrifying flame dragon, engulfing everything. Boom! A terrifying sword intent suddenly burst out. In an instant, a king's sword instantly penetrated the body of the flame dragon and killed Chen Lai with endless sword intent. Chen Lai's expression was slightly condensed. Another flame venerable Wu Mingdian gang trampled on the void and pounced on the opponent. However, at this moment, Qin Wentian's figure disappeared. There seemed to be a terrible sword whistling sound between heaven and earth, humming. Chen Lai only felt endless sword intent surrounding him. His body also trampled on the void, and the figures of the two disappeared. Bang, bang, bang. In the void, the power of the stars continued to burst out. The two of them actually used Dao's Huanxing Yi continuously, and even their figures could not be captured. How terrible would such a consumption be? The crowd trembled in their hearts. Was this a fight of consumption? Fortunately, it was the last battle. Buzz! The sword hummed, and then everyone saw blood spilling. Chen Lai appeared. He covered his throat with both hands, and blood continued to seep out. Beside him, Qin Wentian stood there quietly, with a sword in his hand. The sword was light and the attack power was not very strong, but it was used with a continuous flashing of Dao's Huanxing Yi until the opportunity was seized to kill with one blow, and the throat was sealed with one sword. Even the people could not see how the sword pierced. They only saw a flash of cold light in their eyes. It was too fast. Chen Lai, dead. Shi Kuang, seriously injured. 3 tops, only Qin Wentian was intact. Is this the ultimate goal of this person? Calculating step by step, to the end of killing Chen Lai, this boy is terrible. The people of the Chen family stood up, staring at Qin Wentian with cold eyes, and murderous intent was everywhere. Even Luo He stood up and stared at Qin Wentian. Senior Luo He, do you still need to choose? Qin Wentian opened his mouth and uttered a voice. At this moment, he no longer had any competitors. Here, he was the only one. Although everyone didn't understand how this person in the first level of Xiangang realm could achieve such a situation, the last battle was indeed based on real strength and a terrifying method of killing with one blow. Even though Chen Lai might be stronger than him, he still couldn't escape this dazzling sword. Luo He, can she choose a dead person or a seriously injured person? It seems that only he can. Chapter 423, Powerful. Luo He stared at Qin Wentian. His appearance completely disrupted her plan. She glanced at the distance. The demon sword was still there, but the person she was waiting for had not appeared yet. Who are you and what force are you from? Luo He asked coldly. Junior Xian is not from any force and has always practiced alone. Now that the selection is over, should Senior Luo He let Miss Qingchang come to see him? Qin Wentian smiled, as if he couldn't wait. Anyone who could marry a woman like Mo Qingchang would inevitably be proud. At this moment, Luo He had to choose from the three people, only him. Xian. Luo He thought about this name. The surname Si. He was good at changing the stars. This made her think deeply. Could it be that he came from the same place as Si Kai on that day? Bring Qingchang here. Luo He spoke indifferently, and someone left behind her. Qin Wentian couldn't help but tremble slightly in his heart, but he still kept himself calm. At this moment, he couldn't panic. Today, he must take people away at all costs. Luo He did not relax his vigilance against him. He still stared at him and slowly said, "You said you are not from any power. Then, where did you practice Dao Xuanxing Yi?" "I was taught by my elders at home," Qin Wentian said with a smile. She showed the magical power of Dao Xuanxing Yi, and Luo He must ask. There are not many forces that are good at Dao Xuanxing Yi. He used the pseudonym Xian to make Luo He misunderstand. Really? Where is your family? Will the elders at home allow you to marry into the Dan Wang Palace? Luo He said coldly. Of course, the elders at home carefully cultivated several brothers, but let me go and wander around. There is nothing wrong with joining the Dan Wang Palace, not to mention for a beautiful woman. Qin Wentian responded calmly, as if he had already prepared the words, implying that his brother at home was better than him. You haven't answered my previous question yet. Where is your family? Luo He continued to ask. Not on Daxia. Qin Wentian said lightly. Luo He said coldly, if not on Daxia, where? Why do you need to ask so clearly, Senior? Qin Wentian suppressed the fluctuations in his heart, and still acted calm and indifferent, giving people an elusive feeling. Luo He glanced at him coldly, and at this moment, Mo Qingchang's figure appeared in the distance, and behind her, there were several figures walking with her. At this time, Mo Qingchang was still stunningly beautiful, but she looked a little haggard, which made people feel pity. Stop. Luo He said lightly, to be honest, my disciple is still a little entangled in marriage and has not figured it out completely. For her consideration, I, as a master, have to seal her cultivation first and persuade her well. I hope she can understand me in the future. While she was speaking, Qin Wentian had been sensing everything around him. When Mo Qingchang appeared, several powerful auras descended on the entire void, as if guarding against something, which made Qin Wentian's heart tremble slightly, and it was extremely cold. The Dan Wang Palace has been on guard. Since you have achieved such brilliant success in this son-in-law recruitment, then the first person I consider will naturally be you. However, before that, you still need to pass the review of my Dan Wang Palace. Now, follow me and come to me. Luo He said lightly. Qin Wentian hesitated and did not move, but saw Luo He frowned immediately and said, why, you don't want to? Then, I have to choose someone else. Can I talk to Miss Qingchang first and ask her what she thinks? Qin Wentian saw that Luo He did not let Qingchang come forward, and couldn't help but ask tentatively. Okay, you come first. Luo He nodded. Qin Wentian did not hesitate, raised his feet, and walked towards Luo He. People from all major forces all looked at Qin Wentian. This scene made the crowd in the vast space seem to feel a subtle atmosphere. It seemed that something was unusual, and it always felt like something was going to happen. Qin Wentian walked slowly and walked towards Luo He. Luo He looked at him calmly, as if everything was normal. Finally, Qin Wentian walked not far in front of Luo He. At this moment, Luo He's palm suddenly stretched out to Qin Wentian. Bang! Qin Wentian stepped on the ground, starlight burst out, and his figure disappeared in an instant. The place where he just stood was filled with long vines. If Qin Wentian was a little slower, he would be entangled. Luo He's hand was still stretched in the air, staring at Qin Wentian, who had retreated to the edge of the 99 steps in an instant, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. You are really afraid, then, you are. Qin Wentian. As soon as she finished speaking, people from major forces such as the Chen family, the Wang family, and the Haixing mansion stood up one after another, staring at Qin Wentian, and a terrifying atmosphere filled the air, shrouding Qin Wentian. Bang! The starlight burst out again, and Qin Wentian's figure disappeared again. At the moment he disappeared, a middle-aged figure of the Chen family appeared on the edge of the steps where he had just stood, and the terrifying fire palm print grabbed nothing. As for Qin Wentian's figure, he used Dao's Huan Xingyi continuously, so fast that no one could keep up with him. Not long after, he stood on the demon sword, and his eyes shot out an extremely cold light. "You are really Qin Wentian?" Luo He just speculated. It was strange that she hadn't seen Qin Wentian appear. With his frivolous personality, since he had brought a demon sword to the Dan King Palace, it was impossible for him not to come. But until Mo Qingchang appeared, Qin Wentian did not show up. Instead, this person who called himself Si Yan specifically wanted to see Mo Qingchang. So Luo He tried to test him. Sure enough, after testing him, Si Yan retreated. She immediately guessed that it was very likely that this Si Yan was the Qin Wentian she had been waiting for. Everyone's eyes fell on Qin Wentian. The lines on his face changed and twisted. After a moment, he changed his face. It was a handsome and cold face. Many people took a breath of cold air. It was really him. Qin Wentian, the first on the destiny list, stepped into the Xiangang realm and mixed into the crowd to participate in the selection of a son-in-law in the Danwang Palace. He killed Chen Lai and became the last person left. He almost came into contact with Mo Qingcheng, but Luo He was also very scheming. Once he suspected, he would try. When Mo Qingcheng saw Qin Wentian appear, her beautiful eyes froze there. She saw that the corners of her eyes were moistened instantly and she sobbed softly. She knew Qin Wentian. She knew that this figure could block Chu Xianjiao regardless of life and death for his adoptive father, and for the young man who dared to kill Hu Xiao and for her, no matter what she said, the other party would not retreat. Her heart was very painful, because it was her who caused Qin Wentian to fall into the trap. This kind of heartache made her body tremble slightly. "If anything happens to you, I won't leave alone." Mo Qingcheng bit her lip lightly, raised her head, and looked at Qin Wentian firmly. She knew that any words would be pale and powerless at this moment. "Only, live and die together. You are not allowed to die, and I am not allowed to die." Qin Wentian looked at Mo Qingcheng, his eyes were so firm. "Luo He, you promised in the past that if I defeated Zhan Chen, you would not interfere with the affairs between me and Qingcheng. Now, not only did you break your promise, but in order to get me out, you even resorted to all means and did not hesitate to use Qingcheng. This is the way of Danwang Palace." Qin Wentian looked at the figure coming towards him from the side. The sword flashed, he cut his palm, and blood drips down. In an instant, the demon sword wailed, and the sword intent rushed into the sky. "Holy Land Danwang Palace? Today, if you don't hand over Qingcheng, even if I die, I will let Danwang Palace collapse." Qin Wentian walked down, blood continued to fall on the demon sword. His other palm turned into a demon beast arm, with demonic energy surging on his body. He roared and wanted to draw the sword, but he still couldn't do it. He could only let the demon sword fall forward. His body also fell to the ground, holding the demon sword and walking forward step by step. The sword whistled in the air, and the whole void was filled with terrifying sword sounds. The houses were dozens of miles away, and a bone-deep chill penetrated into the body, making people shiver. "Those who are involved in this matter today, retreat." Qin Wentian's voice resounded in the void along with the sword sound. Everyone retreated one after another to avoid being caught in the crossfire. After they left, the strong men of the Danwang Palace immediately exposed themselves and prepared to encircle and suppress Qin Wentian's people. Those people trembled slightly. This sword intent was too terrifying, as if it had the power to destroy the world. It is said that this sword is too low, so Qin Wentian fed the sword with blood, dragged the sword for 100,000 miles, and spent 3 months to place the demon sword outside the Danwang Palace. When this rumor came out, they did not believe it at first, thinking it was exaggerated. However, when the sword's power exploded at this moment, the storm made even a strong man like Luo He feel suffocated, and this was before the demon sword got close. On the 99 steps of the Danwang Palace, there were many strong men, who were waiting for Qin Wentian to fall into the trap. There were many secrets on Qin Wentian. Not to mention other things, just the Jiutian divine monument and the 9 unique skills of the Great Xia dynasty were enough to make the forces of the Great Xia crazy. But at this moment, none of the strong men dared to kill him, but just stared at Qin Wentian and walked step by step. Every step seemed extremely heavy. Cracks appeared on the ground outside the Danwang Palace. Qin Wentian held the demon sword and walked step by step to the bottom of the 99 steps. Dong. Qin Wentian walked out and stepped on the first step. Today, Qin Wentian, dragging the demon sword, stepped on the 99 steps, one step at a time. You, go. A strong man from the Chen family waved to the people behind him. Those young people could not stay at all, otherwise they would probably die under this demon sword. King Chen's face was livid. In the past, he was invincible in the destiny list, but now he had to retreat when he saw Qin Wentian. Not only the people from the Chen family, but also the people from various forces ordered the weaker forces to leave and enter the Danyuan Palace. As for those powerful people, they surrounded Qin Wentian in various directions, and surrounded him to death. Since you brought the demon sword today, then you will stay forever. Luo He looked cold, looking down at Qin Wentian who is walking on the stairs. Qin Wentian raised his head, his cold eyes swept across Luo He, and he uttered a cold voice, I will not leave today until the Peking Palace collapses. Kill. As soon as the word was uttered, endless sword power descended on Luo He. In just a moment, Luo He's expression was stiff. Around her, towering ancient trees appeared, wrapping her body in them. The ancient trees died and reborn, endlessly. On the Peking Palace that towered into the sky, a number of powerful figures appeared. They stood with their hands behind their backs, their eyes shining with dazzling divine light, all revealing an arrogant intention, and glanced at the sword-wielding young man. There were also many powerful people in the surrounding world, watching in secret. Tonight, Qin Wentian, the number 1 on the destiny list, the first level of Xiangang, broke into the Peking Palace alone for Mo Qingcheng, and said arrogantly that he would not leave until the Peking Palace collapsed. Such a heroic spirit, even if he died here today, would be enough to be famous in Daxia. Above the sky, in the rolling clouds, there are several figures standing in various directions. One of them, wearing ragged clothes, stands casually, like the master of this world. Another one, lying lazily in the clouds, looking down with turbid eyes, as if with a bit of teasing. Dragging the sword for 100,000 miles, going up to the Danyuan Palace alone, outside the Danyuan Palace, the strong gather, whose blood will stain the sky. P.S. Today is the first day of the month, National Day, everyone is having fun, Wuhan will not go out, people who write have no holidays, it's hard, everyone can comfort me with the monthly tickets, and work hard. Chapter 424, Despair. Qin Wentian walked up with firm steps, his eyes looking straight at the sky above the stairs. No one could stop him. Kill. Another voice came out of Qin Wentian's mouth. In an instant, the swords of heaven and earth kept whistling. The ancient trees and vines wrapped around Luo He were all cut apart in an instant. At the same time, all the ancient trees and vines were cut off. The sword light swept through directly, like a beam of light. Buzz! A terrifying sword light flashed past, and a huge and terrifying sword suddenly appeared in front of Luo He, stretching across there. The sword power wiped out everything. A figure walked over and stood beside Luo He, staring at Qin Wentian in the air. Everyone, this sword is too evil. If you kill this boy, the sword will no longer pose any threat. This person spoke lightly. In an instant, the strong men around Qin Wentian released their martial arts. For a moment, the pressure in this space made it difficult to breathe. Qin Wentian seemed not to notice it. Blood kept dripping onto the demon sword. His footsteps went up step by step. My intention is the sword intention. Qin Wentian uttered a calm voice, blending with the sound of the sword's whistle, indistinguishable from each other. His voice was the sound of the sword's whistle. His intention was the sword intention. At this moment, Qin Wentian only felt that he and the demon sword were more compatible. A strong man from the Chen family of Dari walked towards Qin Wentian. He grabbed with his palm, and a terrifying flame appeared in the void. It actually condensed into a terrifying hellfire demon, which rose directly in front of Qin Wentian and blasted towards Qin Wentian. The hellfire demon's body was extremely huge, and one palm pressed down into the air, which could break everything. Qin Wentian seemed not to see it, and continued to take a step upward. Boom! His footsteps fell and he stepped onto another step. At the moment his footsteps fell, the endless sword energy turned into a huge sword, which directly pierced through the hellfire demon. The flames flew everywhere, but in an instant they turned into dust in the sword energy. This scene made everyone wonder how strong the sword intent was in the place close to Qin Wentian. Brother Wang. The Chen family strongman looked at a strong man from the Wang family in Bingzhou City. The Wang family strongman walked out and took out a thing with 10 million silk threads in his hand. He waved his hand, and in an instant, the millions of silk threads extended to the place where Qin Wentian was, and turned into a net that covered Qin Wentian. The extremely terrifying sword energy cut through it, but it could not be cut off. Obviously, this was a powerful magic weapon. Qin Wentian looked up, not at the net, but at the Wang family strongman. His eyes seemed to come from the ancient cold domain, which could freeze people's souls. The Wang family warrior only heard a long roar of a rock, and his face suddenly became ugly. His body exploded backwards. He saw a rock that covered the sky and the sun passing by in front of him, and its wings wanted to cut his throat. Bang! The rock disappeared, but the sound of the sword's roar did not stop. The Wang family warrior was horrified, and another cold feeling passed through his throat. His body flashed rapidly, as fast as a flash of light. All this actually happened in just a moment. When the blood of the Wang family warrior's throat was spilled, everyone still couldn't believe what they saw with their eyes. But the falling body, still the powerless divine weapon falling down, unintentionally confirmed his death. Sword roar, rock shadow appears. This is sword sound, martial arts meaning. Qin Wentian, borrowing the power of the demon sword, his meaning is the sword meaning. Everyone's pupils shrank, and their hearts were secretly chilled. This boy is too scary. Even if Qin Wentian could not control the immovable demon sword, even if he dragged the sword, the power he could exert was enough to shock people. Before, no one in Daxia realized that the immovable demon sword under the cliff of Jiutian city could have such a terrible power. It was unimaginable. If someone could really control this demon sword, how terrible it would be? It was enough to sweep across the entire Daxia dynasty. However, it was rumored that this sword had never moved, and no one had ever pulled it out. Some of Daxia's top figures must have tried it, but the sword had not left the cliff, which meant that no one had succeeded. Therefore, it was so difficult to completely control it. But what everyone did not expect was that Qin Wentian, the number one on the destiny list, seized the ancient luck and inherited the destiny, as if it was really the destiny, and pulled out the immovable demon sword. Now, one person alone with a sword, showed off his power in front of the Dan King Palace. Qin Wentian finally stepped onto the 99 steps. When he took a step, the entire Dan Wang Palace seemed to shake for a moment. His demon sword was still dragging diagonally on the steps. He looked at the people of the Wang family who had not left. You treat my life as worthless and can kill me at will. Then, I treat you as ants. What if you are the enemy of the entire Daxia? Qin Wentian's voice fell, and the cold light burst out. The sword whistled continuously. A terrible sharp sound erupted in the direction of the Wang family. The strong wind swept past, and the figure of the rock that covered the sky and the sun flashed by. A pair of terrifying wings was like an indestructible sword. Wherever it passed, blood fell like rain. In an instant, countless strong men fell. Just as Qin Wentian said, these overlord-level forces never took him, the number one genius on the destiny list, seriously. A fallen genius is not a genius. In their eyes, Qin Wentian is doomed to die. Therefore, they regard his life as worthless, and only think about how to divide up the secrets of Qin Wentian. In this case, what else can be said but to kill? Boom! Qin Wentian stepped forward again, dragging the demon sword up, the sound of the sword whistling, the killing never stopped. Luo He's heart trembled slightly, this sword was so powerful. Kill! Qin Wentian roared, and the sound of a dragon's roar came out, as if a terrifying dragon shadow was swallowing Luo He, making Luo He's expression stiff. An ancient tree wrapped her body inside, and a loud bang was heard, and Luo He's body was blown away along with the ancient tree, and hit the stone wall hard. Qin Wentian didn't even look at her, but walked towards Mo Qingchen. Kill those who stand in my way. Qin Wentian's eyes were extremely cold. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone around Mo Qingchen fell down directly, falling under the sound of the sword's whistle. Only Mo Qingchen was still standing there unharmed, looking at Qin Wentian in a daze. I will definitely take you away. Qin Wentian's voice was extremely tenacious. Mo Qingchen shook her head. Her body seemed to be enveloped by a powerful force. A suffocating pressure fell on her, and her clothes fluttered wildly. You can't take her away. In the towering hall, a person looked over here. His eyes were extremely terrifying and penetrated the void. When the voice fell, Mo Qingchen's body retreated rapidly. Qin Wentian watched Mo Qingchen's body being sucked away with his own eyes, but he could do nothing. Once he escaped from the demon sword, let alone saving Mo Qingcheng, he himself would definitely die. Seeing Mo Qingcheng reaching out her hand reluctantly, her tearful eyes filled with endless attachment, Qin Wentian's heart ached. Mo Qingcheng was getting farther and farther away, and gradually, she was about to disappear from sight. Qin Wentian's eyes were cold, and his perception followed Mo Qingcheng. They went very far, all the way to the end of the Danwon Palace, but his perception was still there. It was as if a forbidden door had opened, and Mo Qingcheng was sucked into it. Inside the forbidden door, there was mist and clouds, but in Qin Wentian's perception, there seemed to be an extremely evil force existing in it. Take good care of yourself. Mo Qingcheng closed her eyes, her beautiful face was wet with tears, and she seemed to be speaking to the air. She hoped that no matter what happened to her, he would be fine. Buzz! Mo Qingcheng's body fell under the cliff, and Qin Wentian's perception seemed to be going with it. An even greater evil force permeated, causing Qin Wentian's heart to tremble violently. Boom! With a loud bang, the forbidden door closed, directly isolating his perception. Qin Wentian did not see what was below, but he knew that under the cliff, there was a terrible evil existence hidden. No. In the Danwon Palace, a desperate and painful roar accompanied by the sound of swords resounded between heaven and earth. Qin Wentian roared to the sky and took steps continuously, as if he wanted to rush to the gate of the Forbidden Land. The bleak killing intention swept the world, making people feel chilled to the bone. Qin Wentian, why is he so desperate? Buzz, buzz, buzz. On the towering palace, several figures walked over and descended on various directions around Qin Wentian. They looked at the roaring and screaming painful figures, but their eyes were incomparably indifferent, without any emotion. Despair, this is just the beginning. A cold voice came out, and then the figures who surrounded Qin Wentian waved their hands. In an instant, on the sky, terrifying stone pillars fell from the sky and descended on various directions around Qin Wentian's body. Boom, boom, boom. The stone pillars seemed to be connected by an invisible force. Those people stared at the young man indifferently, revealing a cold meaning. If you offend our Danwon Palace, your girlfriend will be doomed forever, and as for you, your soul will be torn apart. As the voice fell, a terrifying power enveloped Qin Wentian in the middle of the stone pillars, as if there was a terrible brilliance, causing countless people to tremble. This is the Deputy Hall Master of Danwon Palace. They activated the Danwon Palace's soul-destroying formation and torn Qin Wentian's soul apart. No matter how strong a sword is, Qin Wentian will die. Everyone sighed in regret. Even if Qin Wentian was amazingly talented, he would still die today. And Mo Qingcheng, it's a pity that this fairy couple suffered a murderous hand. Qin Wentian seemed not to hear what the other party said. He raised his head, as if his eyes came from the nine nether hell and looked at the void, and a tear flowed down. I saw that his lips were slowly moving. At this moment, the wind blew in Danwon Palace. The strong wind blew through, very cold, very cold. At this moment, starlight was falling from the sky, and endless stars were shining down and falling on Qin Wentian. At this moment, Qin Wentian stood there, as if he was a figure from ancient times, or an ancient god, accepting worship from all directions. Between heaven and earth, there were demonic winds and demonic chants. The chant of the demon god, the ancient thoughts reaching the sky, gathering the demonic energy from all directions, swallowing the demon essence of the starry sky, the thoughts reaching the demon gods from all directions, my life, transforming into a demon. The ancient voice seemed to spread out, as if it came from ancient times. Qin Wentian's tears fell from the corners of his eyes, and his body was undergoing a terrifying change. Chapter 425, Dapping in the Clouds. Endless demonic energy gathered from heaven and earth and fell on Qin Wentian. Everyone saw that his body gradually became larger and larger, expanding wildly. One after another, terrifying ancient demon phantoms flickered and changed, interlacing on Qin Wentian's body. It was as if demon gods from all directions descended on him. Qilin, fierce and manic, dapping in the clouds, with a wingspan of thousands of miles, set off a violent storm. Suzaku, with a long cry, it was as if the world was shaking and the flames were burning the sky. Jiutian Yinglong, like a king among demons, overlooking the world, arrogant. These terrifying demon shadows all descended on Qin Wentian, as if they were the figures from the void, the demon gods from all directions. At this moment, countless people's eyes changed color. The eyes of the strong men in the Danwon Palace showed a terrible cold light. They saw that the power of stars hit the stone pillars. The stone pillars were connected and floated up. The bright light enveloped Qin Wentian and turned into a halo that could strip away everything, trying to strip Qin Wentian's soul out. But Qin Wentian's body became more and more majestic, and the demonic energy rushed into the sky, breaking through the halo. He raised his head and looked at the sky. At this moment, there were no more tears, only despair and coldness. Roar! The demon's sword trembled violently. On the demon's sword, a shocking scene appeared. There was a rock with spread wings, soaring between heaven and earth. With a flash of its wings, it could reach 1,000 miles. The demon's sword screamed wildly, and everyone's heart trembled violently. This demon's sword was actually related to the ancient demon rock. The rock spread its wings and did not fly when the sky was low. Everyone thought that the demon's sword would never come out because it hated the low sky, which reminded people of the peerless spirit of the ancient demon rock. There is an ancient legend that there is a giant bird that lives in the mountains and has not flown for thousands of years. When asked what kind of bird it is and why it does not fly, the bird replied, "I am the rock in the clouds, and I just hate the sky for being too low to fly." The questioner laughed at it, saying, "If it is the rock in the clouds, why does it have no wings, and how dare it laugh at the low sky?" The bird heard it and became furious and cried. The mountains shook, the sky and the earth trembled, and the vast and endless mountains were uprooted. From them, two wings that shook the sky appeared. It turned out that the vast mountains were the wings of the giant bird. The rock spread its wings, flew into the clouds in one breath, rushed straight into the sky, and hit the sky, crying endlessly, and continuously hit the sky. In the end, the sky did not break, and the rock cried and died, fell to the ground, and turned into mountains again. Now, this sword is like a rock, and hates the sky for being too low. The demonic energy on Qin Wentian's body became stronger and stronger. Gradually, a huge phantom of a rock appeared on his body, with a wingspan of several thousand meters, which was huge. The evil spirit still came from all directions and descended from the starry sky, gathering on his body and turning into a physical entity. Qin Wentian's body suddenly disappeared. It disappeared, the scene in front of them was too shocking, deeply stimulating everyone's heart. And the 1,000-meter-long Dapan floating in the sky suddenly opened his eyes, and his icy eyes made people feel endless coldness. Suddenly, with a long roar, the Dapan's wings spread out, spanning 3,000 meters, and a strong wind blew. The demonic spirit was everywhere in the Dangwon Palace. Is this Dapan transformed by Qin Wentian? Everyone felt that their hearts were stirred up by a storm. Such a situation was unheard of by them. Qin Wentian, how could he transform into a peng? The evil spirit of the world seemed to descend on his body. The Dapan's aura was rising wildly. Compared with Qin Wentian's aura, it was much stronger. It actually broke through the third level of the Xiangang realm and broke into the upper third level. Gathering demonic energy from all directions, swallowing demonic essence from the starry sky, and communicating with demon gods from all directions, Qin Wentian swallowed endless demonic energy and gathered monstrous demonic intentions. Has his life been transformed into a demon? Everyone was deeply shocked. It was too scary. This was the first time they saw someone completely transformed into a demon. On the top of the towering hall, a white-robed figure stood there, overlooking everything in the sky. He saw Qin Wentian transform into a demon, and a dazzling light flashed in his expression. Demon God Sacrifice. The ancient Great Xia dynasty used the vermilion bird as a totem and revered the vermilion bird demon god. The demon god sacrifice was a peerless secret method that could transform into the body of a demon god. However, as far as he knew, although this technique existed, no one could practice it, and he had never heard of anyone being able to use it. Why could this boy use the demon god sacrifice so easily? He was at the first level of the Xiangang realm, chanting the words of the ancient demon, and could he communicate with the demon god's thoughts? Luo he was also extremely shocked. She had never thought that a small Qin Wentian, although he had a destiny, was only a person of the first level of the Xiangang realm. Now, he could show off his power in her Dangwon Palace and cause such a shock. The star power of the powerful beings who surrounded Qin Wentian rushed out frantically and descended on the stone pillars. The pillars that reached the sky emitted a brilliant light, and the halo fell down and descended on the body of the Big Peng. An overwhelming force seemed to want to peel off his soul. The Big Peng raised its head, raised the sky, and roared wildly. The demonic wind frantically danced, and the wings shook. The figure in the distance was slapped and flew back. They couldn't even bear the residual power. But their eyes were still fixed on the powerful and terrifying figure of the Big Peng. 1,000-meter tall Big Peng with a wingspan of 3,000 meters. Is he really the incarnation of Qin Wentian? So Qin Wentian, is he a human or a demon? They saw that the rock's claws were like arms, firmly clasping the demon sword, and it was screaming wildly. However, the demon sword was also screaming. However, even this monster's power could not control the demon sword. The power emanating from it was stronger than that of Qin Wentian, who had transformed into a rock. Qin Wentian transformed into a rock, but the demon sword hated the sky for being too low. The rock's eyes were extremely cold, resisting the pain of the halo depriving its soul. His body suddenly went down, and he actually directly pierced the sword with his body. Even though his body was tough, blood was dripping where the sword passed. The huge rock was cut open with an extremely huge hole. A crack appeared in his body, and from this crack, the boiling blood fell into the demon sword. Every drop of blood seemed to be boiling. If all the blood that fell on the demon sword dripped down, it would probably gather into a small pool of water. Crazy, too crazy. Everyone was speechless when they saw Qin Wentian's actions. Not only did he transform into a rock, but now he broke open his rock body and let the demon sword drink the rock's demon blood. The huge body wrapped the demon sword and fed it with his own blood. His wings closed, and his cold eyes raised, staring coldly at the strong men of the Danyuan Palace. Looking at the ancient palace that towered into the sky, his eyes were filled with a chill from hell. Kill him. The deputy hall masters of the Danyuan Palace felt a strong threat, but the soul-destroying formation could not strip Qin Wentian's soul. At this moment, he was transformed into a demon god, and his soul was extremely stable. Rumble, the stone pillars soared into the sky, and they saw several people directly attacking, blasting out a death seal. As the death seals fell, it seemed as if the life force between heaven and earth was being emptied. This space was dead silent, pressing towards the rock. Buzz! A strong wind blew, the rock spread its wings, and a supreme sword light burst out. The death seals were directly shattered, and then the stone pillars were turned into powder under the sword energy. Buzz! The rock spread its wings and flew away. It only took a thought to cover a distance of tens of millions of meters. The crowd could not even see its shadow, but only saw the flashing of wings. Then, a giant sword was inserted into the body of a peak Xiangang realm strong man. The rock's sharp claws grasped one end of the giant sword, as if the sword's sword intent was connected to the demon sword. My intention is the sword's intention, the sword's intention is my intention. The other sharp claw of the Dapin bird grabbed directly, and in an instant, a peak Xiangang thought, and his body was torn to pieces. Behind the Dapin bird, the demon sword roared wildly, and the sword intent spanned between heaven and earth, emitting a brilliant light, tearing apart all the strong men. The people in the distance continued to retreat, retreating to a safe distance. At this moment, Dapin stared at Luohi with his eyes, and in an instant, Luohi felt cold all over her body. Just that one look made her feel desperate. Not to mention the demon sword, I am afraid that even if she is separated from the demon sword, this Dapin bird will be enough to tear her apart easily. After all, her realm is only the 6th level of the Xiangang realm. Buzz! The wind was blowing hard, and Luohi's eyes closed directly. How fast is the Dapin bird? In the ancient legend, the Dapin in the cloud hated the sky for being too low and refused to fly. It flew into the sky and finally crashed into the sky and died. It is conceivable how fast the ancient demon Dapin in the cloud is. Luohi, she knew that she could not hide at all. Evil beast! A cold voice suddenly came, and the huge body of Dapin descended in front of Luohi, but was blocked by a person. The moment this person stood in front of Luohi, the sky between heaven and earth gave birth to stars, and the sky above the Danyuan Palace seemed to have transformed into a starry night sky. This starry sky contained endless power, which fell on the white-robed figure. He casually raised his hand and actually blocked the attack of Dapin. A strong person in the celestial realm, a legendary realm. People in the distance looked at the stars in the sky, and even the master of the Danyuan Palace came out in person. Luohi is the daughter of the Dan King. If the Dan King does not come out, Luohi will die. I am afraid that no one can think that Qin Wentian can do this. Burn. The white-robed figure uttered a cold voice, and the stars between heaven and earth enveloped the Dapin bird. In an instant, the Dapin bird was ignited with flames of death. Buzz! The strong wind passed by, and the big peng bird rushed into the sky, and then swooped down again. Its huge body landed beside the demon sword. Its sharp claws directly grabbed the demon sword, and its cold eyes stared at the Dan King. The big peng raised its head and roared, as if wailing. A loud rumbling sound was heard, and the demon sword actually rose from the ground and slowly floated in the air. For the first time, the demon sword was pulled off the ground. Die? The Dan King waved a finger at the Big Peng bird, and suddenly the stars in the sky and the flames of death attached to the Big Peng and burned the life of the Big Peng. What if the ancient demon Dapan in the cloud, the Dapan in the Xianggang realm, faced with a strong man in the Xiangxiang realm, would also die? The Big Peng still wailed, holding the demon sword, and continued to fly into the air. Unexpectedly, regardless of the pain of burning his body, he went to the towering palace, and slowly descended to the sky, above the palace. The demon sword was slowly raised. This scene shocked everyone and seemed to stop breathing. "You bastard, how dare you!" The Pill King roared, and the stars in the sky shone even more terrifyingly, but the demon sword fell from the sky, as if to fulfill his promise. Today, he will not leave until the Pill King's palace collapses, even if he dies. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.